Debate is always healthy, as no one in this gathering, starting with me, has a monopoly on being right. नमस्कार, आदर अभिनंदन आभार। मैं सौरभ जोशी आज का समाध्यक्ष अपनी अध्यक्ष महिमा के साथ आप सभी का असीम बियॉन्ड द बाउंड्रीज प्रथम IMS अंतरराष्ट्रीय वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता के भव्य और अंतिम चरण में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। यह प्रतियोगिता 2 समानांतर स्तरों पर आयोजित की गई। प्रथम अंतरराष्ट्रीय विश्वविद्यालय स्तर, द्वितीय अंतरराष्ट्रीय विद्यालय स्तर। प्रत्येक स्तर पर यह प्रतियोगिता 3 चरणों में संचालित की गई, जिसमें कि विश्व के 11 देशों से कुल 506 प्रतिभागियों ने हिस्सा लिया। इस प्रतियोगिता के दौरान 15 दिनों के अंतराल में कुल 32 वाद विवाद के सत्र प्रायोजित किए गए, जिसमें से चयनित 31 वक्ता आज हमारे साथ इस वाद विवाद के अंतिम चरण के निर्णायक सत्र में हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं।
506 participants in 15 days from 11 countries, and just 31 left with us for the finals. That was the structure of the debate, and now let me introduce you IMS and Vibhag. Institute of Management Studies has a mission of providing a unique and updated contextual curriculum with value-added programs, emphasizing intellectual acumen, exchange of ideas through diverse, achievable socio-legal goals. Vibhag, the IMS Debating Society, was formed by top debaters of IMS Noida in order to provide a platform and create opportunities for the budding debaters and to show their speaking skills and expertise. That was about the college and Vibhag. We now move ahead to our esteemed judges of the event. And today we have with us Mr. Satyam Samrat and Dr. Gaurang Narayan. A very hearty welcome to you, dear sir. Mr. Satyam is a lecturer of political science and public administration at Devi Ahilya University, Indore. He is also the program officer of National Service Scheme, University Unit. Besides this, Mr. Satyam is a member of Bharatiya Prodh Shikshak Sansthan and a researcher at School of Social Sciences at Devi Ahilya University, Indore. He is an avid reader, writer, speaker, and a debater with very few parallels. Again, I welcome you, dear sir. With us today, we also have Dr. Gaurang Narayan, a MBBS PGD MLE, an extremely talented and experienced debater. He is a consultant and a medical editor. Sir has represented India in the difficult dialogues organized by International Daring Debate 2020 and has been the winner of National Daring Debate 2019. You are an esteemed personality, and it's my pleasure to welcome you again to our finals.
That was the introduction of judges. तो आज के वाद विवाद का विषय है कोरोना वैक्सीन उत्पादन के एकस्व अधिकार पर कूटनीति, एक आवश्यक बुराई। विषय बहुत ही ज्वलनशील और वर्तमान प्रासंगिक है। कोविड-19 महामारी ने विश्व भर में लाखों लोगों की जान ली है और यह सिलसिला आज भी रुका नहीं। तो ऐसे में पक्ष की माने तो मानव अधिकार और नैतिकता को मद्देनजर रखते हुए कोविड-19 पर एकस्व अधिकार किसी भी देश या कंपनी के पास नहीं होना चाहिए। आश्चर्य की बात तो यह है कि जो पश्चिमी देश अक्सर मानवतावाद का बिगुल बजाकर पूरे विश्व भर में कोलाहल मचाते थे, आज समय आने पर वही देश अपनी बातों और अपने वादों से पूर्णतः मुकर गए हैं। Extraordinary circumstances ask for extraordinary measures, या फिर यूं कहें कि बहादुरी तब नहीं दिखाई जाती जब उसे दिखाना आसान हो।
Diplomacy of COVID vaccine patent, a necessary evil. My co-host just stated the for of the topic. And let me just briefly explain you the against. Pharmaceutical companies and richer nations say waiving patents will de-incentivize innovation at a crucial time and ignores the true cause of supply constraints, difficulties in expanding manufacturing capabilities. Is easing intellectual property rights the key to readdressing the balance in global vaccine access? That's the question that will be raised today. So with this, we'll move ahead with our rules and regulations. To all the dear participants, it's a humble request to please listen to the rules and regulations very carefully and please keep your mics muted. And if you have any doubts at the end of my narration, I'll give you the time. And if you have any doubts, you can clear it out at that time. So in a minute, I'll be narrating the rules and regulations both in English and Hindi.
Yes, please ask.
Yeah, so actually, your anchors just reiterated on what are the, what is the for side and what is the against. I request you to please tell it once again because I am a little confused and skeptical about the same thing. Can you please reiterate the entire thing, like what does the for and what does the against say?
Okay. So basically, the topic was like diplomacy and COVID vaccine patent unnecessary patent. So the diplomacy word came when India and South Africa went to WTO, and WTO itself being a diplomatic organization. So from there on came the word diplomacy, which is around this patent thing, and which is in discussions for a long time now, right? So by diplomacy, we mean that the countries who are taking stand that the patent should not be shared. So if you want to say that patent should not be shared, you have to speak against for the motion. And if you want to say that all right, diplomacy is not necessary and patent should be shared, then you have to speak against the motion, right? So the topic speaks that diplomacy is necessary, and by diplomacy we mean that the discussion around not sharing the patent. So
Okay.
if you want to advocate that all right, diplomacy is necessary and the patent should not be shared, you have to speak for and against for other way around. I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was very insightful. Thank you.
To the OC members, shall we start again?
Yes.
All right, I'm so sorry for the technical glitch, and I'll be reading out the rules and regulations once again. This is the international grand finale. While speaking, the participants must utilize the language which they have been using thus far in the competition. Switching of language is not allowed. The participants must maintain professional decorum throughout at all means. Use of unparliamentary language or signs will lead to immediate disqualification or non-consideration of marking. Reading out the entire speech from paper or use of any book, document, or electronic gadget for the same purpose is not allowed. However, one can carry a short note for reference. Participants should ensure proper network connectivity during the competition. The host shall not be responsible for any issues arising out of technological faults from the participants' side. Entertainment of any grievances arising out of such issues shall be the sole discretion of the hosts. The participants must ensure they are in a silent space without background disturbances while they are speaking. While speaking, the participant must turn his or her video on. While a participant is speaking, all the others are requested to keep their mics on mute and unmute only when they are asked to speak. All participants are strictly prohibited from disclosing their identity at any time in any manner and shall only present themselves by the participant codes allotted to them. The decision of the judges and the organizing committee shall be final and binding. The speaking time shall be 3 plus 1 minutes. One warning bell will be given at the 3-minute mark with a final warning bell at the 4-minute mark, after which the speaking time will be over. Exceeding the time limit or speaking less than the time limit may lead to disqualification or negative marking. There will be no interjections. I request the timekeeper to please give the participants a hint of the time bell. I repeat, I request the timekeeper to please give the participants a hint of the time bell. So that is the time bell that you will be given at the 3-minute mark and then at the 4-minute mark. We'll be proceeding with the rules and regulations in Hindi. नियम और विनियम. इस प्रतियोगिता का यह इंटरनेशनल ग्रैंड फिनाले राउंड है. वक्तव्य के दौरान सभी प्रतिभागियों से उसी भाषा का प्रयोग करना होगा जिसे वह अभी तक प्रयोग करते हुए प्रतियोगिता के इस अंतिम चरण तक पहुंचे हैं। भाषा बदलने की अनुमति नहीं है। प्रतिभागियों से अनुरोध है कि वे प्रतियोगिता के दौरान इस तरह से पेशेवर शिष्टाचार बनाए रखें। असंदेह भाषा संकेतों के प्रयोग से प्रतिभागी तत्काल अयोग्य घोषित किए जाएंगे या प्रतिभागी के अंकन पर विचार नहीं किया जाएगा। पूरे भाषण को कागज से या किसी पुस्तक, दस्तावेज या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट के उपयोग से पढ़ने की अनुमति नहीं है। हालांकि संदर्भ के लिए प्रतिभागी एक छोटे नोट का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। प्रतिभागियों को प्रतियोगिता के दौरान उचित नेटवर्क कनेक्टिविटी सुनिश्चित करनी चाहिए। प्रतिभागी की ओर से तकनीकी खराबी से उत्पन्न होने वाले किसी भी मुद्दे के लिए होस्ट जिम्मेदार नहीं होंगे। ऐसे मुद्दे से उत्पन्न शिकायतों का समाधान संचालन के विवेकाधिकार पर किया जाएगा। प्रतिभागियों को यह सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि जब प्रतियोगिता चल रही हो तो वे शांत वातावरण में हो। प्रतिभागियों को बोलते वक्त अपना वीडियो चालू करना होगा। जब कोई प्रतिभागी बोल रहा हो तो अन्य सभी से अनुरोध किया जाता है कि बोलने के लिए कहे जाने पर ही अपने माइक को अनम्यूट तथा अपने माइक को म्यूट ना रखें। प्रतिभागियों को किसी भी समय और किसी भी तरह से अपनी पहचान का खुलासा करने से सख्त मना किया जाता है। प्रतियोगिता में प्रतिभागी केवल आवंटित प्रतिभागी कोड द्वारा ही खुद को प्रस्तुत करें। निर्णायकों और आयोजन समिति का निर्णय अंतिम और बाध्यकारी होगा। वक्तव्य का समय 3+1 अर्थात 4 मिनट का होगा। 3 मिनट होने पर एक प्रतिभागी को एक संकेत दिया जाएगा। 4 मिनट होने पर एक अंतिम संकेत दिया जाएगा, जिसके बाद बोलने का समय समाप्त हो जाएगा। समय सीमा से अधिक या समय सीमा से कम बोलना अयोग्यता या नकारात्मक अंकन का कारण बन सकती है। प्रतिभागियों से कोई इंटरजेक्शन नहीं किया जाएगा। So that were the rules and regulations of the debate, and I hope I was very clear. Still, any participant having any doubt may clear it right now.
अब मैं आज के इस वाद विवाद के आरंभ की घोषणा करता हूँ।
With this, the debate is now open, and now I call upon our first participant, that is LY13. Participant number LY13. Moving ahead, we'll be moving to participant KY2. Participant KY2.
Am I audible?
I'm so sorry, participant KY2. Before you, we have FX1. Participant FX1.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, participant FX1, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone. I am participant FX1 and I oppose the motion of the House today. I urge the House to see why the COVID-19 vaccine patent is not necessary, rather that it's time the waiver is accepted. It's time to realize that IP rights and a pandemic do not mix. Capitalism and patents cannot mean anything in the face of actual human lives. What we must foremost understand is how patents affect health supplies in general. IP rights mostly hamper healthcare in developing countries for two reasons. First, they make some medical supplies unaffordable. And second, the IP system does not stimulate research into health issues that mainly affect people in countries with low incomes and little purchasing power. The rhetoric that public health depends on IP rights serves powerful interests of multinational corporations, sure, but it does not make much sense in the developing world. The basic patent bargain, even when well struck, is to pay for more innovation down the road with slower diffusion of innovation today. In the context of a pandemic, that bargain is a bad one and should be rejected entirely. Here, the imperative is to accelerate the diffusion of vaccines and other treatments, not slow it down. Giving drug companies the power to hold things up by blocking competitors and raising prices pushes in the completely wrong direction. There is, of course, the argument that patents do not bottleneck innovation entirely, but the fact is, in a race against time where we keep losing actual human lives, any and all help available must be utilized. At the same time, it's also understandable that these same drug companies will not be using their resources for the humanitarian argument. What's required, therefore, is a government push, that is public funding of R&D, advance purchase commitments by the government to buy large numbers of doses at set prices and other related payouts. What this achieves is, even while sidetracking the need for a patent, funds flow into pharmaceuticals while global health is still being prioritized. Moreover, the proposal is to waive IP rights temporarily in response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, not to abolish patents forever. And while patents may not be the only obstacle, insistence on IP rights in no way speeds up vaccine innovation and development. Any corporation that tries to reverse engineer the vaccine needs to apply as a new product, hence cannot bypass clinical trials. This slows down the vaccination drive considerably. However, research that's gone behind the vaccine becomes readily available when the patent is waived. Hence, trials that have already been conducted can be bypassed, thus considerably reducing the time for distribution of the vaccine. Since, because of the public health crisis, drug makers now qualify for the superior benefits of direct government support, they no longer need the default benefits of patent support. It should therefore be clear that the pharmaceutical industry has no legitimate basis for objecting to a patent waiver. Arguments that a patent waiver would deprive drug makers of the incentives that they need to keep developing new drugs when they are presently receiving the most favorable incentives available can be dismissed as the worst sort of special pleading. Let me leave you with this. Out of the 8.6 billion confirmed orders for doses, for the global requirement of about 11 billion, over 6 billion will go to high and upper middle income countries. Poorer nations, which account for 80% of the world's population, so far have access to less than one third of the available vaccines. This is no longer just a humanitarian issue, it's the most practical of appeals, in fact, to waive the patent, since the pandemic cannot be contained unless there is global vaccination. With that, I, FX1, would like to rest my case. Thank you.
Any and all help available will be utilized. That was a great point by participant FX1.
Also, participant FX1 talked about IP rights and the hypocrisy of the Western nations and multinational pharmaceutical companies. अब मैं अगले वक्ता KY2 को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा मंच पर. KY2.
Am I audible and visible?
Dear participant, before you begin, I would just like to check with our timekeeper to please make sure that the bell sound is more clear. According to me, it was not clear this time. It is not that loud.
I will be keeping my timer here. Is there any problem if I keep my timer here?
No, not at all. But that was to just be clear for the judges as well as the rest of the participants. Timekeeper, thank you so much for that. It was clear now. So we'll be moving with participant KY2. All the best.
तो मैं 3, 2, 1 की उल्टी गिनती से शुरू करती हूँ. नमस्कार, सदन की गरिमा को मेरा सादर नमस्कार. आज मैं स्लॉट संख्या KY2 विषय के पुरजोर पक्ष में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करूंगी. तो महोदय, अगर विषय के संदर्भ को समझा जाए तो सबसे जो केंद्र है वो है पेटेंट, यानी कि एक अस्वाधिकार, जिसको अगर हम परिभाषित करें तो एक ऐसा कानूनी अधिकार जो किसी व्यक्ति विशेष, संस्था को किसी विशेष उत्पाद, सेवा या प्रक्रिया के लिए दिया जाता है. मान्यवर, ये अधिकार किसी के संघर्ष का इनाम हो सकता है, किंतु आज के परिदृश्य में अगर देखा जाए तो संघर्ष हर एक व्यक्ति कर रहा है, हर एक संस्थान और देश कर रहा है. ऐसे में सफलता कुछ चुनिंदा लोगों को मिली है, और अगर उस सफलता के माध्यम से मानव जीवन का उपकार हो रहा है तो क्या उसमें एकस्व अधिकार की कूटनीति जरूरी है? मान्यवर, 4 मिनट 4 तर्कों के माध्यम से मैं अपनी बात को यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी. पहला तर्क, WTO, विश्व व्यापार संगठन, यानी कि इसकी श्रृंखला में जितने विकसित या विकासशील देश आते हैं उनको पेटेंट अधिकार इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट के अंतर्गत आता है, यानी कि बौद्धिक संपदा अधिकार. इसके अंतर्गत हमें एकस्व अधिकार का वो है, लेकिन मान्यवर उसमें नाजुक परिस्थितियों में इस पेटेंट को छूट देने का भी अधिकार है, और अगर विकसित देश चाहें तो वो ऐसा कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उन्हें फायदों की कूटनीति से फुर्सत मिले तब ना। मान्यवर दूसरा तर्क में जो प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी वो है मानवता को प्राथमिकता देना। जब मानव है, मानव जीवन है, तो उसकी गतिविधियां हैं। अगर मानव ही नहीं, उसका जीवन ही नहीं, तो वो गतिविधियां कैसे? ऐसे में जब मानवता एक ऐसे मानव जीवन स्वस्थ रहकर ही संभव है, और स्वस्थ कैसे रहा जाता है? अस्वस्थ माध्यमों को खत्म कर। और आज के परिदृश्य में कोरोना ही एक ऐसा अस्वस्थ कारण है जो स्वस्थ जीवन से हमें दूर रखता है। अगर ऐसे में कूटनीति करेंगे तो मानव जीवन आगे चलकर कैसे चलेगा महोदय, ये हमें समझ नहीं आ रहा। तीसरा तर्क, देश की, दुनिया की ज्यादातर जो लोग हैं वो गरीब देश से आते हैं, और ऐसे में ना तो उनके पास संसाधन है, ना संस्थान है, और ना पैसा है वो करने का। ऐसे में अगर बड़ी बड़ी फार्मास्यूटिकल्स कंपनी जिनको पेटेंट का अधिकार मिल जाए, वो उसे कम मात्रा में, कम आय में, कम पैसों में बनाकर हम उन देश को साझा करें, तो क्या उसमें मानवता का कोई बैर है? और अगर मानव अधिकार होते हैं तो विकासशील देश इन्हें दूसरे परिदृश्य से क्यों सामने लाता है? मानव अधिकार तो किसी भी देश की भौगोलिक सीमा से ऊपर उठ के है महोदय। अगर हमें मानव अधिकार का मतलब पता है तो किसी भी मानव को किसी भी रोग की दवाई ना मिलना किसी मानव अधिकार का हनन नहीं है। चौथा और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण तर्क महोदय, और इसी तर्क के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को अंत दूंगी, कि जो ये विकासशील देश हैं और कोरोना या ऐसी कहीं भी जो पहले HIV जैसी बीमारी आई है, शायद विकसित देशों को बुरा लगे, लेकिन ये हुई ग्लोबलाइजेशन या वैश्वीकरण के माध्यम से ही है। और ऐसे देश जो इनको सपोर्ट करते हैं वो ही विकसित देश है। जब आपने किसी बीमारी को जड़ से शुरू किया है तो उसको खत्म करना, उसका निवारण देना भी आपका कर्तव्य होना चाहिए, उसमें सहायता करना आपका कर्तव्य होना चाहिए। लेकिन आप अपने कर्तव्य से बचना चाहते हैं, क्यों? क्योंकि आपको कुछ फायदे मिलेंगे। मानवर ये 4 तर्क थे। अब मानव अधिकार और इकोनॉमी की बात करें, अर्थव्यवस्था की बात करें, तो अगर आज कोई हमें पेटेंट अधिकार देता है तो क्या कल हमें यह एहसास नहीं होगा कि हमें राजनीतिक और आर्थिक संबंध उससे अच्छे बनाने चाहिए? अगर यही कार्य किसी विकासशील देश ने किया होता तो विकसित देश का उस पर यह दबाव रहता कि वो ऐसे पेटेंट का उपयोग करके मानव अधिकार और बाकी देशों की तौहीन कर रहा है। लेकिन आज अगर ये अधिकार विकसित देशों के हाथ में, अगर आज ये कूटनीति विकसित देश कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं। तो मान्यवर मैं यही मानती हूँ कि कोरोना वैक्सीन के उत्पादन पर, एक अधिकार पर कोई भी कूटनीति करना किसी भी तरह से जायज नहीं है, और ये बुराई है। धन्यवाद।
संघर्ष, सफलता और मानवता का एक निचोड़ था आपके वक्तव्य में। पार्टिसिपेंट KY2
ने हमें बड़े देशों, विकसित देशों के दोहरे मापदंड के बारे में भी कई बातें बताई। With this, I call the next participant BY10. BY10, kindly switch on your video and audio.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, BY2, you're audible. BY10, you're audible and visible. All the best.
So yeah, thank you so much. With a count of 3, I will be all good to start. 3, 2, 1. We were meant to rescue each other, not to cut down the forest to rescue one. Very good morning, everyone. I'm BY10 speaking against the motion on diplomacy of COVID-19 vaccine patent. It's always said that home is a place where you love the most and act the worst. But what if you try to create a wall, and what you try to separate between the family? India had a concept of what is called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. But what if the family is not being equally accessed with the resources that we have in terms of developing, in terms of the COVID-19 vaccines that we are facing? And that, for me, I shout my voice for against the motion. India at UNSC, one man but shouted for what is called vaccine internationalism, where everyone was talking about vaccine nationalism. We need to realize that the only tool that we have to fight against the global 19 pandemic are the vaccines. And until unless we don't try to vaccinate the entire population of the world, we won't be able to imagine that we are coming out from this pandemic. You know, sometimes I feel like the COVID-19 pandemic is only limited to a few countries. And I feel like it's not a global pandemic. And why I say this, because what's the circumstances that have been prevailing ultimately realizes me to feeling that when you look out the inoculation drive that has been happening all around the world, United States of America has inoculated where somewhere around 37.4 crore of the population. Where you look out, European Union inoculated somewhere around 54.3 crore population. But when I look about the countries like the middle income countries of Central or Middle East, when I look at the middle income countries of Africa, the population, the global inoculation rate that has been going around is only 2%, or as compared to the global drive. Is this the pandemic, or is this something, are we trying to make out the profit? It's always said that the resources or the technologies that we have are our major tool in our arsenal to fight against the global warming pandemic, or let's say to fight against any other circumstances. And that for me, COVID-19 is a situation or is the scenario that we are living in. We will ultimately use out our resources to just curb down the pandemic and to just curb down the things that we are witnessing. And that for me, it's very essential. It's very pivotal to just inoculate every country of the population. Because you know why? Pandemic, it's always a kind of something which rounds in chain. So it doesn't matter you ultimately inoculate them with the 2 drive of the vaccines, or even the news that have been coming to provide out the booster shots. Until or unless you don't try to inoculate or you don't try to put the vaccines to the entire population of the globe, we can't be imagined to just come out from this pandemic. And even the scientific report suggest the same. Look out the new variants that are coming into the scene. Look out the MU variant that is recently found in Colombia. And look out the Colombia, you try to compare out Colombia from United States of America. The inoculation drive in Colombia is very, very less. So what is shown? With the less drive of the inoculation, you have a new variants in the market. You have a new variants in the scene. And a fun fact from this side, the new variants are vaccine resistant. And you try to look from 2022, we will be coming out from the pandemic. Oh, I imagine. How will you come out from the pandemic when you are not ultimately sharing your resources and you're letting the vaccines, or rather you're letting the viruses to rule you, to conquer you? Let's move to South Africa. The new variant of C.1.2 has came into the scene. And again, it has shown that it has some of the resistance against the COVID-19 immunity that has been generated by the vaccines. What I mean to say is that until and unless we don't try to vaccinate the entire population of the world, we don't try to provide the jabs equally, accessibly, and also looking in the affordable perspective as well, you won't be able to rule against the pandemic. And that's the very same scene. You know, I say that in the face of adversity, yeah, you heard it right. In the face of adversity, we have 2 choices. Either we can be bitter or either we can be better. And these 2 words are my North Star. And that is why I say that the accessible vaccines to all is the key factor and is the pivotal factor. Now look out, the next factor is the affordable factor. Come on, I don't want to sell myself just for the sake of getting a jab or just for the sake of inoculation. And that for me, the affordable factor comes into the play. And that is why you see the Pfizer vaccines are rated somewhere around $35 in United States of America and $33 in European Union. You need to curb it down so the population in the low-income countries can ultimately be equally jabbed. And that for me will be the key. Thank you so much. Cheers.
DUI-10 has great views. He said, profits over people. Is this the way to end this pandemic?
That was completely right. The world is a family and the question is to be bitter or to be better. With this, we'll move ahead with our next participant, that is JY18. Participant JY18.
Hello, am I perfectly visible and audible?
Participant, you're perfectly visible and audible. All the best.
I'll be keeping my own timer and I'll be starting on the count of 3.
All right.
Starting in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everybody. Today we're here to speak on the topic whether we need the patents and the intellectual property rights on the COVID-19 vaccine or not, and whether the diplomacy is essential or not. And I totally speak in favor of the topic. I believe that these patents and the intellectual property rights are very, very essential. And step by step, I will be breaking the arguments of my previous speakers and telling you that my arguments are not at all based on the profit motive and upkeeping these countries, upkeeping the researches and ensuring profits for these companies and countries, but my arguments are rather based on humanitarian aid, but are rather based on helping the people out on this pandemic. I'll be providing you 3 pieces of argumentation throughout my speech. First of all, let us look at what the entire scenario looks like. USA coming ahead and telling that we are ready to give up our patents and intellectual property rights. USA coming ahead and saying this is a big thing. And let me tell you why USA is doing it. It is a mere publicity stunt and a negotiation thing that the United States of America is carrying out. Now, giving my 3 pieces of argumentation. First piece of argumentation. Let us understand that we all know that USA has majorly stopped the supply supply of raw materials for the vaccine throughout the world, and in order to ensure that the vaccine supply in its own country remains uninterrupted. So we clearly get to know that United States of America is in no mood to provide any aid to any other country except for it itself. And then they go ahead and say that, okay, we're ready to give up our intellectual property rights. Now this looks like something, giving a recipe book to the needy and the poor countries without actually giving them the ingredients to make the recipe. So this is what the United States of America is currently planning to do. My second piece of argumentation: let us not mistake that any of these move of giving up the patent rights by these countries such as United States of America, which is gravely promoting that, okay, we're ready to give up the patent rights and the intellectual property rights, is in any manner a humanitarian effort. Because let me tell you, if the United States of America was so concerned about the pandemic, it would have fulfilled its commitments regarding the COVAX fund that was set up by WHO. Rather, United States of America has not even submitted half of its promised money to the COVAX fund. So it clearly shows that United States of America is least concerned with helping the world and is just promoting giving up of intellectual property rights and patents as a mere publicity stunt. Now, my third piece of argumentation, which covers the research projects and the investors and the companies involved in this research. Now, let us look at the companies that came up during this COVID-19 pandemic time and were involved in research. Were basically new companies and private funded companies. And they actually brought about breakthrough research. And these companies, when are told to give up their patent rights, what happens is they're not getting any incentive for the millions and millions of dollars of money that was invested into research. Now, what will happen at a later stage? See, from 5 years from today, another pandemic comes and similar thing happens, that these companies are asked to give up their patent rights. There exists literally no incentive for these companies to be investing in research. So they will not go ahead and invest in research, and at large the entire world will be at stake, where we get no research because the investors are not willing to invest since they get no incentive. Now let me tell you how this entire situation looks like when you give up your patent rights and tell these poor countries to produce their own vaccine. So this is basically right. We basically put accountability on these poor countries and needy countries who do not have any resources and tell them, hey, take 6 and 8 months of your sweet time, set up your manufacturing units while we do not give you any raw material from the United States. And then when you're done with it, then go happily inject your people. Whereas knowing that these countries are not going to get raw material from USA, number one. Number two, these countries do not have enough technological aid to be setting up their own manufacturing units. Number three, these countries are not well equipped enough. Rather, what we need is licensed producing of vaccine in these countries. What we need is USA to stop regulating the supply of raw materials from its country. What we need is these nations like United States of America, Germany, France, and the major stakeholders of WTO to come ahead and fund the COVAX fund and provide aid to these countries. What we gravely need in name of humanity and by placing the lives of people over money are these efforts by these countries and not removing patents. Since removing patents is not going to help anybody, but rather going to fill up the pockets of these big countries like United States of America and shying away from their burden of helping the world by merely giving up their patent rights and completely shy away from the burden of helping the world. Thank you so much. Very, very proud to propose my stance.
That was a fair argument, giving all the reality checks and the ground level reality by participant JY18.
JY18 believes that United States of America's stance on patent issue is a mere publicity stunt, which is certainly questionable. With this, I call the next participant GY12. GY12, kindly switch on your camera and microphone.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible and visible.
सम्माननीय सभाध्यक्ष, न्यायमूर्ति एवं संचार माध्यम से जुड़े सहभागी श्रोता वृंद, आप सब मेरा मनोमय अभिनंदन स्वीकार करें। मित्रों, भारत के लिए अच्छी खबर है, लेकिन शर्त लॉकडाउन, कर्फ्यू, पाबंदी, मतलब यूं समझिए कि पूरा हिंदुस्तान सांसें रोका बैठा है। पर कब तक? जाहिर तौर पर देश को खोलना पड़ेगा, कारोबार करना पड़ेगा, और खुला तो एक डर, कोरोना। फिर उपाय है कि जल्द से जल्द पूरी आबादी का टीकाकरण। पर फिलहाल इसमें खमोपेच है। खमोपेच एक अस्वाधिकार का, खमोपेच मुनाफे और व्यापार, जिसके कारण अब विकसित तो अविकसित विकासशील राष्ट्र भी जूझते नजर आ रहे हैं। क्योंकि जो रसूखदार राष्ट्र हैं, जिनका दबदबा है, वे दूसरों को दबाने की हवस के आदी है। इसलिए उनकी मुनादी है कि वैक्सीन उत्पादन के हम ही ठेकेदार। जरा सोचिए, इस हालात में लीबिया, लेबनान, आर्मेनिया जैसे राष्ट्रों का क्या हश्र होगा। बात छुपी नहीं, जबकि इस मुश्किल दौर में सबके लिए वैक्सीन उत्पादन का दरवाजा खुला होना चाहिए, ताकि बकौल दिनकर सुख का समयक रूप विभाजन हो सके। पर प्रतिपक्षी मित्र मानो उन लठैतों की घौंस में आकर मानवता, दया, करुणा जैसे शब्दों का अर्थ भूल गए। अन्यथा ये यूएस, यूके, फ्रांस जैसे राष्ट्रों के एकस्व अधिकार की हामी भरना तो दूर, बात तक न करते। अगर डब्ल्यूटीओ ने भारत और दक्षिण अफ्रीका द्वारा पेटेंट संरक्षण देने का प्रस्ताव स्वीकार कर लिया होता, तो ना जाने कितने मासूमों की जान बच सकती थी। लेकिन इस दयनीय स्थिति में भी बात मुनाफे की थी और है। कुछ माह पहले ही अमेरिका ने 1.3 बिलियन खुराक के सौदे की, जो प्रति व्यक्ति 5 के हिसाब से, तो वहीं यूके में 500 मिलियन से अधिक, जो प्रति व्यक्ति 8 के हिसाब से है, और ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने 170 मिलियन खुराक का आदेश दिया और उनकी जनसंख्या मात्र 25 मिलियन। अब आप ही बताइए महोदय, यह जमाखोरी नहीं तो और क्या है? आंकड़े बताते हैं कि यूके के 62.6% लोग पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित और यूएसए के 51.6% लोग, तो वहीं भारत में केवल 10.4% लोग, और तो और अफ्रीकन देशों में मात्र 1.7% लोगों का ही टीकाकरण हुआ है। बता दूं कि आवश्यकता अनुसार आने वाले माह में यूके जरूरतमंदों को बूस्टर टीकाकरण की पेशकश करवा सकता, तो वहीं दूसरी भारत जैसे विकासशील राष्ट्रों में लोगों को अस्पताल से यह कहकर वापस भेजा जा रहा है कि पर्याप्त मात्रा में वैक्सीन उपलब्ध नहीं है। रही बात गुणवत्ता की, तो मैं पूछना चाहूंगा अपने विपक्षी मित्र से कि क्या पोलियो की वैक्सीन की गुणवत्ता में कमी आई? और आप ही बताइए ना महोदय, क्या हम पैरासीटामोल लेने के लिए अमेरिका जाते हैं? बिल्कुल नहीं। और अगर कमी आई भी तो हमारे देश में आईपीसी धारा 276 के तहत दवा नियंत्रण प्रावधान है, यानी जो कोई भी जानबूझकर औषधालय को औषधि प्रयोजनों के लिए बेचता है उसे दंडित किया जाता है। औषधि नियंत्रक विभाग है। फिर बात आती है कालाबाजारी, जो आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि यह तब होती है जब किसी चीज की किल्लत हो। बतौर उदाहरण, हमने कोरोना के दूसरे चरण में देखा कि किस प्रकार से कई लोग रेमडेसिविर इंजेक्शन और ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर को उसके मूल कीमत से अधिक में बेच रहे थे। फिर पेटेंट शेयर हो जाता है तो उत्पादन अधिक मात्रा में होगा, फिर कहां से कालाबाजारी? मैं मित्रों को कहना चाहूंगा कि वे बेबुनियादी कथन ना कहें। सच ये भी है कि कुछ राष्ट्र ऐसे हैं जो स्वयं उत्पादन के समर्थ नहीं है, पर जो समर्थ हैं वे भला एकस्व अधिकार का खामियाजा क्यों भुगते? दूसरों के सामने गिड़गिड़ाएं भी और अधिक मूल्य भी चुकाएं, पर स्वामित्व मिलने पर उत्पादन से बचने वाली पूंजी का राष्ट्र हित में कहीं और निवेश से किसी राष्ट्र की प्रगति भला उन भेड़ियों को कहां गवारा जिन्हें खून का चस्का लग चुका है। विदा लेने से पूर्व कहूं कि मित्रों को समझना चाहिए कि ऐसे में भी भुक्तभोगी राष्ट्र का असंतोष भले ही दबा दबा लगे, पर इससे क्षेत्रीय अशांति से लेकर वैश्विक अशांति की पृष्ठभूमि तो बनती ही बनती है। धन्यवाद।
GX12 का सवाल है कि क्या आज मुनाफा लोगों की जान से ज्यादा जरूरी है? और उम्मीद करता हूं कि आने वाले प्रतिभागी इसका जवाब जरूर देंगे। Now I would like to call upon next participant CX2. CX2, kindly switch on your camera and microphone. CX2, kindly switch on your camera and microphone. Well, I guess CX2 is having some technical issues. We'll move on. I would like to call participant EY17. EY17, kindly switch on your camera and microphone.
Am I perfectly audible and visible?
Dear participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Okay, thank you. Greetings to one and all present. The topic on fire today reads Diplomacy on COVID vaccine patents, a necessary evil. I am EY17 and I strongly oppose the motion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by explaining why there is no sane reason to refuse the waiving of COVID vaccine patents. Point number one. Now, friends, we all know Rome was not built in a day. Similarly, vaccines are not built overnight. Years of research go into it. Also, you have to have the adequate infrastructure to be able to manufacture a vaccine. So knowing that there is a time constraint, we cannot expect all the nations to develop their own vaccines. Hence, waiving of COVID vaccine patents becomes imperative. Also, friends, as far as the intellectual property is concerned, well, it is not going to suffer, not even in the longer run, because all we are asking you to do is to waiver COVID vaccine patents, that too on a temporary basis, considering this pandemic situation as an exception because the entire world is suffering. Moving on to my constructors. So friends, COVID vaccine patents must be waived because that is what the present situation demands. Also, COVID vaccine patents must be waived because that will benefit the poorer nations and the nations that have not yet received the vaccine. Nations like Chad, like Burundi, like Tanzania, like Burkina Faso, all these nations. So let us understand how. So friends, what is the need of the hour? The need of the hour is to develop herd immunity, which will ensure everyone's safety. Okay, now how can that be achieved? Well, that can be achieved by vaccinating at least 80% of the total population. Now, the question that follows is what percent of the global population has been fully vaccinated? Now, this might surprise you, ladies and gentlemen, because only a teensy 10% of the global population has been fully vaccinated, which evidently is way below the requisite 80%. So, what is the solution? The solution, friends, is to waiver COVID vaccine patents. And why so? So that other manufacturing companies besides Pfizer, AstraZeneca, BioNTech, etc., can also manufacture these vaccines and produce them at a larger scale. So if you talk about the low-income nations, nations where only 1.6% of the total population has been vaccinated, that too with only one dose. So in nations like these, vaccines can readily be made available, subsequently leading to mass immunization, which is our ultimate goal. Another reason, ladies and gentlemen, is to maintain transparency. Well, we all have the right to know what is it that is being injected into our bodies. What if it's nothing but plain water? What if it's nothing but a petty scheme to extract money by fooling the people? Whatever it be, friends, it must all be open to the public to free them of all sort of suspicions, and also because it is their right. Now, the third and the most important point, ladies and gentlemen, is to keep humanity alive. So in the past few years, we have seen humanity being brutally murdered by humans themselves. And now to add on to the mess, we have these giant pharma companies claiming they will not release the formula. And honestly, friends, I now understand them. Because if they do release the formula, other pharmaceutical companies will also be able to manufacture their vaccines. They will make it available to all at a lower price. People's lives will be saved. They will no longer die, which of course should not be happening, right? Well, because if it does, how will these companies earn profit? How will they take advantage of others' grievances and extract money out of them? This, ladies and gentlemen, is the sick mentality behind all this diplomacy on COVID vaccine patents. I fail to understand, what have we done to the world? Why do we stand divided? Why is everyone busy grinding their own axes? Why does no one talk about helping each other? Why does no one talk about overcoming this pandemic situation together? Therefore, friends, by waiving COVID vaccine patents, we can show to the world that life matters more than money and that humanity is still alive. Hence, diplomacy here in this case is utterly unnecessary. I hereby conclude. Thank you.
The rights, the humanitarian rights. That was the sensible argument by participant EY17. You'll now move ahead.
Well, EY17 says that transparency is extremely necessary because, yes, I would like to know that whether I was injected with saline water or a real vaccine. A very great point. With this, we'll move on to the next participant, FY11.
Participant FY11. FY11. We'll be moving ahead with our next participant, that is LY16. LY16.
Yes. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, dear participant, you're audible and visible. Before you start, this is just a check with the participants and the judges as well, that we hope that the sound of the bell is clearly audible to you.
Yeah, it's a little feeble, but it's audible. It's audible.
Okay. To the dear participants, participant LY16, was that audible to you in the previous participant's case?
Yes, it was.
All right. With this, participant, you may start. All the best.
Okay, so I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Will sharing the exact recipe of the vaccine help to get more shots to more people much faster? The European Union is open to discuss the idea at the World Trade Organization, but Germany is expressing skepticism, saying that protecting intellectual property is essential to support innovation. Having said that, can a patent waiver of COVID-19 jab expedite vaccinations to the poorer countries? Well, let's try to answer these questions. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Code LY16, and today I'll be firmly speaking for the motion of the House. The COVID-19 pandemic has triggered a vaccine diplomacy race among the nations. Number one in this race is Russia, whose diplomacy is mostly smokes and mirrors. Despite of being opposed by its own citizens, the Sputnik vaccine manages to sustain this competition. Number two in this list, ladies and gentlemen, is the birthplace of the coronavirus. I must congratulate China for uprooting the virus, for unlocking the country, and for ensuring the health of its citizens before entering the competition. But China is also known for its manipulation, as it kept the original number of cases in the nutshell. And when the China-made masks were out in the global market, claiming 80% sensitivity against the virus, while it was found to be merely 30%. So now in this case, what assurance the Chinese government is giving the world that the production and manufacturing standards of the vaccines being exported is nowhere being compromised. The USA was reluctant to release the patents, ended up announcing its support, waiving the IPR. However, a large proportion of the funds used in the research and development of the COVID-19 vaccine came from the public purse. And releasing the patent, ladies and gentlemen, can lead to a condition wherein the patent holders won't be able to recover their investments. Moreover, there is no guarantee that a patent waiver is a prudent global solution. Secondly, there are 26 nations all across the globe who have the authorities to use the Johnson & Johnson's vaccine, Moderna vaccine, Sputnik vaccine, etc. And these branded doses can only be afforded by the highest strata of the society, because the pandemic has slapped an economic downfall on the faces of the marginalized population in the world. And it is testimonial to the fact that the global statistics of the people who received at least one dose shows 44% of the USA population, 51% of the UK population, 9.4% of the Indian population, 6% of the African population, and nearly 1% of the other population in the radar. India, for example, is also leading the diplomacy race by putting the life of its citizens at stake, as the government failed to anticipate the current crisis, to leverage strength, to ramp up health bed facilities and oxygen production and the pharmaceutical supplies. 66 million out of 130 million doses were exported, which could have been used for an entire month's vaccination domestically. So in this current situation, a patent waiver is not at all a silver bullet to hit a target of 7 billion. Having said that, we also know one thing, that a school of thought based on research says that every country has the production capacity. It's just not being used yet. So with an average of 73,000 cases and approximately 1,000 deaths happening every single day, the countries must ensure the health of its citizens first, for this shall take a large burden off the global pandemic worry, and we all can do our bit in contributing towards the fight against the coronavirus. That's it. Thank you.
Well, if every nation has production capacity, then every nation should have the chance to produce vaccine. That was what LY16 was insisting upon. Now, I would like to call the next participant.
Next participant, participant JX10.
Can I get an affirmation if I'm perfectly visible and audible?
Yes, participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Okay, so I shall start now. While flipping through the pages of newspapers and scrolling through the internet, trying to find some content for the motion of today's debate, I found out that while on one hand, the world was encountering the second wave of coronavirus, then on the other hand, some first world countries in their highly equipped conference rooms were deliberating whether to share their secret ingredient of vaccine with the third world countries or not. This gave birth to a butterfly in my mind, which pondered over the question that whether diplomacy on COVID vaccine patent is a necessary necessary evil or not. Greetings to Honorable Adjudicator, respected chairperson, and everyone present today. I stand here today to speak against the motion that diplomacy on COVID-19 vaccine isn't necessary and the patent should be shared. There's nothing new, of course, about the decade-long debate over intellectual property rights and life-saving medicines. But as we approach the one-year mark of the COVID-19 global pandemic with a handful of new vaccines already approved for emergency authorization and millions of people recently inoculated, it is becoming increasingly likely that the world may soon look lopsided in one distinct way. Hundreds of millions of residents and wealthy nations will be vaccinated before billions of people in developing countries have similar access. A global advocacy campaign is currently seeking to exempt COVID-19 vaccines from IP protections, contending that this action would mobilize additional manufacturers and help address vaccine access disparities. Here, I'd like to take a moment to describe what a patent is. A patent is an exclusive right granted for an invention. Ladies and gentlemen, proponents of the waiver have argued that pharma companies' monopoly over vaccine production is unjust, given that a number of COVID-19 vaccines have been publicly funded or government funded. So the concern that a pharma company might go and lose some loss due to waiver is completely baseless. What's happening currently is that disparity in access to COVID-19 vaccines between rich and low-income countries has become impossible to ignore. The hoarding of vaccines by wealthy countries as the pandemic ravages economically disadvantaged nations has reminded us that we are at war with a virus, yet what we are seeing is war profiteering. Now the question before us is that how sharing of a patent will help us developing countries fight COVID? To answer this, I like to put forth two arguments in front of the House. Firstly, I like to take you all back in history and remind you of the breakthrough discovery of penicillin. The antibiotics production was scaled up in the US due to collaboration between the American government and American pharmaceutical firms. In the more recent past, we have seen how the production of generic and affordable ARV medication during the peak of HIV/AIDS pandemic helped immensely. Now, in the grips of a deadly pandemic, advocates of affordable public health and medicine say it all really comes down to one thing: saving lives. And for that, we need more vaccines faster. There's a need to share existing supplies and share technology and know-how to allow many more countries and manufacturers to produce their own supplies. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the companies have been saying that they can produce up to 1 billion doses, but are not able to because they do not have the recipe. This brings me to my second argument that counters one common thing that speakers before me have continuously highlighted. That's non-availability of technology to make vaccines. Cutting down on the recipe of vaccine just because of this reason is not the solution. What we need is pharmaceutical companies and research institutions to put their technology in the WHO COVID-19 technology access pool so that the pool can license and transfer technology to all other potential companies. To conclude, I'd just like to say, COVID-19 vaccine should be considered global health commons, not private property of some companies. And it is up to governments, especially those who have invested massively in the research and manufacturing by pharmaceutical companies, to use that leverage and enforce the needed sharing of IPR and know-how. This is a pandemic and we are all in this together. There's no space for business priorities, greed, or nationalism. Thank you.
Well, the butterflies in the mind of GS16 are hovering over the question that if the vaccines that are made by these pharmaceutical companies are publicly funded, then what is the whole point of having patents? A very good question.
That was completely right, said by my co-host. And now we'll be moving on to our next participant, that is KX17. Participant KX17.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start, dear participant. All the best.
Okay, ma'am. Imagine mobilizing for a war, but only army and a handful of soldiers. It's a doomed strategy, but that's exactly what the world is doing right now. Mr. President, honorable jury members, ladies, gentlemen, and the august gathering. This is KX17 speaking against the motion. Terror comes in many forms. Sometimes it's from our neighborhood, sometimes it's online, and sometimes it's from those you entrust with saving lives, the vaccine makers. When the first COVID vaccine arrived in our market after its successful trial, every living heart was filled with a sense of joy and satisfaction. People started believing that this vaccine will soon replace the dark hours from their lives. They began considering the vaccine manufacturers, the scientists, as God figures. It's almost 10 months from then, but what people anticipated has not happened yet. Instead, what followed is the sense of deprivation, the sense of discrimination, and the sense of inequity. We all know that vaccines are the only way out of this crisis. But in this pandemic, vaccine making has become almost like a cartel. While countries like India is supplying vaccines to every corner of the globe and running programs such as Vaccine Maitri, there are companies like Pfizer pulling governments to put their sovereignty at stake just for providing them with some life-saving drugs. To illustrate my point, let me give you an example. When people in Argentina were seen begging and pleading for vaccines, Pfizer did not have a feeling of compassion for them. Rather, it found a new market to commercialize its vaccines. Even more, an opportunity to snatch Argentina's authority. It asked Argentina to put its bank reserves, its military bases, and its embassy building to stake as collateral. It wanted to make sure that in the next few years, Argentina no longer remains a sovereign state. And Pfizer was able to do all this just by the grace of patents. What the counterparts, I'm unable to understand. What makes you think that innovations will be sabotaged if patents are waived? Have you forgotten that innovations are also meant to serve humanity and not just a monopoly? And even now, some of you are arguing that if patents are waived, fake and spurious chips may replace the genuine ones. So let me remind you, vaccine is not a piece of cake that every local manufacturer can make it. Vaccines need robust expertise, infrastructure, and ingredients which are not available at your doorstep. But ironically, if patents are waived off, some of the biggest manufacturing farmers who had to do nothing with COVID vaccines till date, simply because they did not have the recipe, will be able to speed up the manufacturing by multiple times because now they will have it. Even in this pandemic afflicted world, some groups are just limited to their narrow mindedness of profit. For them, money comes before humanity. And today, what can be more profitable than having a patent for your vaccine? And let me tell you, this group is none other than the group of manufacturers. The God figures, that's what people say them to be. What the counterparts, I don't know how to make you understand. But your stand in this debate has always been irrelevant. While countries like the US, UK, and some other allies are holding more than 87% of the total vaccines, there are African nations and some other low-income countries who have access to just 0.2% of the total mass. And this disparity is also by the grace of patents. This diplomacy on vaccines has already taken thousands of lives, and this toll is rising even as we speak. And friends, let me remind you, whenever such disparities arise, war is inevitable. When all those who have been left out in this pandemic will realize that it is better to die fighting than to live on knees, the Third World War will not be much far away. Today, these patents have gone above humanity. And when something goes above humanity, the evil must be brought down instantly. So at last but not the least, I will just say, what we need today is no more such diplomacies, but a journey following the path of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family, members of same family don't have iniquity. That's all. Thank you.
Pleasure to see young minds realizing that the world is one family.
Well, KX17 says making vaccine is not a piece of cake, which is definitely true. अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा IX12 IX12 कृपया अपना माइक्रोफोन और कैमरा ऑन कीजिए.
Participant IX12.
I guess IX12 is having some technical issues, so I will call upon JX12. Kindly switch on your camera and microphone.
Yes, just give me a second, please. Okay, am I properly audible and visible?
Dear participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll be starting with the countdown of 3. So I'll be starting in 3, 2, and 1. Pleasant morning, respected jury and fellow debaters. I'm slot JX12 presenting my arguments in support of the motion. Diplomacy on COVID vaccine patent, a necessary evil. First, let's understand where our motion comes from, right? In October 2020, a few developing countries, including India and South Africa, proposed a provisional waiver to the World Trade Organization on COVID vaccine patents worldwide. Under this proposal, the developing countries demanded that sections 1, 4, 5, 7 concerning copyright, industrial designs, patents, and protection of undisclosed information of TRIPS, that is the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights agreement, should not be enforced for COVID-19 medical technologies in particular. I strongly believe that this proposition is highly flawed in nature, and I'll present 4 constructors for the same. First, major medical authorities put large capitals into the production of their medicines and will be negatively affected by a patent waiver. Second, waiving of the patent means that insider information and technological advancements of medical authorities will be unprotected, which is an international violation. Third, countries demanding patents cannot be seen as competent enough to lead safe and secure production and transportation of the vaccine. Fourth, the fact that the opposition argument in this case is based prominently on morality, yet unsafe vaccine production becomes a hurdle to this very morality they advocate, weakens their case. Let me further expand on this case, right? We have a global system of patents worldwide to protect the right of companies on their commodities. Waiving of patents can be detrimental to the growth and working of medical agencies, since no one likes it when someone else takes credit for their work. And the same goes for countries and medical institutions who work tirelessly to bring out productive solutions and put in high investments in the production of vaccines. The due credit and cost for trials, testing, and creating the vaccine will not be available to the parent companies. If patents are disabled, they will be de-incentivized to produce newer medical advancements in future. The pandemic has proven to be an economic and technological barrier to all the advancements made by countries and pharmaceuticals worldwide, and not just the third world countries. In such a scenario, along with undermining the efforts of scientists and doctors and causing an economic impact for companies, waiving of a patent also means that any and every technological advancement that a particular country or company has made in the medical sector will be publicly available. In a sense, these are trade secrets under intellectual property rights that belong to that particular country who came up with it, and can only be made public after proper testing. These secrets might be destructive and can lead to severe crimes by misusing advanced medical technology, and might lead to grave problems ahead. For example, releasing another deadly virus into the world. And trust me, we do not need another one. Most importantly, I would like to draw your attention to the introducers of this waiver, that is third world countries, who are demanding access to these vaccine patents without the actual know-how or resources to produce, store, and transport these vaccines. We have seen numerous vaccine administration errors, and without proper measures to propagate verified vaccines, amateur agencies can put the lives of people at risk. Therefore, this very proposal by India and South Africa becomes a threat to the lives of people. Rather than increasing production more methods to increase the production capacity of patented vaccine agencies and reduction of prices should be discussed on a global platform. We can also lead talks to increase the exports from patented agencies to third world countries that require vaccination, rather than rushing the vaccination policy to endanger the lives of people. Herein, let's also address the opposition arguments of morality and humanity for removal of patent. But aren't these very ideals threatened if unsafe vaccines are given out to people and their lives are put on the line? Their argument simply falls apart when we consider that simply removing patents from the picture is not the actual solution, and COVID won't kill people, but their one hope, that is the vaccine, will do. The evil of vaccine diplomacy is a necessity to ensure not just global vaccination, but safe global vaccination. And with that, I rest my case. Thank you so much, audience. And I strongly believe that this motion is at hand, should be supported. Thank you so much.
A very good speech, JX12. You believe that JX12 has emphasized on vaccines are not simple to manufacture, and one patent is protected with other patents. So it might sound simple, but releasing patents is not a simple issue at all.
With this, we'll be moving ahead to our next participant, that is LX17.
Yes, मैं सुनाई दे रहा हूँ?
जी, आप सुनाई दे रहे हैं.
Okay. मैं 3, 2, 1 करूँगा. तो 3, 2, 1. नमस्कार, मैं LX17 अपने विषय के पूर्व पक्ष में बोलना चाहूँगा. सबसे पहले महोदय, एक महामारी जैसी आपात स्थिति के दौरान पेटेंट कभी लागू ही नहीं करना चाहिए था. छूट का उद्देश्य ये सुनिश्चित करना था कि हर जगह देश में वैक्सीन का उत्पादन बढ़ा सके और तेजी से बढ़ रही मांग को पूरा करने के लिए पर्याप्त आपूर्ति उत्पन्न कर सके. छूट को रोकने वालों में से यूके, यूएस और यूरोप शामिल थे, और बड़ी फार्मा कंपनीज भी, जो कि इसका विरोध करे जा रहे थे. क्या हम महामारी को एक लंबा नहीं खींच रहे थे, क्योंकि फार्मा कंपनीज भी सारी मोटा रकम कमाना चाहती थी, या फिर इससे ज्यादा भी ये कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है? चलिए इसके बारे में बात करते हैं। भारत और दक्षिण अफ्रीका के नेतृत्व में 100 से अधिक राष्ट्र WTO से तथाकथित ट्रिप्स समझौते में निहित कुछ पेटेंट नियमों के अस्थायी छूट के लिए कह रहे थे। सीधे शब्दों में कहूं तो समर्थकों का कहना था कि पेटेंट छूट कुछ बाधाओं से दूर करने में मदद करेगी। उनका यह भी तर्क था कि छूट टीकों को समान रूप से वितरित करने की दिशा में पहला कदम हो सकता है, मतलब कुल मिला के इक्वालिटी से हम सबको बांट दें। उस समय 80% से ज्यादा लोग सभी टीकों के अमीर और मध्यम आय वाले देशों के लोगों को लग रहे थे, और एनजीओ ने भी अनुमान लगाया था कि 70 देशों में से 10 में से 9 लोगों को इस साल जैव मिलेगा ही नहीं। वास्तव में कई सारे लोगों ने भविष्यवाणी भी कर ली थी कि अधिकांश गरीब देश 2024 तक बड़े पैमाने पर टीकाकरण प्राप्त ही नहीं कर पाएंगे। अब सोचने वाली बात यह भी है महोदय कि WTO ने भी कहा था कि आप टेम्पोरेरी टाइम के लिए वैक्सीन को छूट दे दो, जिसपे जो अमीर कंट्रीज थी उन्होंने मना कर दिया। अब ये सोचने वाली बात है कि ये अमीर देश बड़ी बड़ी बातें करती, मानव अधिकार, लोगों की मसीहा बनती हैं, मगर यहाँ देखो ये दिखाने के अलग है और ये करने के अलग है। कुछ लोगों का ये भी कहना था कि कोविड वैक्सीन इतनी जल्दी इसलिए निकल पाई जस्ट बिकॉज इन अमीर देशों ने फंडिंग करी है फार्मा कंपनीज को एक बड़े स्केल पे। तो पहली बात तो ये, इन कंपनीज ने तो वैक्सीन बनाई नहीं है, ऑक्सफोर्ड रिसर्चर्स ने ये वैक्सीन बनाई है और मास प्रोडक्शन करने में के लिए एस्ट्राजेनेका को दे दी। 95 to 97% पब्लिक फंडिंग के द्वारा ही एस्ट्राजेनेका ने वैक्सीन बनाई है। यह लोगों के टैक्सेस से बनी है। मॉडर्ना 100% यूएस पब्लिक टैक्सेस, ये सारे पैसे सरकार दे रही है। सरकार कहां से पैसे लाती है? पब्लिक टैक्सेस से। तो आपको नहीं लगता कि ये मोनोपोली क्रिएट कर रहे थे? तीसरा मेरा पॉइंट है कि रिच कंट्रीज ले रहे थे ठेका कि हम सबसे पहले, बाकी बाद में, और हम ही आपको प्रोवाइड कराएंगे वैक्सीन। महोदय सोचने वाली बात यह कि अमीर देश के लोग हर सेकंड वैक्सीनेटेड हो रहे थे और ज्यादातर गरीब देश एक सिंगल डोज के लिए तरस रहे थे। हद तो तब होगी थी जो अफ्रीका के अंदर जो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स थे उनके पास वो खुद वैक्सीनेटेड नहीं थे। और ये चीज एक्सपोज करती है इनकम इनइक्वालिटी और कैपिटलिज्म को इन अमीर देशों की। अगर ये पेटेंट को उस टाइम, जिस टाइम भारत और अफ्रीका बोल रहे थे कि रिलीज कर दो टेम्पोरेरी टाइम के लिए, तो भारत और अफ्रीका और भी अन्य गरीब देशों की इतनी बुरी हालत होती ही नहीं सेकेंड वेव के टाइम पे। अब मेरा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट मुद्दा ये है कि पैसा कमाना या ह्यूमन लाइफ, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट क्या हो सकता है? चलो 99.9% जगहों पर भी हम छोड़ दें, कम से कम एक जगह जहां जिंदगी और मौत का सवाल है, जहां पे लोग संघर्ष कर रहे हैं इस चीज से, वहां तक पैसा कमाना छोड़ दो। उनका कहना है कि हमने पैसा लगाया है, हमने इस पे पेटेंट, मतलब हम क्यों पेटेंट टेम्परेरी रिलीज करें? कोई ये नहीं कह रहा है कि आपको कि आप महामारी में प्रॉफिट नहीं कमाओ। सच्चाई तो ये, फार्मा कंपनीज काफी हद तक ज्यादा प्रॉफिट कमा रही थी। यदि आप लाइसेंस खोलते हो ताकि अधिक लोग इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी का उपयोग कर सके, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि इसका कुछ आपको मिलेगा नहीं। इसका सीधा सा मतलब ये है कि आपका एकाधिकार नहीं होगा, और एक महामारी में एकाधिकार होना काफी ज्यादा गलत है। अगर आगे चल के एक महामारी आती है और उस वक्त इन गरीब देशों के पास उन्होंने वैक्सीन बना ली, पेटेंट करा लिया, फिर ये रिच कंट्रीज क्या करेंगे? अतः मैं इस चीज को भी गलत कहूंगा, क्योंकि एक महामारी में एकाधिकार होना अनुचित है। धन्यवाद।
हाथी के दांत खाने के और दिखाने के और। एलेक्स 17 ने फार्मा कंपनियों के दोहरे मापदंड पर सवाल उठाए, जहां की पब्लिक मनी से बनी वैक्सीन आज वह गरीब देशों को उच्च दामों पर बेच रहे हैं।
जिंदगी मौत ना बन जाए, संभालो यारो, हो रहा चैन और अमन, मुश्किलों में है वतन। As rightly stated by participant Alex17. We'll be moving ahead with our next participant, that is HY4.
Good afternoon. Am I audible and visible?
Good afternoon. You're audible and visible. All the best.
Great. Thank you so much. So starting in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is code HY4, and I firmly stand in favor of the motion today. And I should prove to you that the legal rights of companies to protect their patents, which appear to be in direct conflict with the rights of people to lead healthy lives by ensuring that there are enough vaccine doses to go around, isn't actually much of a conflict. Rather, it is a crucial diplomatic move to highlight how waiving patents do not assure equity and fair access. The Associated Press accentuated that patents reward innovation by preventing competitors so that they are not able to copy the company's discovery and launch a rival product. But that's not it. Researchers, drug makers, analysis, and even experts quote that waiving the patent right won't do much to get COVID vaccines to developing countries faster. On a global front, French President Macron, and like many pharmaceutical companies, insisted that the waiver would not solve the problem to access the vaccines. Brazil, one of the deadliest COVID-19 hotspots in the world, fears that the country does not have the means to produce vaccine and that lifting the patent would actually interfere with Brazil's effort to buy doses from pharmaceutical companies. Germany has outrightly spoken against lifting the restrictions, saying that the protection of intellectual property is a source of innovation and must remain so in the future. Now, the opposition will definitely argue as to how the pandemic has led to millions of devastating fatalities around the globe. And in these times, the countries are minting money by holding on to patents. To the opposition, I just like to say one thing. Firstly, we need to stop equating patents with profit. Moreover, the exemption of COVID-19 vaccines from the intellectual property rights does not assure access and equity. Rather, they pose massive pre- and post-manufacturing hazards. The excruciating loss of millions of lives cannot be argued. However, in my opinion, it is that evil aspect to this very necessary move, as the opposition in the House today advocates. Making the vaccine requires factories with specialized equipment, highly trained workers, and stringent quality control. And these things cannot be set up everywhere, and that too so easily and quickly. In a 2021 interview with BBC News, the Director General of the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations, Mr. Thomas Juni, highlighted the extreme complexity involved in manufacturing a vaccine, quoting the example of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, which needs 280 ingredients from 86 different suppliers, which have to go through 19 different countries. He mentioned that taking away the patents would not benefit in even one additional dose. Furthermore, there are currently 275 signed company collaborations, which involves partnerships from AstraZeneca, Oxford with Serum Institute of India, Johnson & Johnson with Aspen in South Africa, with Biological E in India, which are currently happening and has played a major role in large-scale vaccination drives in developing countries like India, with more than 670 million doses administered as of 3rd September 21, 56 million doses in Pakistan as of 1st September 21, and 13 million plus doses in South Africa as per today, that is 4th September 21, all according to the official data presented by the government of these respective countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is crucial that we realize that the fair access to COVID vaccines do not imply the necessity to waive the patents. There is significant amount of alternatives, like a recent report published by The Hindu reported how India and US, along with their Quad partners, Japan and Australia, plan to supply at least 1 billion doses of Johnson & Johnson vaccine across Asia by the end of 2020. Additionally, the US has shipped more than 110 million doses of COVID vaccine to the middle and low income countries. Now, coming to the final matter as to what could be the alternatives or solutions. Folks, we must recognize that the choice isn't between people on one hand and profits on the other. Rather, the key to good pandemic response policy is ensuring that the incentives are structured so that the drug company profit seeking and global public health are well aligned. Therefore, this diplomacy on a global level is indeed a necessary evil. With this, I rest my case. Extremely proud to propose. Thank you.
HY 14 says one hand is emotion and other hand is merit. By the time the low-income countries will figure out how to make vaccines, the Western countries would already provide them with the vaccines. That is something we need to address on this podium.
That was definitely a fierce argument by participant HY4. We'll now move ahead with our next participant, that is LY15. Participant LY15.
I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, your participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Thank you. For the demand of 7.9 billion population, only few have the right to supply because private profits are more important to us than public health. Yes, this is the justice of global pandemic. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I, code number LY15, would like to present my thoughts against the motion. The deadliest pandemic of the era, COVID-19, had entered into the world when no one was ready for this deadly destruction. The COVID-19 pandemic has spread all across the globe at lightning speed, killing hundreds of thousands of people and infecting millions. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to the dramatic destruction of the human life, following malnutrition people increasing the numbers and killing many number of people. It presents the unpredictable challenge in front of the public health system, food system, and world of the work. Tens of millions of population are at the end of falling into extreme poverty, while the number of malnutrition people are estimated around 69 million, and that could be predictable to increase up to 132 million at the end of this year. We need to understand that we are in the middle of the global pandemic, and the only thing and the only rescue we have is to get vaccinated as soon as possible. The only way we have to put a stop on this pandemic is to get vaccinated as soon as possible all across the globe at the macro level. Vaccine should be available for everyone, everywhere. We need to understand that it is not the luxury, but the necessity that we all should mandatorily have. According to the WHO COVID-19 landscape document, there are only 10 companies who are in the different stages of their vaccine clinical trial. While the number of the demand for COVID-19 vaccine is around 7.9 billion, we have only few manufacturers. And these manufacturers have sole right, these manufacturers have patents, which makes that they have the sole authority to produce the vaccine, and they are not ready to share their right with anyone, even if it costs the life of billions of people. We need to understand that we raise by lifting others, and no one has ever become poor by giving. The patents were firstly never supposed to get implemented during the pandemic. In the absence of patents, we can actually increase the supply, which can actually match the demand of current situation, and we can increase the massive production. If we waive off the patents on COVID-19 vaccine, then we can actually lead towards the first step towards the efficient and effective distribution of COVID-19 vaccine all across the globe. In the late 2020, a group of developing countries led by India and South Africa put forward a thought in front of WTO to temporarily waive off the patents and the IP protection rights from the vaccination and other important products. For now, more than 80% of the vaccine is going into the hands of rich and middle income countries, and it is predicted by many researchers that by the end of this year and by the end of 2024, poor countries would not be able to achieve massive production. There are vaccines like Moderna and Pfizer which are not free, so those countries who are poor would not be able to purchase them. Vaccine has become the biggest selling product today, and the companies have the monopoly. So the question arises here is having a monopoly is actually important in the middle of the pandemic, more important than the life of 7.9 billion population. We need to understand that if we have to fight against this pandemic and if we have to win this war, we need to stand together and put forward the global efforts so that we can achieve the mass production. We need to keep more number of manufacturers so that we can achieve this. At the last, I just wanted to say that it is not about vaccine for all, it is about life and health for all. Thank you.
Not a luxury, but a necessity. Clearly stated by participant L by 15. Moving ahead, we have our next participant CX13. Participant CX13.
Yeah, am I audible and visible?
Yes, yeah, participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. I've been hearing a couple of neat speeches in this debate competition, and I can't help but think of the fact that we are actually arguing, or in the more formal context, debating over something that probably has the potential to save lives of millions, nay, billions of people. But some folks here really want to keep the essence of intellectual property, safety and prevention of copying of these vaccines, how waiving patents will be a big hit to innovation. Well, let me just put those arguments to rest. But first, let's define what a patent really is. A patent is the granting of a property right by a sovereign authority to an inventor. So now I'll be starting to disintegrate those arguments. The first one is a very, very popular one, the intellectual property. So I would like to propose this fact. Billions of lives are at stake here. And I'm pretty sure that human life takes precedence over billionaire making billions while they sip mojitos in the middle of sea in their own personal cruises while people die on land. And I'm pretty sure that I don't need to clarify about the impact that COVID-19 has had on the lives of people. People have died and people's life have been severely affected. Secondly, patents have been restricting production and holding poor countries at the whims of developed and rich countries. How so? 2% of the 1.2 billion African population has been fully vaccinated yet. These are human lives at stake here. And we're actually having a discussion about patents so that some big company can make a profit from it. It seems like we are now more money oriented than we are life oriented. Secondly, the fact about safety, which seems to be on the mind of the opposition. In an interview with Matthew M. Cavanaugh, who is a director, Global Health Policy and Politics Initiative at Georgetown University, he mentioned very clearly that these vaccines are not easy to manufacture. These vaccines are complicated and require special engineers and special researchers to work on them. They're not easy to reverse engineer in the way that we would produce your regular aspirin and paracetamol. They require special equipment and various components to produce properly, which, with the support of the government and under a proper regulated environment, these vaccines can be efficiently produced on a large scale. Third point, which is the most common point, innovation. First of all, vaccines are public funded goods. 97% of the Moderna vaccine research was publicly funded. Second of all, these are not normal times. We are already in a state of crisis. That's the reason why we're having this debate online. This is not, we have had about 3 lockdowns already, and that should tell you how grave the situation already is. Third point, and the most important of all, the idea that that in the future, if we waive global enforcement on the exact same intellectual property rights everywhere, that we are going to harm innovation, would require us to think that somehow companies are not going to take good ideas, good new ideas, and billions of dollars behind them to commercialize them. That universities are going to stop accepting government grants and government funding to research vaccines. These are startups, and it is worth remembering that BioNTech and Moderna, these are startups. They're not global hegemons of the industry. They took a lot of public investment and came up with something wonderful. Do you really think that they would be stopped doing that just because patents are waived? So I would like to pose this question. Where is our humanity? How is it so easy for people to just sit there and argue that granting a patent is a necessary evil while someone dies of COVID because of unavailability of vaccines? If there is a method to prevent it by scaling production or increasing the number of manufacturers, why not? It seems like we live in a world where profits and politics takes precedence over someone's lives. We need patents waived. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and it is about time we realize them. Thank you, everyone.
Well, CX13 pointed out that there's a difference between a paracetamol and vaccine, and similarly in the process of making them. But still, if we have the capacity to make them, why not give it a try?
Life-oriented or money-oriented? That is the question that participant CX13 raised. Moving ahead with our next participant is HY20. Participant HY20. Participant HY20.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Thank you. And please interrupt me if I go offline because I'm having a very unstable internet connection.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. Good to go. We'll be starting on a countdown of 3, 2, 1. Greetings to the panel. I stand here to oppose the motion. And my paradigm is not based on morality, but rather rationality and humanity. And I want to make my stand very clear right at the beginning. When I propose you to delve in this debate of patent waiver, I'm not asking you for a charity. All I'm asking you is to help and bring us all on the same pedestal. Now, I see a lot of facts, a lot of quotes, a lot of numbers have already been given, but I believe that this topic demands much more from us. That is to understand the rebuttals and the constructives going globally. My speech concerns 3 quick rebuttal and 4 major constructives, starting quickly with the rebuttals. Number 1, the opposition argues that vaccine patents are not the direct obstacles hindering vaccine drive. Now, this is such a pathetic argument to start with a huge logical gap. But still, let's agree for a second that patents are not the direct obstacles. The major obstacle, however, is non-availability of vaccine. And the cause of that non-availability is this elite hurdle called patent, because licensees are less and demand is humongously more. Now, whether to call that a direct or indirect hurdle, I'm completely uninterested and I leave it upon you. But what I'll definitely tell you is that this unwillingness to share technology and cheap availability of vaccine is being nurtured by the patent non-waiver demand. Secondly, they say that waiving patent is not a panacea and it won't do much good. Well, for the first part, yes, you're right, it's not a panacea. But what essentially is panacea is an urgent need of vaccine production, massive drive of technology transfer, capacity expansion to bring vaccine supply in line with the global demand. And for each one of these, non-waiver is becoming a big hurdle. The third argument that the opposition gives is that this pandemic can drag on for long enough time and we'll be facing more of them in the future. So the country needs to be self-sufficient and losses of those pharma companies need to be minimized. Now, this is a kind of argument like this year that place has been ruined by earthquake, but then there's no point of extending help because earthquake is bound to come and hence the people should better be prepared. I do not know if it's the right way of expressing myself here, but I believe that this is a rather annoying argument because it has got no principal legitimacy whatsoever. Remember that resilience only comes when you're capable enough. Realize that my generation, our parents' generation, we haven't seen anything like this ever before. We are even unsure of the fact if this is a biological weapon. Countries like Germany, France, UK opposing patent waivers are so well sufficient that I'm telling you, if tomorrow half the people of the third world nation even wipe away, they won't give a damn. I can say that even India is at a much better pedestal, but is it just about India? I'll take the privilege to bring you back in time just a few months back when people were literally dying on the street midway hospitals. If you were lucky enough to have got admitted, if you got saved, I'm happy for you. But this is not just about you. Somebody has to come forward to talk about those people, those countries whose everything is being shattered. I'll now put forth my constructors in 4 major points. Number 1, patent waivers, as you say, may not be a panacea, but at present is the need of the hour. There are differences all over the world, technological poverty, intellectual gap, and we for once need to at least talk about creating a world which is accountable to at least humanitarian needs. Number 2, say fortunately or unfortunately, this virus is inherently non-discriminatory in nature, unlike us. It will not knock before causing havoc, be it America or sub-Saharan countries. So to globally eliminate it, we need global cooperation. Number 3, patent waivers would at least do away with the monopoly of production in the world. And the coming time, producers could produce without the fear of them being sued by the patent holders. This will provide those countries the necessary time gap to inbuild and fasten their technological pace. That is what the demand of the hour is. And the last argument that I have to make, and I can see this argument coming from all over the world, and in fact a lot of participants mentioned it, that ours is an emotional call. So I won't necessarily give you a rebuttal here. If you think mine or ours is an emotional call, so be it, because being emotional in my paradigm is much better than being indifferent in your paradigm. Because in your paradigm, commercialization and profit making has so become the ultimate agenda of your living that you seem to be more concerned with your technology being wasted, your profits being shared, diplomacy being done, than millions of people literally dying out there. And lastly, I don't understand what the opposition in this motion stands to oppose. Because, it's not a debate between waiver versus non-waiver. It's between life versus death. And if that does not shake you enough, it's better being unsaid. Proud to oppose the motion and obliged to speak before the panel. Thank you very much.
Very well said, HY20. HY20 believes that even if it is an emotional call, sometimes we need to put away profits and we need to care about humanity.
That was a spicy argument by participant HY20, must say. Moving ahead, we have EX6.
Yeah, can you please confirm if I'm perfectly audible and visible?
Yes, dear participant, you are audible and visible. All the best.
Okay, so for clarity, I'll begin with 3, 2, 1. I request a timekeeper to please. Okay, so I'm basically opposing the motion. 3, 2, 1, and go. Good afternoon, everyone. My participant code is EX6, and today I'm going to speak against the motion. Okay, you guys answer this. Aren't you fed up of this coronavirus? Per day cases, per day deaths. Don't you want the education system to become normal as it used to be? Don't you just want to get rid of this mask and feel free while moving out? It is all possible only with the help of vaccines. Can't you just see that these pharma companies with patents are the real reason why this pandemic isn't actually ending? The primary obstacle to scaling up the production of COVID vaccines worldwide is the TRIPS agreement. The call by the activists to waive TRIPS is an important first step to scale up COVID vaccines. But what's actually needed now is the abolition of the intellectual property enforcement mechanisms. that have led to the current nightmare scenario where only wealthy nations have access to life-saving drugs. Today, Pfizer and other vaccines, these companies protected by TRIPS have made immense profits from patents. As per the report of the People's Vaccine Alliance released on 20th May 2021, 9 new billionaires have been minted from COVID. And at the same time, these vaccines are critically scarce in countries that can't afford them, which has already led to hundreds of thousands of unnecessary deaths. How can someone justify these deaths just in the name of corporate profits? Remember Jonas Salk? He deliberately refused to patent the polio vaccine. The vaccine virtually eradicated polio within a few years. The flu vaccine also, it was developed under open science without any intellectual property considerations at all. Today, we also have a doctor with us. I think he'll be able to relate. For a doctor, the aim is to save lives. You literally have no idea how a doctor feels when he sees a person dying in front of him and is not able to do anything. For a doctor, life of the patient is much, much more important than any money or any fame. Lakhs of people have already died because of this virus. I have lost one of my very close family member because of this virus. So I know how it feels to see someone special go away. I just don't know how you all are not able to see that. Recently, the unexpected demise of such a fit actor Siddharth Shukla proved the world that life is so unpredictable. Everyone who has lost someone special knows the pain of it. These patents or innovations or some research or even money, they are not above lives. If it had been so, the richest or the most innovative people would have never died. What's most important is our own lives and of those who are closest to our heart. Humans have always kept survival first. Then why not now? Further, if these pharma companies share their innovation with the world, then there are even chances of approval. Improvements like the other countries might even lead to better vaccine that can free the world from this virus as soon as possible. More manufacturers mean more vaccines. And there's no doubt that vaccines today are very, very important. I not just support a temporary waiver of TRIPS. That's the bare minimum we need. But today's movement should consider long-term solutions. Since this might not be the last pandemic we face, intellectual property needs to be stopped being applied to life-saving medicines. If even a small percentage of those affected by COVID mobilize against these patents, we'll end up with a world that's safer, not only for those who can't afford the criminal corporate price tags, but for everyone. After all, this virus does not know any borders. Making vaccines a copyright just for the sake of protection of one's innovation, and that too in such crucial times, is not at all justified. So I believe such a diplomacy on COVID patents is inhumane and fundamentally wrong. Thank you.
FY6 believes that no amount of money can compensate for a life of a loved one. And also he pointed out the pain of a doctor to see a patient dying in his own arms.
Well, that was participant EX6, and it's really pleasurable to see that young minds are so concerned about humanity, and that will surely lead to the world to be a better place to live in the future. Moving ahead, we have participant FY6.
Am I audible?
You are audible, but you are not visible.
Yeah, एक सेकेंड. क्या आप मुझे स्पष्ट रूप से देख और सुन पा रहे?
जी, हम आपको स्पष्ट रूप से देख और सुन पा रहे हैं.
जी, तो मैं शुरू करती हूँ. मैम, मुझे 3 मिनट पर एक फर्स्ट बेल मिलेगी ना?
जी, आपको एक 3 मिनट पे मिलेगी और आपको एक अंतिम बेल मिलेगी 4 मिनट पे जब आपको समाप्त करना है स्पीच.
जी, तो मैं शुरू करती हूँ. 3, 2, 1. सन गिरिमा को सादर नमस्कार. आज में दिए गए विषय की वैक्सीन उत्पादन पर एकस्व अधिकार एक आवश्यक बुराई है कि पुरजोर विपक्ष में महोदय. देखिए, वैक्सीन उत्पादन जहां पर कुछ कंपनियां, कुछ निश्चित कंपनियां ही वैक्सीन का उत्पादन कर पाती हैं और वही इसका ज्ञान रखती हैं महोदय. हमारा प्रतिपक्ष इसको आवश्यक बता रहा है आज की जरूरत के हिसाब से. महोदय, प्रतिपक्ष को ये समझना होगा कि आज का समय कैसा है, जहां लाखों लोग कोरोना के कारण मर रहे हैं, लाखों लोग केवल केवल वैक्सीन की कमी के कारण मर रहे हैं, लाखों देश गरीब हो चुके हैं महोदय, वहां वे मामूली से एक कंपनी का फायदा देखेंगे एक देश को ऊपर न रखकर? यह महोदय कहीं से भी आवश्यक नहीं है महोदय। हमारा प्रतिपक्ष कह रहा है कि विकासशील देशों के इसको नुकसान होगा, परंतु जरा आंकड़ों पर नजर डालिए कि भारत और दक्षिण अफ्रीका जैसे विकासशील देश ने ही आरपीआई से छूट की मांग की थी। डब्ल्यूटीओ भी इसके समर्थन में आया, अमेरिका और यूरोप संघ भी इसके समर्थन में आया महोदय। जब भारत जैसा विकासशील देश इसको समर्थन तब तो नहीं करेगा महोदय जब उसको इससे नुकसान होगा महोदय। तो यदि समर्थन कर रहा है, इसमें आवश्यक रूप से अच्छाई एवं भलाई ही छिपी हुई है महोदय। अब सबसे पहले समझते हैं, हमारा पक्ष कह रहा है कि इससे जो कंपनी है उसके लीगल राइट्स का हनन हो रहा है महोदय। तो न्यायालय का भी यह मानना है कि पेटेंट छीना भी जा सकता है, ये लिया भी जा सकता है महोदय। किन 3 कारणों पर? पहला, जब जिस चीज का पेटेंट है उसकी वजह से लोगों की जान बचाई जा सके। दूसरा, जब मानव जाति के अस्तित्व पर खतरा हो महोदय। और तीसरा, जब बड़ी संख्या में हानि पहुंच रही है महोदय, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक या किसी भी अन्य तौर पर महोदय। तो ये 3 ही संभावनाएं कोरोना के कारण आज पूरे विश्व भर में बनी हुई है। जहाँ इटली का हाल देखें या भारत का हाल देखें महोदय, ऐसे में ये न्यायालय का भी मानना है महोदय, सभी का यही मानना है कि ऐसे में हम पेटेंट ले सकते हैं, इससे कंपनी का किसी भी लीगल राइट्स का हनन नहीं हो रहा है महोदय। अब महोदय ये आवश्यक नहीं है, बल्कि अभी ये आवश्यक है कि हमें इसका एकास्वाधिकार हटा देना चाहिए महोदय। उसके लिए मेरा पहला बिंदु महोदय कि इसके निर्माण की राह आसान होगी महोदय। जब पेटेंट सभी को मिल जाएगा महोदय तो क्या होगा कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा कंपनियां जो है वह वैक्सीन बनाएगी महोदय। गरीब देशों को ये सस्ते दामों पर ही वैक्सीन मिल जाएंगी तथा आसानी से उपलब्ध हो पाएंगी महोदय। अब यहाँ हमारे प्रतिपक्षी वक्ता कहेंगे कि इससे कंपनी के मुनाफे का नुकसान हो रहा है महोदय। हम आपसे आपका मुनाफा नहीं छीन रहे, हम आपसे आपका नाम नहीं छीन रहे कि ये वैक्सीन आपने ढूंढी है, हम तो सिर्फ उसका ज्ञान मांग रहे हैं कि आपने ये बनाई है ताकि दूसरों को भी दे सके, जिससे इस वैक्सीन के निर्माण की राह आसान हो सके महोदय। अब दूसरी हमारे प्रतिपक्षी वक्ता कह रहे हैं कि हमारे ज्ञान को हम दूसरी तरफ क्यों दें महोदय। तो सबसे पहले तो महोदय ज्ञान बांटने से बढ़ता है। यदि आप उनको अपना ज्ञान दे रहे हैं महोदय तो आप उनसे अपनी वैक्सीन का पेटेंट ले रहे हैं। ये नहीं होगा कि हम एक तरफा वैक्सीन दे रहे हैं महोदय। जैसे कि हम हाल ही के अगर आंकड़ों पे बात करें तो महोदय जो कोवैक्सीन जिस पर भारत का पेटेंट है महोदय, वो लगवाने वाले लोगों को अभी तक अमेरिका का वीजा नहीं मिला था महोदय। पर अब आपको समझने की आवश्यकता है कि हम दूसरे देशों की वैक्सीन भी लगवा रहे हैं ना महोदय, परंतु उनकी कमी से भी जूझ रहे हैं। ऐसे में यदि पेटेंट मिल जाता है तो राह आसान होगी। अब हमारे प्रतिपक्षी वक्ता कह रहे हैं कि ये कैसे संभव होगा, हम कच्चे माल का पेटेंट नहीं दे रहे महोदय। तो आपको समझने की आवश्यकता है कि हम इसको पूरी प्रक्रिया के तहत बना रहे हैं। सबसे पहले तो जिस कंपनी से पेटेंट लिया जाएगा महोदय उसको उस पेटेंट के बदले कुछ दिया भी जाएगा। हम किसी के अधिकारों का हनन की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, अतएव हम उनको उनका जो पैसा है वह देंगे। उनकी जो रिसर्च उन्होंने की, जो शोध में उन्होंने समय लगाया है, उसका मुनाफा या उसका जो भी पैसा है उनको देंगे महोदय। दूसरी चीज महोदय, ये पूरी प्रक्रिया के तहत होगा महोदय। जहाँ यदि कोई दूसरा देश है जिसके पास दूसरी वैक्सीन का पेटेंट है महोदय तो हम उससे वो भी बदल सकते हैं। या फिर आपसी देश में देखिए महोदय, आज भारत के जो हाल है वहां पर भारत की एक कंपनी तो वैक्सीन बना पा रही महोदय, परंतु चूंकि दूसरी कंपनी नहीं बना पा रही महोदय। ऐसा क्यों चल रहा है? एक ही देश के अंदर इतना भेदभाव क्यों? तो इन सबको मिटाने के लिए जैसे निर्माण की राह आसान होगी, गरीब देशों को सस्ते दामों पर वैक्सीन मिल जाए, इन सब और आज समय की आवश्यकता को देखते हुए महोदय वैक्सीन पर एक अधिकार आवश्यक नहीं है, परंतु बुराई जरूर है। धन्यवाद।
FY6 का मानना है कि ज्ञान बांटने से बढ़ता है, जो कि सत्य वचन है। और उनका ये भी मानना है कि अगर आज गरीब देशों को पेटेंट दिया जाएगा तो आने वाले समय में शायद वो भी अमीर देशों को कुछ दे सके, जैसे कि भारत ने हाइड्रोक्सीक्लोरोक्विन यूएसए को दी।
ज्ञान बांटने से बढ़ता है, काश ये बात हमारे एजुकेशनल सिस्टम को भी अच्छे से समझ आती तो आज हमें इतनी भारी भरकम फीस पैंडेमिक के टाइम पे भी मुश्किल से नहीं देनी पड़ती। Moving ahead with our next participant is DY9. Participant number DY9.
Am I visible and audible?
Participant, you're visible, but there is a lot of glitch from your side regarding your audio. It's not clearly audible.
Okay, just a second.
Dear participant, you can take your time. Till that time, we'll proceed on with the next participant and you can continue at the class.
Now I am audible?
I leave this decision over to our judges if they are.
D/9, आपका strength is pretty weak. We are able to see you, but there's a glitch with your audio. So I would request you to take it after some, take your turn after some.
Sure.
By then you can fix the thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
With the permission of the judges, we'll move ahead with our next participant, that is FX9.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yeah, participant, you're audible and visible, all things.
Okay. So, good day, everyone. I, FX9, stand against the motion and would take the stage to establish why diplomacy on vaccine patency to not let a waiver come into action is futile and morally submerging. When asked from a survivor of cystic fibrosis, he said, "My only hope of rejoining society in any meaningful way is access to vaccine." Disability Federation of Turkey expressed disappointment over the no allocation announcements by the Department of Health for people with disabilities, wherein 6 in 10 COVID-19 deaths were of people with disabilities. NGOs project that 9 out of 10 people in 70 countries won't be receiving the jab this year. Most poor countries will not receive mass vaccination until 2024. Do these facts help you understand how deafening the screams of left-outs are in the ignominious darkness of money over people? The stark inequalities of global vaccine distribution, where supply of doses are mopped up by the richer countries, had forced the WHO chief himself to warn that the world was on the brink of catastrophic moral failure. Lack of access to COVID-19 vaccines is now playing out across the world in terms of daily deaths, spiraling out of control in relatively poorer countries, while vaccination efforts have significantly reduced the number of deaths in richer countries. There is dawning realization that without ramping up vaccine supply considerably and improving physical and financial access, the world cannot get out of the clutches of this pandemic. And is that what's making the pharma companies blinded by profits? The historic joint collaboration of India with countries for promotion of WTO proposal over temporary waiver of Section 1, 4, 5 and 7 of Part 2 of TRIPS is remarkable while engaging the beautiful principle of Vasudevai Kutumbakam. Prediction by analysis confirm that after negotiation, a measure of certainty shall be provided to start new facilities and development of cold storage chain. The major benefit of this waiver could be to speed up production and assistance to win the race against time with mutating virus, further helping in distribution of vaccine equally and cutting down prices globally. Jayanti Ghosh of University of Massachusetts said, patents were never supposed to be implemented during emergencies, which is pointed as a subclause in TRIPS agreement. The problem isn't just making large amounts of money, but the game of monopoly. Dominance of intellectual property at times like this ensures pinnacle of success, but is a sheer business on misery. Furthermore, the irony persists due to the fact that basic research is usually too expensive to invest in. But the clever marketing strategy of buying the rights of basic research from universities, supported by taxpayers' money, and then selling it back to public at higher costs, despite the very fact that they wouldn't even exist if it weren't for the taxpayers' money at all. Quoting the European Union leaders, donation of vaccine is much more than the waiver shows the reluctance, establishing why developed and underdeveloped countries continue to beg rather than earn. And as opposed by pharmaceutical companies that waiver creates blockade on innovation, I strongly believe that there should always be transfer of technology and sustained global efforts to increase the supply of essential raw materials to provide drugs and vaccines. Establishment of COVID-19 TAP with supporters like US Chief Medical Advisor himself is just another step in the right direction, I must say. Speaking of India, where people would say that the government could have opted for domestic patency under Section 92 and Section 100, and why are they still holding high hopes at the WTO, which costed the country a major setback? Let me remind you, ironically, everybody demanded patented vaccines because politically motivated verbal vernaculars promoted, oh, Indians' vaccines haven't even cleared phase 3. Pity, isn't it? In hopes that advocacy of a good step overcomes the diplomacy in such tiring times, I would sum up by saying that accelerating a particular timeline does not mean that we are compromising on safety of quality. A pandemic isn't just a healthcare and its management problem, but the rigid principles of public health setup that directly or indirectly impacts the healthcare system. Thank you so much.
Very well spoken, dear participant FX9. Moving ahead, we have participant FY13. Participant FY13.
जी, क्या मैं आपको स्पष्ट रूप से सुनाई और दिखाई दे रहा हूँ?
आप हमें स्पष्ट रूप से सुनाई और दिखाई दे रहे हैं। ऑल द बेस्ट।
ठीक, मैं 3 की गिनती पे शुरू करूंगा। 3, 2, 1। सदन की गरिमा को मेरा सादर नमन। आज मैं आप सभी के समक्ष दिए गए विषय यानी कोरोना वैक्सीन उत्पादन के एकस्व अधिकार पर कूटनीति एक आवश्यक बुराई है कि पुरजोर विपक्ष में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत कर रही थी, आप सभी के समक्ष उपस्थित हूं। महोदय, सबसे पहले हमें समझना चाहिए कि क्यों इस एकस्व अधिकार को त्याग देना चाहिए और क्यों इसका जो पेटेंट है उसको मुक्त कर देना चाहिए। और इसके लिए जो सबसे पहला तर्क है, जैसा मेरे बाकी साथी विपक्षी वक्ता देकर जाते हैं, वो यही है कि मानव अधिकार और मानवता सर्वोपरि। अब सबसे पहले हमको समझना होगा कि चाहे हम कोरोना से पहले का समय ले ले या कोरोना के बाद का समय ले ले, जो एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज जो पूरे विश्व को परिभाषित करती है वो है वैश्वीकरण। और वैश्वीकरण, विश्व बनता है देशों से, देश बनता है समाज से और समाज बनता है मानव से। और यदि हम मानव को ही केंद्र में नहीं रखेंगे, अर्थात अगर हम मानवता को नकार देंगे, तो ना समाज बन पाएगा ना देश बन पाएगा और वैश्वीकरण की जो पूरी परिकल्पना है वो कहीं ना कहीं त्रस्त हो जाएगी। अब इसके बाद महोदय हमें देखना होगा कि ये जो पूरी वाद विवाद है ये कहीं ना कहीं भावनात्मकता बनाम व्यवहारिकता पर है, जहां पक्ष के साथी कह रहे हैं कि पेटेंट को रखना व्यवहारिक है और जहां विपक्ष के साथी कहीं ना कहीं कहते जा रहे हैं कि नहीं, इसको अगर मुक्त कर देते हैं तो भावनात्मक हो जाएगा। लेकिन मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि कैसे पेटेंट को, एकस्व अधिकार को मुक्त कर देना भावनात्मक भी होगा और साथ ही साथ व्यवहारिक भी होगा। सबसे पहले हमें समझने की कोशिश है कि क्यों विकसित देश है जिनके पास ये एकस्व अधिकार है, क्यों उनको अपना एकस्व अधिकार त्याग कर वैक्सीन की मदद दूसरे देशों को करनी चाहिए। क्योंकि ये मूलतः पूंजीवादी देश और पूंजीवादी देशों का जो पूरा अस्तित्व है वो कहीं ना कहीं वैश्वीकरण और वैश्विक व्यापार से चलता है। अब हमें देखने को मिला कि कोरोना के कारण वैश्विक व्यापार पूरी तरह से त्रस्त हो चुका है और कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे व्यापार को वापस से उठाने के लिए, इस पूरे वैश्विक व्यापार में सुधार करने के लिए विकसित और अविकसित और विकासशील देशों में हमको जो व्यापार की पूरी श्रृंखला है उसे करना पड़ेगा और उसके लिए हमें वहां पर कोरोना के हालात सुधारने पड़ेंगे। और उन देशों में कोरोना के हालात तब तक नहीं सुधर सकते जब तक वहां पे एक संपूर्ण टीकाकरण नहीं हो सकता। और इसी संपूर्ण टीकाकरण को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं विकसित देशों को, पूंजीवादी विकसित देशों को अपना एकस्व अधिकार त्यागना पड़ेगा और उनको वैक्सीन की मदद करनी पड़ेगी। अब महोदय, इसी तरह से जो एक और तर्क निकल कर आता है वो ये है मौलिक अधिकार। अब कैसे ये एक मौलिक अधिकार भी है विकसित देशों का कि वो वैक्सीन के पेटेंट के साथ अविकसित और विकासशील देशों की मदद करें। सबसे पहला, संयुक्त राष्ट्र के अंतर्गत जो सतत विकास के लक्ष्य आते हैं जिनमें गरीबी मिटाना, समानता फैलाना और कहीं ना कहीं देशों को उनमें व्यापार बढ़ाकर उनके निर्यात को बढ़ावा देना भी कहीं ना कहीं मौलिक रूप से इन सभी देशों को बाध्य करता है कि वो अपने एकस्व अधिकार को त्यागे और जो वैक्सीन की तकनीक है उसको बनाने की जो विधि है वो बाकी देशों को सौंपे। अब महोदय, हम यदि सुनने की प्रयास करें तो यहाँ पर बार बार जो पक्ष के साथी हैं वो बता के जाते हैं कि कैसे अगर हम इस एकस्व अधिकार को त्याग देंगे तो भविष्य में ये अनुसंधान करने वाली जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है ये अनुसंधान करने से कतराएंगी। परंतु महोदय, हमें यहाँ पर समझने की आवश्यकता है कि वर्तमान की तुलना हम भविष्य से नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हमको नहीं पता कि भविष्य में ऐसी महामारी आएगी या नहीं आएगी। और वर्तमान में हम वैश्विक महामारी से जूझ रहे हैं और वैश्विक महामारी में जो एकल अधिकार होता है वो समाज से ऊपर नहीं रखा जा सकता। अब इसके बाद हमको ये देखना होगा कि विपक्ष बार बार कहता है कि अगर इस एकस्व अधिकार को त्याग दिया गया तो बहुत सारी ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो इसका गलत इस्तेमाल कर लेंगे और इससे बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान होगा और मानव अधिकार और ज्यादा खतरे में आ जाएगा। परंतु महोदय, ये तर्क आपस में इसीलिए हास्यास्पद हो जाता है क्योंकि ये जो पूरी विधि है, ये जो पेटेंट अगर हम इसको त्यागते हैं तो इसको पूरी विधि को इंटरनेट पर नहीं डाल दिया जाएगा कि घर में बैठा बैठा बच्चा भी वैक्सीन बनाने की कोशिश कर दिया। इसको बाकायदा एक अनुबंध के द्वारा एक सरकार से लेकर दूसरे सरकार को सौंपा जाएगा और उस अनुबंध में तमाम शर्तें और कानून लिखे होंगे जिनका वो सरकार पालन करेगी। तीसरी बात जो पक्ष के साथी कहते जाते हैं वो ये है कि इन देशों के पास तकनीक और संसाधन नहीं है और ना ही ऐसी कोई आधारभूत संरचना है। परंतु महोदय, मुझको ये समझ नहीं आता कि ये तर्क वो किस आधार पर देखे जाते हैं, क्योंकि इन देशों में ऐसे बहुत सारे विकासशील देश हैं जिनके पास पूरी आधारभूत संरचना है लेकिन उनके पास सिर्फ और सिर्फ वैक्सीन बनाने की विधि नहीं है। अब इसके बाद महोदय, हमको ये समझने की आवश्यकता है कि मानव अधिकारों के सुरक्षा के लिए जब कई वर्षों तक हजारों करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करके सेना को दूसरे देश में रखा जा सकता है, तो पेटेंट को क्यों नहीं रखा जा सकता? और हमको ये भी समझना होगा कि अनुसंधान का जो पर्पस होता है, जो उसका कारण होता है, वो मानव सेवा होता है, ना कि मुनाफा कमाना। तो इसीलिए अनुसंधान से प्राप्त किया गया पेटेंट को मुक्त करेंगे और मानवता की सेवा में जब हम लगाएंगे, तभी अनुसंधान पूरी तरह से फलीभूत होगा। धन्यवाद।
FY13 का मानना है कि मानव विकास का केंद्र बिंदु मानव होना चाहिए, ना कि आर्थिक फायदा।
With this, we'll be moving ahead with our next participant, I/4, who's already all set to begin.
Yeah, can you please confirm if I'm audible and visible?
Yes, dear participant, you're clearly audible and visible. All the best.
Thank you. I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. Warm greetings to everyone present here. I'll be speaking against the motion. Panel, as we are almost nearing towards the end of this debate, this is what I've observed so far. In respect of all the arguments made so far, at the end, the bottom line is to make a choice between capitalism and humanity. And I, as a proud member of side opposition, firmly believe that only by speaking against the motion can one choose humanity, where you can literally save millions of lives rather than justifying the profits of a few big companies. Having said that, let us understand what the status quo looks like. Undoubtedly, the world is witnessing a major vaccine shortage, where the global share of vaccines is highly skewed towards richer nations. Whereas at the other end of the world, countries like South Africa are highly dependent on these international organizations and richer nations to provide them with vaccines, which in fact, even if they do receive, are not enough to vaccinate even half of their population. And I agree, ladies and gentlemen, that patents hold a lot of importance and they're very important for innovation. I completely agree. But let us take a moment here and ask ourselves, what is the use of such innovation that is not even able to fulfill the very purpose it is made for? Literally, people are dying because of vaccine shortage, and vaccine patent waiver is one of the things the world needs right now. Let us understand, if you put a waiver to the vaccine, the countries who are capable enough to produce the vaccines would go ahead, do that, production will increase, and people can be saved. But on the other hand, if you do not waiver the vaccine, we would remain exactly where we are. But of course, it's not that simple. So allow me to address a few concerns which have revolved during this debate. First, these developing countries don't have a technological set up properly. So what if there's a quality compromise? Panel, I fail to understand again and again that any country which does not have a setup in the very first place, why would they go ahead and try to mess up the vaccine formula, knowing dire consequences could happen? Secondly, it is not enough reason to ignore the countries which are actually capable enough to produce vaccines. Knowing how there's already a scarcity of resources in these developing countries, it any day makes more sense that they could use whatever resources they have in their development and technology, rather than telling them to rely dependently on import, or to first telling them to buy the patent only to realize that it was not enough. Second question, what if it takes a long time, like 6 months or even a year? I agree. But let us say it takes them years to build a technology, or it takes them months. I don't see what's the harm either. One thing COVID-19 has taught us is uncertainty. Let us say another pandemic hits us 10 years down the lane. At least these developing countries would be well equipped for the same. Third concern, what if we manage the exports better instead of just managing production of the vaccine? Panel, I agree. But let us say if the intensity of another wave hits us and the intensity of the pandemic increases, every country, logically speaking, would prioritize their own citizens over other countries. Every richer country would prioritize themselves, and they would not pay any heed to these developing nations. They will neither take their accountability of the deaths. At the end, we need to understand that wavering of the patent is a win-win situation. If you waiver it, you at least open some possibilities for betterment. But if you don't, you remain where you are with absolutely no scope of improvement. At the end, we need to understand that in the end, you'll have your innovation, you'll have your credit, but you will absolutely have no mankind which could benefit from your innovation. For all these reasons, extremely proud to oppose.
Capitalism or humanity, that was a very sensible point raised by participant I/4. Moving ahead, we have our next participant, HY5. HY5.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, dear participant, you're audible and visible. Dear participant, before you begin, let me just inform DY9 that we have read your message and you will be now speaking at the last once everyone is done. So you will be heading with your chance at the last. Dear participant HY5, all the best.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is HY5 and I stand against the motion. I believe the patent should be removed. So well, it started in September 2020, October 2020, when India and South Africa came up with a proposal in front of WTO that there should be waiver of some of the provisions of TRIPS. TRIPS is trade-related awareness, intellectual property rights, which deal with patents and all. And why? What was the need to? Because Corona second wave was about to hit a lot of countries, and it had already hit a lot of countries. People were dying just because there was a shortage of vaccine, and the only companies which hold the patent were allowed to make that. So they needed that the patent should be removed so that countries with a good infrastructure who are capable of creating it should create it, and there will be availability and less pressure over the pharmacist companies which are creating it. And hundred of countries came up in support of it. Lot of leaders, lot of humanitarian people, and lot of people came in support of it. Then who was against it? There were people, like there were wealthy economies such as US and EU, which were against it, and pharmacist companies for sure, because they believe that patents shouldn't be removed. Well, what were the things they were saying about? Firstly, they were saying about it will affect the innovations for sure in the future, because innovation takes a lot of time, money, and like a lot, it takes a lot. And further, you are asking us to remove the patent, which will be disheartening for the innovator. And they said the pharmacist companies will face a huge loss. I believe it is not the right time when thousands of people are dying in every second. You are talking about the credibility and the money. And the credit thing, I know innovation takes a lot of things. It takes effort. It takes a whole human, and credit should to be given. They can be given in the form of royalty, as India did in the case of the cancer drug called as Nexavar. Well, the original creator was Bayer. The license was given to Natco, which made the availability of that drug, which was originally 2.25 lakh per person per month, to 8,800 per person per month, which is a big change in the price, right? And they percent 6% royalty to the Bayer, which was the original company, which we can do. And talking about the money factor, as Congresswoman Jen Skowronski said, we are facing a war against the virus, and we are thinking whether the war will be profitable or not. Are you serious? And second thing they talk about, why don't the small companies come up and fund us, like they invest in us, and we can sell it on zero profit base. No company is selling it on zero. Even if they are selling, not all of them are selling on zero profit base. Secondly, talking about the money factor, it is for sure that food made at home will forever cost less than food taken from the outer world. I took this example from my mom. Yeah. So it will forever cost less, right? It will. So same goes with the vaccine. And and talking about the investment factor, it would be foolish to invest the money, because you have on one hand the pharmacies and all of those companies which are able to create it, and they are just waiting for the recipe. You are investing your money in this economic crisis into new investments, which ultimately creating those same pharmacies and technologies elsewhere to invest, right? And concluding this whole, I believe we are the hypocrites right now, because we talk about humanity all the time, and right now we are not considering it. Humanity and love is the only thing which will last. This is our religion and idols teach us, right? And money will nowhere go into the dead grounds. And talking about the wealth, everyone got the right to live, whether it is wealthy or a poor person. Everyone got the right? And this was a global pandemic. It was a global issue. And we need to consider that we all know that no one will be safe until one is unsafe, right? So we need to deal with as a family. The developing nations are able to create, let them create, and you help the ones which are poor. We need to manage it, right? So I believe there's no need to have a greedy mindset. We need to come up together. Thank you.
Food made at home will always be cheaper than food outside. A very stark comparison made by HY5, which applies to vaccines as well. Vaccines made in India will be cheaper than the vaccine made in European nations.
Life is life, whether of a wealthy or of a poor person, correctly stated by HY5. Moving ahead, we have our next participant, HY10. Participant HY10.
Am I perfectly visible and audible?
Yes, dear participant, you are audible and visible. All the best.
Thank you. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Greetings, respected judges and my worthy opponents and faculty members. I, Code HY10, is hereby standing against the motion. No one is protected if many are unprotected. Firstly, I would like to start by asking a question. Is patent really necessary? So if we take a look back at the provisions of the Patents Act globally, also dealt specifically in Section 3 of the Indian Patent Act, the list of things non-eligible for patent has one common theme, which is if the subject matter is regarding health concerns like medical treatment, curative of human beings, they are not patentable. Fair point. Ladies and gentlemen, in no way in the history of the world witnessed a catastrophic pandemic that affects every corner of the world equally as the COVID-19. There is a precedent for this, and you know how important precedent is in law. During the Second World War, companies and universities collaborated to scale up the penicillin production, which was needed by soldiers to protect them from infectious disease. Companies could have argued that it would affect their profits, but they understood the necessity and chose to serve the goal of saving lives. Ladies and gentlemen, my point here is we should agree the basic concept of patent was never designed for use during global emergencies such as wars or pandemics. So is this not similar to the critical situation we are facing right now? Like global health crisis we are currently facing demands urgent, quick, efficient method, and which waiving patent is just one step among several that we need to take. If not now, when it isn't even permanent, it's temporary waiver after a span of 20 years, that would be ridiculously absurd because clearly, according to the latest estimates, there's a huge difference between vaccination rates in advanced and poorer countries. What is this mentality of trying to profit during the pandemic? Are they expecting more surges, more waves so that they can make new strains, they can keep on making patents for new strains and keep on earning? This is unethical and immoral, and it should not be the core principle of commerce. Health is wealth, and valuing money over health would leave us empty-handed, and everyone benefits if vaccine manufacturing is distributed evenly around the world. So long as we leave other countries behind, there will be greater chances of flare-ups and mutation of the virus. No one is protected if everyone is if many are unprotected. As my opponents insist that waiving patents alone wouldn't solve much, that it would be like a recipe without handling the ingredients, or that there is scarcity of resources, quality decline, unregulated flow, and so whatsoever. I would like to argue no. A memorandum is signed off when patents are waived off to maintain transparency, to know what is injected in our bodies. We have the right to be informed too. Again, another proof is the manufacturers in India, Canada, Denmark, Bangladesh have confirmed their capabilities to produce, but they are not able to do so because of licenses. Every country should have the right to make its own vaccines. This is also rightly stated in Article 15 ICSCR, the right to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. Also in the recent Jan Swastika Abhiyan's case, and all this right to life and right to health as under Article 19, 14, 21, 47 should be held. Once again, the terms like diplomacy and patent use in this context prove to be directly in contravention with the law. It infringes the right. It has resulted in thousands of deaths already, and the tolls are still rising. The unprecedented pandemic turmoil spread rapidly across nations and country after country, with the growing darkness of COVID-19 engulfing the entire world, forcing people to stay home, silencing the business places of the world with a wave of fear and death. Let's choose to be on the right side when the history of the pandemic comes to be written. Our global legal justice system deals with fairness, rights, facts, and circumstances. It stands with knowing what is right and knowing what right you have, and waiving COVID-19 patents is right and fair. It is necessary. If not, the majority of us here won't be against the motion. That's my case there. Thank you.
Health is wealth. A very fair argument by HY10. Moving ahead with our next participant, AX19.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Thank you. AX19 speaking against the motion. The current vaccine supply throughout the globe is insufficient, and at this rate, some countries will not have access to vaccines until 2024. Therefore, the manufacturing capacity of vaccines needs to be maximized. More certified pharmaceutical companies should use their factories for vaccine production. To enable them to do so, pharma companies with approved vaccines on the market must share their patent rights, know-how, and technology. The so-called TRIPS waiver seeks allowance for countries to temporarily suspend certain TRIPS, that is agreement on trade-related aspects of IPR protections. Now, this waiver would ease international and intellectual property agreements on COVID vaccines, treatments, and tests in order to make the tools available to all those who need them at an affordable cost. It's shocking to note that the US alone is the home to several vaccine makers, including Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Novavax, and Moderna. Imagine what would happen if this capitalist giant of a nation would allow corporate gains and profiting from the vaccines at such a vast level during such a difficult time. Well, lucky for us and the whole world that the US government supports the waiver, along with several other countries, including France, Russia, and New Zealand. Germany, on the other hand, said it opposed the waiver because the protection of intellectual property is a source of innovation and must remain so. Ah, yes, innovation is what matters the most at this time of turmoil. How bizarre is that? Innovation can in fact help in the invention of a cure, but this ideology cannot facilitate large-scale vaccination drives to all the diverse sections of the society. That requires capital, manufacturing, raw materials, ease of access. But only a handful of nations with their limited patent holder companies are only equipped for that. If such patents would be waived or shared, imagine the large amounts of money that various underdeveloped nations would save on import. The same capital would thus be invested in manufacturing and distribution towards their own citizens. And that in turn would make the vaccines more affordable and accessible. The impact of shortage of vaccines is already detrimental and deleterious. The countries depending on the AstraZeneca vaccine branded Covishield are already experiencing delays due to the increased demand for vaccines in India. Likewise, the production and supply of the Johnson & Johnson and Novavax vaccines have also been delayed. Several countries in the developed world had placed advance orders, but the companies have not been able to deliver. So after analyzing these stats, I refuse to believe that the outcome would even remotely be similar if these limited patent holding companies would come forward to share their patents with the large manufacturing nations, which in turn would help in mass production of vaccines throughout the globe. Does innovation really take precedence over the loss of lives in third world nations? That brings us to the question that why are patent holding companies so reluctant to the idea of waiver? Even if these companies issue voluntary licenses to other countries and collect royalties, that too at a large scale, they have no incentive to do this. If a drug or vaccine is being sold at a cheaper price in India, the low price in India will be seen as a reference price, and the manufacturer will have to answer why the same item is sold cheaply in India, but at a high price in the West. Pharmaceutical companies do not have an incentive to allow cheaper pricing in the developing world. They do not want to be seen giving the situation an easy walkover. Hence, it is quite evident that everything is really about making profits in the name of innovation. The rest of the world be damned. It's plain as a pikestaff that the two Indian companies supposed to supply vaccines to India, Serum Institute and Bharat Biotech, have not been able to keep up. So naturally, this duopoly should not be allowed to exist anymore. Why are we giving all our powers to pharmaceutical companies to decide whether people in India and around the world can afford or access vaccines, and whether to give licenses to other companies to make them? The Indian government has the power to issue a compulsory license to make a patent holding company, compulsorily grant a manufacturing license to another company, which could be accompanied by the transfer of technology. In a global pandemic, governments must use all their powers, laws, and negotiation skills and reinvent how patents operate. Those who advocate diplomacy clearly do not care about the loss of lives and are simply masking their agenda with excuses. Diplomacy on COVID vaccine is not a necessary evil. It is purely evil. Thank you.
Is innovation a synonym to profit during a pandemic? A great question asked by AX19.
Rightly said, dear co-host. Moving ahead, we have our next participant, CY7. Participant CY7.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I'm visible and audible, right? I hate asking this question, but
all the best.
Great, okay. Respected jury members and fellow debaters, I am CY7, will be speaking against the motion on the given agenda. Please start with my timer in 3, 2, 1. Now, something more dreadful than the vaccine diplomacy is called as vaccine nationalism. Now, we all remember how Russia and China came together for unilateral negotiations about their vaccines, but we also remember how USA discarded Sinopharm and Sinovac by China, as to how Sputnik V was discarded again by the Brazilian regulatory authority, how Indian Covaxin was not accepted by the European Union. Now, tragically, this nonsense of which vaccine is better was happening in the wake of a global pandemic with deaths surmounting and cases growing day by day to an already burdening the under-resourced, frustrated communities and health systems. Therefore, restoring and redesigning our so-called vaccine diplomacy in the coming years is a move we must be committed towards. Now, understand that we have a global effect, and anti-vaccine and anti-science aggression is still something which requires enough amount of confrontation. Right? We all remember about the clandestine efforts which global countries made as school kids talking and going behind other vaccines, which stopped and delayed a lot of time. First. Second, to provide vaccines and produce them globally is the ultimate reality. Now, if you go by the Duke University Global Research or the Oxford Research, you understand that in the current scenario, low income and middle income countries need vaccines at a larger level. Now, I do not think you will be able to provide 4 to 5 billion COVID vaccines up until 2023 or even 2024. So will you take responsibility to the number of deaths and hospitalizations will be happening in the low and middle income countries? Who is even talking about the 1 billion people living in sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, impoverished Asian countries, which are downtrodden completely? And I find it extremely hilariously sad that how these so-called developed countries are putting that mRNA adenovirus vector nanoparticle vaccine is too sophisticated for the developing countries. Hence, because of your lack of logistics, we won't help you. Therefore, buy vaccines at $25 per dose from us. How is that even a solution? Please help me in understanding. Just so you know, only so far that only basic amount of vaccines have been produced for US, UK, and Europe, mostly leaving out the low and middle income countries. You cannot put logistics as an answer. The solution to reduce hospitalization and untimely deaths is to open it. Now, if you all remember that N. Rajagopal Iyengar in 1959, when he opened up the vaccine patents and drug patents, he ensured that medicines and drugs are being available to the low and poor people in the country at a cheaper level. They even found medicines for delaying deaths because of AIDS at a larger level. They pushed it behind. Now, because of a TRIPS waiver, so-called in 1995, the regime of expensive medicine came back again. Why do you want to abuse and further degrade the people living in these so-called underdeveloped countries? And how our revered ministers, without even consulting once with the health department, made tall claims about distributing and becoming the largest vaccine drive and vaccine supplier globally when our people were dying in the second wave of the country. Now, I understand that all you want is to engage in the capitalistic feudal calculus, that you want to talk about monopoly. I don't understand how you are having discourse about innovation because of monopoly. You do not have discussions on deathbeds. If you want to talk about rewarding and providing incentives, provide them investment for further infrastructure, waive off their taxes, give them extra amount of money for building up more factories, provide them enough amount of adjective to build more sources. You can talk about infrastructure. You can talk about the staffing, the people who are responsible for these institutions. Don't stop the vaccine drive at one smaller level. Don't compel the people living in underpowered countries. So if you all know, 95% of vaccine money came from public fund. So you can talk about Moderna vaccine or AstraZeneca. That is actually public money. You do not have the right to put discourse on public money and again stop people from getting those vaccines. Hence, if you are talking about the rising internal demands for vaccine, if you want to at all help the health department and even cater to the needs of the people, you provide the money, you provide the incentive to the vaccine maker and not to the corporate. The corporate investment is mere 7%, rest amount is public money. So hence I stand tall on my claim that we must not have vaccine diplomacy. We must cater to the developing needs of the nation and have shortage of and address the shortage of staff and technological reasonings behind it. Thank you, and I rest my case here.
Very well said, CY7. She believes that while the need of the hour is vaccination of the total world population, we are busy with vaccine nationalism.
Listening to the speech of participant CY7, there's a line of a song that I remember, and it's an old song. I hope if anybody remembers that, कि ये public है, ये सब जानती है, and that was very clear in the participant speech. Moving ahead, we have IY20. Participant IY20.
I guess I'm audible and visible.
Yes, yeah, participant, you're audible and visible. All the best. Okay.
So I shall start in 3, 2, 1.
A very good afternoon to all the healthy hearts and splendid soul, esteemed panel of jury, OC members, and my dear worthy competitors. I am participant number IY20, and I stand here to roll the ball vehemently against the notion of the house. COVID-19 vaccine patent is not a necessary evil. Now, starting loud and clear with the fact that there are over 7.8 billion people in the world in the grips of pandemic right now. But only 650 million people have access to the vaccines available so far, which means that more than almost 7.150 billion people are deferred from the basic human rights right now. And this is because that we have to understand there are only a handful of companies that are producing vaccines. Being very accurate, there are 5 huge pharmaceutical companies that are responsible for production of over 90% of the vaccines that are being supplied globally. And my dear friends, this is why in low-income countries, only 1.8% of the people have received 1 jab so far. Now, keeping such disturbing situations at the wake in the near future, it was completely decided that patents were never supposed to be implemented during times of emergencies like a pandemic. And this was discussed elaborately and explicitly in the Doha Declaration on the TRIPS Agreement and Public Health, which was accepted by the WTO Ministerial Conference at Doha in November 2001. This reaffirmed flexibility on the TRIPS state members in circumventing patent, and it said that in the need of essential medicines, patent can be circumvented and the implementation can be waived. And my dear friends, this statement in its exact form and manner, I believe, makes my stand very clear. Also, over 170 Nobel laureates, US former state heads, and many US lawmakers and other global organizations have come together to write a letter to the US to redo its veto power, allowing the waiver to happen. Also, more than 100 countries have worked in support of India and South Africa, who believe that waiver will channelize and streamline the production of vaccines and distribution of it more globally and equally. More than 80% of vaccines are now going into the arms of the rich and the middle-income countries. In fact, NGOs have predicted that almost 9 in 10 people won't receive a jab this year in the middle-income and low-income countries. Having said that, in fact, it is proved that researchers have said that almost all the low-income countries cannot be mass vaccinated till 2024, which is a major drawback. Now, discussing another point, my friends, if the patent is being waived, then we'll also have low rates of the vaccines, which will be another important factor, because Pfizer charges $39 in US and $37 in EU for 2 jabs, and it is believed that the rates will only increase further, which makes it almost unpayable by the low-income countries, and that is not possible. Also, my fellow opponents have argued that along with the patent, there are many other objections and many other things that need to be addressed. But my dear friends, the WHO has already created a COVID-19 technology access pool, which is the repository and designed to share vaccine knowledge, skills, know-hows to help other countries build, accept, and work on the vaccines to absolutely eradicate COVID vaccine. Because no one is actually absolutely safe until everyone is. And 80% of the global population has to be vaccinated so that herd immunity develops, so that each and every one of us can be actually safe. Thus, now the big question in front of all of you is, what will you choose? People, patent, or profit? With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Participant IY20 mentioned the Doha Declaration of 2001 that bans patents in the case of emergency conditions. And also, she made it perfectly clear that now is an emergency condition.
That was a refreshing and a new point in her speech. Moving ahead, we have FY9, participant FY9. Participant FY9.
Am I audible and visible to everyone?
Yes, participant, you're audible and visible.
Okay, can I start now? 3, 2, 1। जब जब ऐसे वायरस दुनिया में आते हैं तब तब अमीर देश लोग इनसे पैसे कमाते हैं। यहाँ मरने का डर कुछ ऐसा जहन में बैठा है और वहाँ कुछ लोग दवा के नाम पर जिंदगी की कीमत लगा कर बैठे हैं। नमस्कार, मैं FY9 आज आप सभी के सामने कोरोना वैक्सीन उत्पादन के एक सब अधिकार पर कूटनीति एक आवश्यक बुराई है, इस पर अपने विचार रखूंगी। पहली बात, विश्व जनसंख्या कुल 768 करोड़ है, जिसमें से केवल 27% लोग ही अपनी दोनों डोज वैक्सीन के ले पाए हैं। यह रिपोर्ट आर वर्ड इन डाटा की है। अब ध्यान देने वाली बात यह है कि अगर वैक्सीन को पेटेंट मुक्त नहीं किया गया तो जो आंकड़े आज आप सुन रहे हैं वह बहुत धीमी गति से बढ़ते नजर आएंगे। दूसरी तरफ ही अगर वैक्सीन को पेटेंट मुक्त कर दिया जाता है तो ये जो आंकड़े आप सुने वो तेज गति से बढ़ेंगे। कभी ना कभी सुनने को मिलेगा कि 27% से ये 60% हो गए, क्योंकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा कंपनियां और काबिल कंपनियां आएंगी जो कि इनका उत्पादन करेंगी और लोगों को सुरक्षित कर सकेंगी। दूसरी बात, आर इन डाटा की रिपोर्ट ने यह भी बताया केवल 2% लोग ही अफ्रीका महाद्वीप में अपना पहला डोज वैक्सीन का ले पाए हैं। उनकी सरकारों के पास इतने पैसे नहीं, उनकी सरकार इतनी काबिल नहीं कि इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में वह दूसरे देशों से वैक्सीन को खरीद लें। इसीलिए अफ्रीकन यूनियन ने यह भी कह दिया कि 60% वैक्सीन हम 2040 तक अपने महाद्वीप में ला पाएंगे। काफी सोचने वाली बात है, 2040 बहुत देर हो जाएगी, बहुत लोगों की जान चली जाएगी। गरीब की जान भी जान होती है। तीसरी बात, जो ये गरीब देश हैं जिनकी जनसंख्या बहुत ज्यादा है और जिनके पास कोई साधन नहीं है, जिनके पास फॉर्मूला नहीं है वैक्सीन को बनाने का, फिर भी वो दान की मांग नहीं कर रहे। वो नहीं कह रहे कि हमें वैक्सीन आप मुफ्त में दे दो। वह वैक्सीन का उत्पादन अपने देश में करना चाहते हैं, अपने देश को सुरक्षित करना चाहते हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं कि वैक्सीन को बनाने के लिए बहुत समय चाहिए होता है, फॉर्मूला चाहिए होता है, जो कि ना तो ये देश इतने विकसित हैं और ना ही इनके पास अब समय बाकी है। इसीलिए मैं आज भारत का समर्थन करती हूँ और मांग करती हूँ कि इस समय के लिए महोदय, बस इस समय के लिए पेटेंट को वैक्सीन से हटा देना चाहिए। चौथी बात यह है, मेरे विरोधियों द्वारा कहा गया कि अगर पेटेंट हटा दिया गया वैक्सीन से तो इसका नवाचार यानी इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा नहीं मिलेगा। लेकिन ये कोई साधारण समय नहीं जो इस बात पर बातचीत की जाए। हम अभी 45 लाख लोगों को इस महामारी में खो चुके हैं, अभी हमें और लोग नहीं खोने हैं। इसीलिए मानवता को ऊपर रखना होगा और इनोवेशन को नीचे रखना होगा। अब सवाल उठ ही जाता है, आखिरकार क्यों कुछ देश इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं? तो मुझे उनके लिए कहावत याद आती है, बाप ना बड़ा न भैया, सबसे बड़ा रुपया। जी हाँ, इनका जो झुकाव होता है पैसों की तरफ और मुनाफे की तरफ ज्यादा होता है, इंसानियत की तरफ कम होता है। इंसानियत इनके लिए फीकी पड़ गई है, सस्ती पड़ गई है। दूसरा कारण ये भी है कि ये इन देशों की जनसंख्या जैसे ब्रिटेन और बाकी यूरोपियन देशों की संख्या बहुत कम है, तो ये उतना उत्पादन वैक्सीन का कर पा रहे हैं, इसीलिए इन्हें जरूरत ही नहीं है कि पेटेंट मुक्त करवाएं। और ये बात भी सही है कि जिस पर विपदा आती है उसी को दुख का पता चलता है। तो आजकल दुनिया में यही हो रहा है कि जिनके पास वैक्सीन नहीं है या कमी है वो इस चीज की मांग कर रहे हैं और जिसके पास है वो इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं तो यही बोलूंगी कि पूरी दुनिया को दोबारा से सोचना चाहिए और बड़ी से बड़ी कंपनियों फाइजर, कोविशील्ड, कोवैक्सीन, एस्ट्राजेनेका पर की वैक्सीन पर से पेटेंट हटा देना चाहिए और उन काबिल कंपनियों को उसका फॉर्मूला देकर उनकी फैक्ट्रीज में भी इसका उत्पादन करवाना चाहिए, जिससे कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग सुरक्षित हो पाए। लास्ट में मैं अपने विरोधियों के लिए यही कहूंगी, आराम की जिंदगी में बात हमेशा सताती है, दुनिया कैसे बना ली हमने जो दूसरों को मारकर जीना सिखाती है। धन्यवाद।
गरीब की जान भी जान होती है। FY9 ने हमें बताया कि अगर 2040 तक भी अफ्रीका महाद्वीप में वैक्सीन नहीं पहुंची तो उन लाखों, उन अनगिनत जानों की जिम्मेदारी कौन लेगा?
Seems like the participant FY9 is inspired by me as she mentioned the song "Baap Bada Na Bhaiya, Sabse Bada Rupaiya," and ended very beautiful by a very beautiful line that she said कि ये ऐसा कौन सा जीना है जो हमें जान देकर जीना सिखाता है। All right, so that was the end of our list, and we'll take a 2-minute break over here for our judges as well. And
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
DY9, my speech is left due to network issues.
Participant, if you would let me
Here, ma'am. LY13.
Dear participants, if I can finish. All right, so that was the end of the list. The participants who never said yes at the time of their roll call or who were having any technical glitches at the time when they were called are requested to stay calm, and we'll take a 2-minute break over here. After that, we'll proceed with your speeches. Am I clear?
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am. Much obliged. Thank you.
All right. So a 2-minute break over here, and you can all relax till that time. With that, we'll proceed with the participants who are left. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And as I see, participant LY13 is already active and all set to begin her speech. Okay, so we'll start with you, LY13. All the best.
Could you please confirm if I'm audible and clearly visible?
You are clearly visible and audible, dear participant. All the best. Dear participant, before you begin, let me just check quickly with our judges.
Yeah, sure.
Sir is already here. Dr. Garam, are you here?
Yes.
All right, Dr. Saab is also present. So we'll proceed. Dear participant LY13, you may start. All the best.
Much obliged, anchors. So, greetings of the day to the esteemed panel and all my worthy participants. It is an honor to share this stage with you. So, I'd begin my speech in like 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Here I go. I, quote, LY13 rise today to oppose the motion with tooth and nail. Panel, it is very important for me to say that I'd like to set the paradigm of today's debate with the words of Martin Luther King Jr. An individual has not started living until he can choose to rise above the narrow confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. Pardon my emotional urges to speak today and make strong statements because I'm one among the several unfortunates who lost their beloved to this fatal virus. This might come as a very strong statement, but this topic as a subject matter of debate in these trying times of incessant pandemic itself is a shame to the entire world by itself, panel. Having to explain that survival comes first, the call of humanity should always take precedence, and that every conflict, be it a business conflict or any patent conflict, is up to life. And we are falling short of life. If the magnitude of this pandemic is yet to be explained against the glaring, gut-wrenching visuals flashing in the eyes and sirens of ambulances echoing in the ears, I doubt ordinary prudence and plausible intellect of the people who are vouching for their intellectual property rights. I rather propose to rewrite the IPR law books with a definition of intellect first. Diplomacy on COVID-19 vaccine patent is not a necessary evil because we humans carve definitions of what's necessary and unnecessary. And it is the need of the hour, rather high time, to define a bare minimum intellectual conduct in unordinary pandemic. Citing authorities and how many $1 billion these pharmaceutical companies spent on technology, or how the messenger RNA technology is not just restricted to cure corona, but HIV, cancer, etc., definitely exhibits their memory, but not intellect, because they lost it the very moment they denied disseminating the same to save lives. Would you be able to tell all the orphans out there that you spent $1 billion and years together to make an innovation which would have saved their parents had you not been too shallow? They tell you that if you spent years together on an innovation, even they spend their entire lives being in the laps of their own parents. They tell you that if you could only be tall when others are on their knees, you have a serious problem. If you could only enjoy being a capitalist or patent holder, when the others are fundamentally deprived of the very resources to anyway innovate and contribute to the trade and economy, you are in a grave delusion. If you could only reach Mars when humanity dies on the Earth, you have reached nowhere. If you could only say, panel, I'm on record today. So I'd rather say if you could only bring your supposed IPR and economic justice when others are silenced into graves, you have carved injustice forever. I'm on record having given this international platform. I'd proudly say that despite being a country of 130 crore population hit by pandemic, we Indians did not even think twice to export our vaccines. In the West, where they don't even offer water to people alive, it is the culture, it is the rich culture of we Indians who serve water to even our deceased forefathers for years together.
Panel, the world is pained by unemotional, rational people or men deciding shit. India, South Africa, and 100+ countries backing the IPR waiver are not asking for charity, but for the right to develop and make their own vaccines without getting sued. All the world leaders and these big pharmaceutical companies must realize that they need to be on the right side when the history of pandemic comes to be written. It is the potential vaccine shortfall increases, the risk that people in low-income countries will need to wait even longer for their even first doses. Panel, neither they are morally justified nor legally justified, except they are looking for their petty benefit. Talking legally, Article 3 of the TRIPS agreement itself allows for such patent suspension in times of pandemic or crisis. Article 3 of United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, the right to life. Article 25, right to health including medical care, overrides any claim of rights in these times. Look at the plight of the situation that we are essentially paying for our right to life. Talking business, before I bring to the last limb of my argumentation, I am reminded of the famous quote by M.K. Gandhi that an educated individual often talks of his rights but seldom talks of his duties. Talking sheer business, every business model is inclusive of the corporate social responsibility. Further, in light of sheer economics, these companies, even during the lockdown, when all the economical activities were facing a setback, it were these pharmaceutical companies who skyrocketed and capitalized market to an extent that National Stock Exchange crossed the US $3 trillion mark and became the 10th largest stock exchange in the world. So I'd rather say, to conclude, that to fight, it is very shallow of such multi-billion-dollar companies to fight over patents, which are merely peanuts for them. No country is safe from COVID-19 until all countries are safe from COVID-19. The entire purpose of power is to empower others. Having said that, I proudly oppose the motion. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You were very clearly audible, dear participant.
Straight-jacketed, precise, and to the point. If I have to define the speech of LY13, that are the 3 words I would use. I could almost hear a barrister saying that why not rewrite the laws? Why not rewrite the IPR laws which do not support humanity? Great points.
And I think that it was a benefit for everyone else that he did not turn up the that set a very high mark for the rest of the participants. It was a great speech by participant. Dear participants, before moving ahead, let me just briefly tell you that do remember the time bell. There is a time bell at the 3-minute mark where you need to wrap up, and at the 4-minute mark when you need to just stop with your speech. All right. Otherwise, speaking more than the time allotted will directly lead to disqualification. We have our next participant, that is CX2. Participant CX2.
Hi, I'm clearly visible and audible.
Yes, participant, you're audible and visible. All the best.
Thank you. When Jonas Salk, the inventor of the polio vaccine, was asked, who owns the patent to your vaccine? He replied, the people own the patent to my vaccine. Now, would you patent the sun? Hello and greetings, I am CX2, and the topic in question is diplomacy on COVID vaccine patent and necessary evil. Let me first explain the meaning of diplomacy. The Ministry of External Affairs of India stated that science for diplomacy means using science and technology collaborations between countries with differences to avoid any wars. Now let us understand why there should be a waiver of patents on COVID vaccines. Indian health economist Mr. Ramanan Lakshmi Narayanan, America's top public health expert Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the World Health Organization all state on record that the only way to get out of this pandemic is by vaccinating the entire global population. But here's the problem. Just last month, the Director General of the World Health Organization stated that vaccine inequity and shortage of vaccines due to patents in poorer nations is the world's biggest obstacle to ending the pandemic. The most popular argument in support of COVID vaccine patents is that developing countries do not have the expertise to manufacture vaccines. It is ironical that the pharmaceutical company who stated this themselves ruined and wasted 150 million doses due to a factory mistake at Bioemergent Solutions. Even the scientists who created COVID vaccines at the UK are asking their government to waive off the patent. Edward Jenner, known as the father of vaccination for creating the first vaccine, Jonas Salk, the inventor of the polio vaccine, all renounced their patents, which would otherwise at the current date be a $9 billion patent if they would have patented it. Louis Pasteur, the inventor of the rabies vaccine, stated that science does not know any country because knowledge belongs to humanity. All these great scientists that I laid before you laid an example to not patent vaccines or any medicines in pandemics like these. And yet, shame on the opposition who talk about scientific welfare and intellectual property rights to fund their monetary advantages. It was revealed in the Global Health Summit that at least nine people have become new billionaires just since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, solely due to the excessive profits gained by pharmaceutical corporations with monopolies on COVID vaccines. The Bureau of Investigative Journalism reveals that Pfizer has been accused of bullying Argentina and several other poor countries in vaccine negotiations by asking them to put up their sovereign assets, such as their military bases, their embassy buildings, as a guarantee to the cost. How dare the big pharma companies pretend concern while reaping the benefits over the death of our loved ones? According to the Economic Times, over 1.5 million children have lost their parents to this pandemic, gasping for oxygen outside the hospitals. This will lead to large-scale ramifications of illiteracy, poverty, and ultimately lead to war between countries. In the recent intellectual property rights case between Cutis Biotech versus Serum Institute, the Supreme Court stated that despite the appellant having the trademark registration, there will not be an injunction granted for infringement, as the vaccine program is more important than any patent or any trademark registration. Hence, it is time that the elite and the selfish European nations follow India's principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and export and share their vaccines globally. Hence, there is no debate on vaccine or waiver of patents because human lives are not up for debate. Thank you very much.
Participant CX2 believes that science and tech has no nationality and the patents should always belong to the people.
And that was a very fair point made by participant CX2. Moving ahead, we have participant FY11. FY11. FY11.
To the host, I believe participant FY11 is not present in the meeting.
All right, we'll move ahead with participant IX12. Participant IX12. To the technical host, please kindly check and let us know if participant IX12 is present.
I believe IX12 is not present as well.
Then we have participant DY9. Participant DY9.
Now am I audible clearly?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Just a quick check with the judges. Is she audible and visible to you, dear judges?
Audible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So, the upper idea always look good, but there are challenges ahead. Good noon all. I code DY9 is here to prove that how low manufacturing capacity and not patents is the biggest impediment to global vaccination efforts. The waiver for patents on COVID vaccines is a red herring that will do little to improve the global vaccine distribution while eliminating incentives for innovation. Former US Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Scott Gottlieb and former acting FDA chief scientist and CFR senior fellow Luciana Boyle argued that instead of an IP waiver, the United States should stop hoarding vaccines and increase its exports. The world undoubtedly needs to ramp up its COVID-19 vaccine production. It is literally a matter of life and death. However, are we looking at this with colored glasses, hoping for a miracle to end the waves of devastating virus? Do the vaccine patents cover the entire production process in a microscopic detail? Patents, while expected to provide detail, only cover a skeleton of the idea or process. Let me know how many of us have perfected a new dish with simply a recipe, minus the technique and skill, and succeeded in our first attempt? Will providing the recipe for COVID-19 vaccine to other manufacturers also provide the background knowledge, the technique, methodology, and adequate skill required to manufacture this vaccine to perfection? Will there be additional government approvals, licenses, mandatory trials, or will such manufacturers be permitted to release their vaccines for public consumption without the mentioned required elements? Think about it. The cost of raw materials, skilled workforce, and the required infrastructure needed to develop these vaccines will make it unlikely that manufacturers will simply jump on the vaccine production train without needing to make large investment of their own. Best example is of the Moderna, which issued a patent waiver for its vaccine back in October 2020. And till date, we have not heard anyone of who has taken the opportunity. Another facet is that sadly, we are facing a raw material shortage. Yes, raw material shortage. And if these materials are punted to manufacturers without the requisite expertise to develop these vaccines, we should be ready that we will be considering existing vaccine producers who can run out of the needed stock to meet even the current supply requirements. A patent waiver for COVID-19 vaccines is a welcome news when the world is searching for some form of respite from the harshness of the pandemic. But the practical reality and the hard truth is that it isn't going to be that make that much of difference to the current epidemic. In our panic, are we jumping the gun? And could this decision possibly leave us with new problems or disastrous after effects to contend with? A patent waiver of the COVID-19 vaccines, even if temporary, must be accompanied with a transfer of background knowledge, training, trial, etc. We must consider the practicability of this. Is it even possible for the patent owners to facilitate this knowledge transfer to third parties amid their own challenging responsibility to meet the vaccine demand of the world? Do you really think like that? Is it even practical? Even if other manufacturers choose to make use of the waiver to ramp up the vaccine production, precautions need to be put in place to ensure the safety remains the highest priority. And here I prove that how low manufacturing capacity and not patents are the biggest impediment to global vaccination efforts. We need to ensure that in our hurry to protect ourselves, we don't end up by harming ourselves. Think and decide wisely. And I strongly believe that the opponents should support me. Thank you.
DY9 believes that waiving patents will not miraculously solve the problem of this pandemic. There are other aspects as supply chain issues, logistics that need to be discussed deeply.
With this, that was the end, and this is the last call for the two participants that did not turn up during the roll call. This is F by 11, participant F by 11, F by 11, participant IX12, IX12, participant IX12. With the permission of our judges, we seen these two participants as absent.
Yeah, sure. Like we've had 3 calls, and I think we can consider them to be absent.
All right. All right. With this, I declare A Scene Beyond the Boundaries 2021, the grand finale debate as closed. And may I now request Mr. Satyam Samrat, sir, to please address the gathering.
Thank you. I am audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible.
चलिए, सबसे पहले तो आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने मुझे ये सौभाग्य दिया कि मैं यहाँ पर उपस्थित रह पाऊँ आप सभी के निर्णय के लिए। और जितनी भी मेरे साथ ज्यूरी हैं, हमारे दोस्त गौरांग सर, आपका भी धन्यवाद। और सभी विद्यार्थियों का, खास तौर से स्टूडेंट्स ही ज्यादातर थे जितने भी प्रतिभागी रहे हैं, और उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि इतना गंभीर और इतना गहरा मुद्दा जो है वैक्सीनेशन की कूटनीति का, उस पर उन्होंने अपना अमूल्य समय यहाँ पर दिया। और सबसे ज्यादा साधुवाद उन विद्यार्थियों को जिन्होंने इतने गहरे और गंभीर मुद्दे को भी सारांश के रूप में मात्र 4 मिनट में प्रस्तुत किया। मतलब मुझे नहीं लगता कि दुनिया की किसी भी पार्लियामेंट में इतने कम समय पर डिबेट हो पाती है इतने गहरे मुद्दों पर। और बहुत से विद्यार्थियों ने जो विषय की जो मुख्य भूमिका है ना उसको बहुत हद तक छुआ भी है। लेकिन गौरांग सर से भी हमारी बात हुई अभी बीच में, थोड़ा सा गैप जो था उसमें, तो हमारी यही बात हुई कि ज्यादातर स्टूडेंट्स ने एक जैसे लॉजिक का इस्तेमाल किया है। इट्स कॉल्ड गूगल लॉजिक, हम इसको बोल सकते हैं। आसानी से विकिपीडिया और गूगल पर जो लॉजिक आपको मिल सकता था आपने उसे देखा, और ज्यादातर बच्चों का जो कि कंटेंट के बेस पर, लॉजिक के बेस पर, प्रेजेंटेशन के बेस पर और लैंग्वेज के बेस पर मार्किंग किया गया है, तो बहुत ही अच्छा रहा। इंग्लिश के स्टूडेंट्स का भी कई हद तक लैंग्वेज बेसिस पर जो है ना उतना ज्यादा प्रभाव बहुत सही हद तक रहा, लेकिन प्रेजेंटेशन उनका ठीक तौर पर नहीं हो पाया। देखिए डिबेट में, एलोक्यूशन में जितनी भी वक्तृत्व स्पर्धाएं होती हैं उन पर खासतौर से ये याद रखा जाता है कि फैक्ट के साथ साथ एक्ट भी आपका ठीक होना चाहिए। एक्ट लाइक इसको हम एक्टिंग बोल सकते हैं, अभिनय, आपका शब्दाभिनय जो है वो, यानी कि तर्क के साथ साथ शब्द भी हो, बहुत अच्छा होता है। एक पता एक बहुत फेमस पंक्ति है अभिज्ञान माफ कीजिएगा, अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम नहीं, रघुवंशम में महाकवि कालिदास ने बहुत ही फेमस पंक्ति कही है। इंग्लिश के प्रतिभागी भी और हिंदी के प्रतिभागी भी उसे याद रखे तो बहुत हद तक सही रहेगा। वागार्थामिव संपृक्तो वागार्थामिव संपृक्तो। महाकवि कालिदास ने कहा है कि वाग और अर्थ जो होता है ना, शब्द और अर्थ, वो एक दूसरे से संपर्क होना चाहिए। संपर्क मीन्स दोनों में एक बैलेंस होना चाहिए। तो कई सारे स्टूडेंट्स का ये बैलेंस गड़बड़ाया है और शायद इसी का परिणाम रहा है कि मार्किंग टाइप की आपकी हुई है। तो कोशिश किया जाए वही प्रतिभागी लास्ट तक पहुंच पाता है, वही निर्णायकों को ठीक तरीके से प्रभावित कर पाता है, जो फैक्ट और एक्ट का जो बैलेंस है, शब्द और अर्थ का जो ये बैलेंस है, ये लेकर जाता है लास्ट तक। और रही बात विषय की, विषय पर तो आप सभी ने अपने अपने तरीके से प्रकाश डाला ही है। क्योंकि मैं विश्वविद्यालय, इंदौर विश्वविद्यालय में राजनीति शास्त्र का व्याख्याता हूँ और मेरा पीएचडी भी इसी टॉपिक पर, राजनीति शास्त्र पर ही हुआ है। तो डिप्लोमेसी को हम बहुत ही करीब से जानते हैं, लेकिन किसी भी अर्थ में डिप्लोमेसी जो है मानवता से बड़ी नहीं हो सकती। आप में से कई सारे विद्यार्थियों ने इस पॉइंट को बोला भी है, एक तरफ मुनाफा है तो एक तरफ मानवता है। और जब भी ऐसी परीक्षा बनती है कि मुनाफे और मानवता में से हमें किसी एक को चुनना हो, तो मुझे लगता है कि जितनी भी राष्ट्रीय मर्यादाएं हैं, जितनी भी राष्ट्रीय सीमाएं हैं, जितने भी अलग अलग देशों के संवैधानिक कानून हैं, जितनी भी उनकी अपनी कूटनीति है, उसको दरकिनार रखते हुए हमें संपूर्ण मानवता के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। ईशोपनिषद का वो श्लोक है ना, ईसावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत् किंचित जगत्याम जगत, कि संसार में जितनी भी अच्छी चीजें हैं, वही बौद्धिक संपदा अधिनियम, कई सारे बच्चों ने एक फैक्ट पर बात किया है, आपने इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट पर बात किया है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जब बात आती है दुनिया को बचाने की, तो हम किसी देश के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट के अलग अलग अमेंडमेंट नहीं खोजेंगे, बल्कि हम सबसे पहले उस मरते हुए इंसान की जान बचाएंगे, जिसे वैक्सीन की सबसे ज्यादा सख्त जरूरत है। ठीक है, तो इसे ध्यान रखा जाए। और ये वही हुआ कि जब लक्ष्मण जो है श्रीलंका में बेहोश हो चुके थे रावण के तीर से शायद से, तो हनुमान जो है वो श्रीलंका की बाउंड्री को लांघकर सीधे इंडिया का जो हिमालय था वहां से संजीवनी बूटी लेकर आए थे। किसी प्रकार का कोई टैक्सेशन नहीं, किसी प्रकार का सीमा शुल्क नहीं था, किसी प्रकार की कोई नीतिगत व्यवधान या कोई कूटनीतिक व्यवधान उनके सामने नहीं आया था, क्योंकि उस समय कॉज जो है, जो कारण जो है, जब मानवता का हो तो उस कारण को पूरा करने के लिए किसी भी प्रकार का कार्य मेरे हिसाब से सार्थक होता है। बाकी सारे विद्यार्थियों ने बहुत ही अच्छा प्रस्तुतिकरण किया, लेकिन सभी जीत नहीं सकते हैं, कुछ कुछ ने किया है, तो वो परिणाम भी आपको दिखाई दे जाएगा। एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। हेलो,
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a messageful address. All right, next up we have Dr. Gurang Narayan. So I request you to please come up and address the gathering.
So first of all, thank you so much for this warm invite. It's good to be back, after the preliminary rounds. It's good to be back to the finale. I completely agree with what I noticed. Generally, I prefer giving an individual feedback. But then in this case, since individual feedback, is my connection okay,
हाँ
stable?
हाँ पिताजी
Am I audible and visible?
जी हाँ मैं घर पर हूँ
There are some glitches.
जी जी हाँ मम्मी पापा हम सभी घर पर हैं। आइए आप
Just a minute, huh? Just a minute.
All right, sir.
Just a minute. I'll just change my connection then. Just give me a minute.
I request all the participants to kindly bear with us.
Yeah, is it better now?
Yes, sir, it's better.
So, yeah, so sorry and thank you so much for bearing with me. So the issue is I generally give an individual feedback, but considering the time limit and also the fact that we would be having the valedictory by 3. And with 31 participants, I'm going to give an overall feedback. So point is, first and foremost, what I noticed was body language is very important when it comes to a debate, because your body language will in detail tell the observer on whether you have followed the basic skills of a language. Maybe any language, you always have this LSRW rule. You listen, you speak, you read, and you write. It is very important in a 4-minute conversation, in a debate, that you express, you let the other person know that you have been, in the receiving end, and that you have received all the comments that they have said. I've noticed this particular point being common among only a few of the participants. Whenever, when you're rebutting somebody's point, when somebody has said something and you disagree with it, when you want to do it and you quote it, it tells a fact that yes, you have received, you have been constantly observing and listening to what the other person was doing and not just waiting for your turn. So, and second point is, a lot of people, it was kind of obvious that they were referring to not speech notes, but probably they had their write-up or were referring to it. So eye contact is very important. Whenever you are having a discussion with somebody, eye contact is very important, which anybody looks at. So whatever comments I'm going to give you are based on the comments which I have received all through my debating career. So I think right from school days, I've been debating. I've been few national, few international debates. So whatever comments judges have given me, I've received from my fellow participants. I'm sharing it with you. There are two important things. Agreed that you don't require, a patent to decide. On a larger goal, on a larger picture, humanity takes precedence, and it's very important. You prioritize humanity more than personal profit. But I don't know how many of you have gone through this literature properly. I found in very few arguments that constructive criticism coming up. The issue is, take for example, Moderna vaccine. The cost of producing one vial of Moderna vaccine is $32, while Moderna vaccine is being distributed or is being sold to a patient, let's say, only at $20. So where is the question of profit coming from patency? There is a very thin line of difference between these two. The cost of production does not equate to the cost in which it's being sold. If it's basically profit, it should be on if I'm taking it at $36, $37, I should probably be selling it at $40 to at least make $2 profit. But that's not the case happening here. So patency per se, you cannot equate it to profit. So that argument is something that I would not agree. And on the larger picture, distribution is an issue. It is impacting people. Lots of million lives are lost because of unavailability of vaccine is a very valid point. But profit takes precedence is not the right argument, maybe not as the first right argument. Second point that I would like to tell you is, I found many of them using colloquial slangs, colloquial language, colloquial intonations, and most importantly, use of non-lexical fillers. I'm giving you a very casual talk. So whatever I'm doing now is a casual talk. So I'm giving my inputs, my opinions, I'm just placing it forward. We're very subjective. Though we have an objective schema to evaluate you, but the opinion that I'm giving is subjective. So this is colloquial. I can add non-lexical fillers, but when you are on the stage, when you are on such an international platform, we believe and we expect you to not have such non-lexical fillers and to maintain that, the composure. For example, few participants I had noted had used the word shit. It comes with a flow, but these are things you're not supposed to be using. The problem with some of the participants in Hindi are there were very few participants in Hindi who actually gave the exact official terminology for whatever English words were there. But some of them tried and mixed up, English and Hindi a little, and it became more like English. So when you've chosen a language, you should ensure that you stick to it. So this is again one very important thing. Last but not the least, I want to tell you all one main important point, that diplomacy, many of them came up with this point called Vasudeva Kutumbakam, what the Indian government has followed. We have free of cost distributed vaccines to, we have outsourced it to other people. But then I have a point. There is diplomacy even in it. From the political angle, there is diplomacy even in that stand. For example, you take the present condition in Afghanistan. When Afghanistan was only ready to let off its people to go to another Muslim-based country, for example, the Middle East, when Kuwait, when Muscat could, take care of their people, fly them down to their respective states, how did it allow India to do it when India is not a Muslim country, basically? That is because India had distributed vaccines to them. So this, if you look at it from a political angle, even that, doing it, let's say you call it charity or you call it, the basic humane behavior, there is a political angle to it and there is a little bit of relevant diplomacy. And many of you, I don't know if you have gone through the international business policies and law, the patency can be different, but there is always a line of thing called offset policy. How do I give example? Yeah, for example, you take the Rafale deal which happened, okay, between India and France. France had to invest 30% of the amount that India is paying to France in India, on anything. The biggest impact to this, I'll tell you what. So France negated this fact, telling that we don't find reality, we don't find grounds or platforms to invest that 30% on, so that offset policy or that offset rule doesn't abide to. That is when COVID vaccination came into play, and France had to invest on COVID vaccine. France had to invest in making of the vaccine, in the production. The 30% of the Rafale deal was used here. So there is always this element of inherent diplomacy somewhere or the other. No second opinion on the fact that humanity takes precedence. But when you're arguing for a stand, you cannot blindly say why. You should also be able to say why not for the other end of the spectrum. So these are few important things which I was expecting, which I found missing. So, but that apart, you've all been fab. If you look into the prelims, whatever comments I had given in prelims, those comments I need not have to give here, because I think only the best of the best are here today. Of the 31, the best of the best are here. So I'm pretty happy on the quality and on the content that you guys have delivered. Really fab job. And as usual, as I always say, Amaya and I don't know the other person's name, you've been a fab anchors. You've been really good. Keep up. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, it was a pleasure for us also to have you again for our final rounds. And that was a very great feedback. And I hope that it will be very useful to our budding talents. All right. So
if I may say just one point, I'm sorry to interrupt, Amaya. I just forgot to say one more point. Many of you in your arguments had mentioned that one of the reasons why there was a upgrowth, or there was a spike in the cases, especially in the second wave, is unavailability of vaccines. That is not true. A medical, as a working physician, I will tell you that that can be one of the reasons, but that is not the principal reasons which you can go out in a debate, because vaccines, let's take for India as an example, vaccines were made available right from 26th of January 2021. And the first 1 month till 26th February was for healthcare workers to get vaccinated because we are the unfortunate lab rats. They wanted to test on us, so we took the vaccines. Following which, from 26th February, it was available for everybody who is above 40 years with comorbidities or above 60 years even without comorbidity. If you look at the statistics of how many people have actually lost their lives in the second wave of COVID, it is maximum this group of people who are above 40 and with comorbidities, either diabetes, hypertension, or obesity. So when the vaccine was made available, there was a time when people were crying, "Our vaccine, le lo, come on, take the vaccine," but nobody trusted. It was not unavailability of the vaccine; it was trust issues that people had that they didn't want to get injected, they didn't want to take the jab. So when you're presenting these facts, I believe you should cross-verify these ones before making such blunt statements. I'm not saying everybody told this, but these are blunt statements in an argument. So you should be very careful when you're leaving such blunt statements, because unless and until you cross-verify the truth, you cannot make that statement. So that's it. I just wanted to tell one more point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Actually, earlier also I had a chance to witness you judging. At that time, I was a part of technical team, and I was completely blown away by the level of knowledge you had, the individual feedbacks you gave, and I was looking forward to the finals. And I was informed that you are the judge, so I was very happy. And I would like to thank you once again for being here and sharing your valuable time with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so
sir.
much. Thank you.
Indeed, your feedback was a ground reality check, and that was something in-house secrets that would help all of us to know. Thank you so much. So, to the dear participants, that was the end, and we are having a valedictory ceremony from 3, and it is totally your call to dear participants whether you want to join into the meeting or you want to rejoin the meeting at 3. But this is a humble request to all of you to please be present there at 3, as the results will be announced from 3 onwards. Hope I'm clear. Anyone having any doubt or any issues regarding this, may please ask. Anyone who wants to state anything?
Hi, I have a small request.
Yes, JY18.
If the judges have time and can give us a personal feedback at this moment, is that possible during this time?
To the judges?
Okay, JY18. I'm happy you're interested. So I don't mind giving it to you, but I believe giving it for all 31 participants is going to be, it's going to consume time. All the more we have to consider the fact that we have only 24, some 30 minutes left, probably 34 minutes left for us to join back after lunch. But I'll give you yours. What's your number? JY18, right?
JY18.
Yeah, Miss JY18. So you started off really well. So you started off with the fact that, this is just basically a publicity stunt. So you were for the motion. So you spoke about you gave a good example of recipe, how raw materials, just without raw materials, just having the recipe doesn't work. You also give the example of COVAX fund and how US chose not to pay for it till now, though it's one of the well-established capitalist country. And also brought about the lack of incentive funds. Okay. Your solutions were good. The solutions that you gave as a conclusion towards your argument was really good. But what was missing in your argument was, this is, probably I would have felt that you could have covered it in your 4-minute speech, is what's about the offset policy that US, you spoke that US wanted to give its, was ready to share the patent rights, was ready to share the raw ingredients. But what about the demand for military bases? There is a there was another participant also, I want to tell this, who got confused that military bases were asked by pharma companies. What would pharma companies do with military bases? They have nothing. It's the key which the US government or the government who runs the pharma company gives to the pharma companies to sell. So military bases, asking for military bases is one of the biggest threats to humanity on the other hand. So when you could have possibly included this in your argument that when all of your opposition were speaking about humanity, asking for military bases in return or as an offset is also, uh, so is a necessary evil on the other hand, is a necessary evil, though being a threat to humanity. It is good because they have to establish themselves. For example, the H-1B visa. So the rule about offset policy and its impact on humanity was something that is missing in your argument. That part you were really fab. I hope.
I just have one more doubt.
Yes,
Like,
please.
I just want to I just want to ensure whether my argument made sense to the logic that other participants were presenting. Like, other participants were presenting the fact that, okay, the entire humanitarian aspect, to which I said that, okay, even the humanitarian aspect is not getting fulfilled by, giving up the vaccine patents, because of the fact that ultimately these nations who are getting the rights will not be able to produce the vaccine, since the raw material at the first place is not present. So
No, correct. Yeah, correct. Yes, please go on. Yeah.
does that make like a relevance to the humanitarian? I totally understand your point. That's very valid, but I was not aware of the fact, so I could not, include it in my speech. But did this argument make relevance to the humanitarian aspect of the problem?
No, it did. It did. On the larger picture, yes, it did. Though it was, I cannot say it was explicit, but it was implicit from the fact that already these poor countries are, having, they are undergoing, the tough times, economically tough times. So when they're already downtrodden and when they don't have economy, despite sharing the patency, from where would they procure raw materials and from where would they actually make the vaccine? It was understood. What you wanted to convey did get conveyed, but the very question that, this is my personal opinion, that you could have added these points, one.
I get it, sir.
Two, but with regards to your question, I get your concern, and I'm telling that yes, I understood the fact that what relevance your statement had to humanity and its impact on a larger basis, just that it was implicit and not explicit.
I get it, sir. Like, it was not a, bluntly stated fact. It was the kind of a hidden meaning that somebody needs to find through logic. Not, I get it. Thank you so much, sir. It was
Exactly.
very insightful. Thank you.
Pleasure. One more thing is, okay, the 31 pages, I'm unable to get it. I've noted it somewhere. I wanted to tell that. If I remember, I'll tell you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, absolutely.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable feedback. And we are also receiving messages from other participants that are asking for individual feedbacks. But since we are all bound by time, so I would request them that individual feedback will be given to them by the OC members. They'll have to contact OC members, and OC members will give them the individual feedback. As Dr. Garan says, he has got 31 pages, so you can have 31 photographs and that will be sent to you. But
yeah, but I'm so sorry if you guys don't understand my handwriting. It's horrible. So sometimes even I find it difficult to read whatever I've written. But if they are really interested, they can ask me, or they can always get to you guys and get my Instagram handle and text me there. It's cool. I'm willing to. I'll put that, because I was the one person who was running behind judges long time back to tell me where I went wrong, where I went right. So if I today sitting at this position, I cannot choose to say no. So I would definitely negate it, and they can get back to me personally, or they can always contact you guys. I will anyway share this entire bulk page to Manish. Thanks.
That was a very sweet gesture from your side.
Thank you, sir. I do understand the pain of participants, as I have been a participant and I always used to look forward for individual feedback. But since time is something that we do not. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue.
छोटी चीज कहना चाहूंगा, कई सारे प्रतिभागियों का होगा प्रश्न कि हमने पर्सनली क्या मतलब किया है, तो उनको पर्सनली फीडबैक दिया जाए। तो मैं पता यही कहूंगा कि जब हम YouTube पर वीडियोस स्क्रॉलिंग होता है ना, मतलब हम अपने फोन पर YouTube देखते हैं, वीडियो देखते हैं, पता वही वीडियोस ज्यादा दिखे जाते हैं जिनका थंबनेल अच्छा होता है। मतलब वीडियो थंबनेल मींस देखते से ही जो प्रेजेंटेशन है, फर्स्ट इंप्रेशन, तो फैक्ट सभी को पता है। मैंने कहा ना, गूगल पर, विकिपीडिया पर, तमाम जगह पर फैक्ट है। आपको संवाददाता नहीं बनना है, आपको एंकर बनना है। तो आपको एंकर की भूमिका में आना है, संवाददाता की भूमिका में नहीं आना है। तो एंकर बनने के लिए जो अभिनय चाहिए, जो प्रेजेंटेशन करने का तरीका चाहिए, आप उसको डेवलप कीजिए। लॉजिक को लोग ज्यादा नहीं देखते हैं, आपके एक्ट को ज्यादा देखते हैं। फैक्ट को केवल जजेस देखते हैं, एक्ट को पूरी दुनिया देखती है। ओके,
Exactly.
That was
I
a
agree with
beautiful
sir.
explanation. Thank you so much, dear judges. It's a pleasure to receive both of you as our grand finale judge, and hope our participants will agree too with this. So, to all the dear participants, I request the technical host to end the meeting for all, and each one of you is requested to please join the meeting right at 3, as we'll be having our valedictory ceremony. And with this, over to the technical host.
Right. Thank you once again to the wonderful host we had for today. Before we move on, all right. So to all of the participants present in the meeting, we will be having our valedictory session from 3. So this meeting, the valedictory will be taking place in this very same meeting still. So it is over to the participants, and it is their call if they would like to rejoin at 3 or whether they would like to stay in the meeting till that time. We have around 26 minutes till we begin with the valedictory ceremony. So once again, to all of the participants, please be present with us at 3. Thank you. Till that time, to the anchors, I request you to kindly make sure that the meeting remains still, since we'll be having a short break till the valedictory ceremony begins.
All right.
Once again, good afternoon to all of the participants present with us here today, to our honorable chief guest of the day, and to our honorable judges as well. We'll be starting with the valedictory ceremony in just a minute. I thank everyone for their patience, and I will request it for just a few more moments now. Thank you so much. Could I get an audibility check from the anchors?
Yes.
Right. To the host, we may begin now whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, technical host. Welcome back, everyone, our esteemed judges, and to all the participants as well. So this is the valedictory ceremony, and to check with the technical host, has the dean ma'am arrived?
No, not yet, but I request you to kindly continue.
All right. So this is the introduction of our dean ma'am. She has over 20 years of rich multicultural experience with education, training and services, strong credentials in rolling out innovations, training methods, business strategies, operational excellence across diverse functional disciplines. She offers performance-driven leadership and training experience in the areas of IT operations, business creation, team structuring and management building, strategic alliances, drive distribution, successfully managing P&L, competitive intelligence, project management skills, process excellence. Key expertise areas include academic, strategic, planning, business analysis, operations and delivery, industry relationship management, team management, training and development, strong interpersonal and presentation skills, leadership abilities, and persuasive communication. So that was our Dean, Professor Dr. Manju Gupta ma'am. And may I now request the President, Bebak of IMS, Mr. Manish sir, to please address the gathering.
Thank you, Amaya. So starting with, I welcome each and every one of you to the valedictory session of the Beyond the Boundaries First IMS International Online Debate Competition 2021. With deepest gratitude, I welcome Ms. Lakshika Joshi, ma'am, honorable judges, Dr. Gaurang Narayan sir, Mr. Satyam Samrat Acharya sir, and with the blessings of Dr. Manju Gupta, Honorable Dean Academics of IMS Noida, we are here in the valedictory ceremony. So I would like to extend my deepest thanks on behalf of my whole team to her, to the administration of IMS Noida, and to each and every one of you who has been directly or indirectly involved in making this event a great success. Friends, we started this around 2 months ago, the contemplation of organizing an international debate competition started long back, And since then, we have worked really hard. We have left no stone unturned to make it a grand success. Firstly, we thought that it is pertinent in the scenario of COVID to go in a virtual mode, but then going on a virtual mode also means that there should be a there should be engagement as much as possible. And therefore, it was not a debate which ended in a mere 3 days or 2 days, but it was a debate which extended over a period of 14 days, over a period of 2 weeks. And in fact, we started the preliminary sessions on the 20th August, and today, on the 4th of September, we are sitting in the valedictory session. I thank all the participants, all the 506 participants from all those 11 countries who registered for this event. For without them, this would not have been possible to make this event a grand success. And at last, not the least, I also welcome our Honorable Professor Govind Prasad Goyal sir, who has been so generous in extending his help to the team of BBAC in organizing this international debate competition. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll now proceed with the event, and it's my pleasure to welcome our honorable chief guest for today, Ms. Lakshika Joshi. A very hearty welcome to you, dear ma'am. Ma'am is the Global IP Lead and Assistant Vice President, Legal at Cape Gemini Engineering part of Cape Gemini Group. Besides heading legal for licensing and IPR businesses, she leads the IPR compliance and governance programs for Cape Gemini Engineering. As AVP Legal, she oversees and manages strategic ties-up, cross-border transactions, innovation and R&D, export controls, global compliance, and policies. A very hearty welcome to you, ma'am. I request you to please address the gathering.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for inviting me for this event today. I just heard about how much effort and endeavor has gone into putting it together. All of you and the participants who are here today have been working tirelessly at making a difference for the last 2 weeks. And I'm sure you would have had many sleepless nights. A word of gratitude for IMS College, for Professor Govind Goyal and Dr. Gupta. I have had the opportunity to engage with them in the past, and I know that IMS is almost an extension of the family that I belong to. Almost, I can say that for the last few months we haven't met because of the force majeure circumstances which couldn't be avoided. But even with that, I have seen the kind of efforts IMS has put and rather left no stone unturned in trying to keep the spirit alive, the spirit of the law college alive. And let me share with you the spirit, what the spirit is. When you enter the law college, there are students around, there's a lot of activity, there is a lot of discussions, people are researching and so on. But it doesn't stop there. For IMS, I have seen how much efforts the faculty, the dean, and the other members actually put into nurturing those brains, and which is all of you. And therefore, it is a very, very special place. When you come to the college after having done your +2, you're still very naive in terms of your worldview, in terms of looking at things. And I think one thing that IMS teaches you as part of its education here is to look at various perspectives in life and not just narrow down your thinking to a linear way of looking at things. And that's extremely important. And this I have seen actually demonstrated through various efforts that IMS puts into engaging and putting together programs, whether these are discussions, whether these are debates, even welcoming its new batches into the college. Each of them are planned and managed in a manner that it actually kindles a fire in you, a fire to learn, the fire for knowledge, and fire to see the world in different perspectives. Now, having said that, I think there couldn't be a better place for a law student to be perhaps Bebak. And I really like the name because it says it all. You need to, and this is the need of the hour. As citizens, as nationals, and as global citizens, we all need to be totally Bebak in what we do, in what we say, and how we, after perceiving things, researching things, what is the output that we give back to the society. And in all those interactions, we need to be totally fearless and Bebak in what we do. And the name is, I don't know who coined the name, but it is absolutely bang on, very, very spot on. My congratulations and compliments on that. And I see that this might be the first sort of international event that you've put together for debating. But I just heard that there were 11 nationalities that participated in the event. And I'm sure it must have been a lot of exchange of thoughts, of ideas, concepts, and research. And one good thing about debating is always that it teaches you the value of not only appreciating what you think is right, but also the value of empathy, also the value to understand the other side's perspective, to put yourself in their shoes. And in addition to that, there is, of course, the whole debating process is built on deep researching. And unless you are well researched and well learned with your subject, you will not be able to perhaps counter questions and queries that keep coming your way. So I think this is perhaps it goes even beyond law school. It is the best way to make any citizen, not just you as students, but at any stage of our lives, aware of what we are, who we are, and where we stand in this whole world. And especially in the given circumstances, it is extremely important to have that kind of a hook which keeps us conscious of the environment and also brings value. And this is precisely what I feel and I see that you've tried to achieve and have successfully done so through this. My very, very best wishes to all the people who participated. I'm sure each of you put in your best. And of course, as life is, there is always scope to learn more. There is always time to learn more. And you are, as law students, forever students, even when you start practice, or even with 2, 3, 4 decades of practice, every case will teach you something new. So with all of that, my best wishes to everyone here, and keep learning, stay safe, and stay connected through these events. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Since we have been debating for over a month, so we thought to bring in the heat of those sessions to the valedictory ceremony. So I would like to call upon the participant LY13 to kindly come up and speak.
To inform to our judges and our honorable chief guest that this is a speech that was made by LY13 in the last session of the debate, and she will be speaking the same here also. So I now request LY13, are you all set?
Am I audible and visible to you, ma'am?
Your participant, you're audible and visible. There is some, dear participant, you're not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible now.
Clearly, ma'am?
Yes.
I hope there isn't any distortion.
No, not at all.
Right. So First of all, I'd like to thank Baybak and every other person who has made this event a grand success. And I really am honored to make my speech here again, once again, before a worthy panel and also my worthy participants. It's indeed an honor. So yes, I, code LY13, rise today to oppose the motion with tooth and nail. Panel, I'd like to set the paradigm of today's debate with words of Martin Luther King Jr. An individual has not started living until he can rise above the narrow confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. Pardon my emotional urges to speak today and make very strong statements because I'm one among the several unfortunates who lost their beloved to this fatal virus. This might come as a very strong statement, panel, but this topic as a debate, as a matter, subject matter of debate in these trying times of incessant pandemic, by itself is a shame to the entire world. Having to explain that survival comes first, the call of humanity should always take precedence, and that every conflict, be it a business conflict or a patent conflict, is up to life. And we are falling short of breath. We are falling short of life. If the magnitude of this pandemic is yet to be explained against the glaring, gut-wrenching visuals flashing in the eyes and sirens of ambulances echoing in the ears, I doubt ordinary prudence and plausible intellect of the people vouching for the intellectual property rights. I rather propose to rewrite the IPR law books with a definition of intellect first. Diplomacy on COVID vaccine patent is not necessary evil because we humans essentially carve out what's necessary, the definitions of what's necessary or unnecessary. And it is the need of the hour, rather high time, to define a bare minimum intellectual conduct in unordinary pandemic. Citing authorities and how many $1 billion these pharmaceutical companies spent on technology, or how the messenger RNA technology is not just restricted to cure coronavirus, but HIV, cancer, etc., definitely exhibits their memory, but not intellect, because they lost it the very moment they denied disseminating the same to save lives. Would you be able to tell all the orphans out there that you spent $1 billion and your years together to make an innovation which could have saved your parents had you not been too shallow? They tell you that if you spent years together on an innovation, even they spend their entire lives being in the laps of their parents. They tell you that if you could only be tall when others are on their knees, you have a serious problem. If you could only enjoy being a capitalist or a patent holder when others are fundamentally deprived of the very resources to anyway innovate and contribute to the trade and economy, you are in a grave delusion. If you could only bring your supposed IPR and economic justice when others are silenced into their graves, you have carved injustice forever. If you could only reach Mars when humanity dies on the Earth, you have reached nowhere. Panel, I'm on record, given this international platform or a forum, and I'd proudly say that despite being a country of 130 crore population, hit by pandemic, we Indians did not even think twice to export our vaccines. In the West, where they don't even offer water to people alive, it is the rich culture of we Indians who serve water to even our deceased forefathers for years together. Panel, the world is pained by unemotional, rational men deciding bizarre things. India, South Africa, and all other 100+ countries backing the IPR waiver are not asking for charity, but for the right to develop and make their own vaccines without getting sued. All the world leaders and these big pharmaceutical companies must realize that they need to be on the right side when the history of pandemic comes to be written. The potential vaccine shortfall increases the risk that people in low-income countries will need to wait even longer for their first doses. Panel, neither they are morally justified nor legally justified, except they are looking for their petty benefits or whatever they call it as a profit or whatsoever. Talking legally, Article 31 of the TRIPS agreement itself allows for such patent suspension in trying times of crisis or national emergencies. Article 3 of United Nations Declarations of Human Rights, right to life. Article 25, right to health, including medical care, overrides any other claim in these trying times, be it any patent claim. Look at the plight of the situation that we are essentially paying for our right to life. And before going to the further limb of my argumentation, I am reminded of the very famous quote by M.K. Gandhi that an educated individual often talks of his rights, but seldom talks of his duties. Talking business, every business model is inclusive of the CSR, the corporate social responsibility. Panel, furthermore, in light of the economics, sheer economics, all these pharmaceutical companies such as Lupin, Cipla, Kedla, Sun Pharma were trusted by the people who invested in them. Even during the lockdown, when all the economical activities were facing a setback, it were these pharmaceutical companies who skyrocketed and capitalized market to an extent that the National Stock Exchange crossed the US $3 trillion mark and became the 10th largest stock exchange in the world. It is really shallow of such multi-million-dollar companies to fight over patents, which are merely peanuts for them. To conclude, I'd rather say, panel, no country is safe from COVID-19 until all countries are safe from COVID-19. To state the obvious, to overcome a pandemic of this magnitude, vaccines must be made available quickly, cheaply, and fairly. It is this basic. The sole purpose of power is to empower others. Having said that, very proud to oppose this motion on this international forum.
Thank you, LY13. This is the second time I'm hearing your speech, and I must say I am very delighted to hear that. Well, straight-jacketed, precise, and to the point. If I have to describe your speech in words, those three are the best choice. Well, I could almost see a barrister in you while you said that. Why not rewrite those IPR laws if they are not in favor of humanity? It's very nice. Thank you.
And it was indeed with the same energy, the same amount as you had said before. So thank you so much, dear participant LY13.
Thank you so much.
Moving ahead to the event, may I now call upon Dr. Gaurang Narayan to please address the gathering. I request our honorable judge for today.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, so you're audible and visible.
Okay. So first of all, good evening, one and all. It's indeed my pleasure to join you guys for this valedictory function. To begin with, I would like to first thank IMS Noida, Baybak, the Debating Society, Manish, Amaya, Saurav, and the entire team of Baybak for coming up with such a splendid debate. Going on an international forum is not that easy. So I have been the organizing secretary for few events during my UG days, and I know it's not easy. It's not a joke, to host such a platform on such a platform, especially considering the fact that it's going virtual. So big shout and congratulations to all of you guys. Basically, I'm not going to. What I would like to be sharing here is few insights from my debating experiences. So I've been debating right from my school days. So I'm just going to share a couple of nuances to it, whatever I have learned. So I'm a strong believer of the fact that you have to definitely believe in the LSRW rule. So you listen, then you speak, then you read, then you write. So that's how even a child learns language, right? So when it's in the mother's womb, it listens to the voices of the mother or the father. That's how it learns the basic language, the mother tongue of the child. So you listen, then you speak, then you read, then you write. So even when you're debating, I know everybody has that anxiety, has that element, which would not let you be you, but you have to ensure that you equally listen to other participants speaking, because that's when you will be able to pose your interjection, and your rebuttal would be fun. The second point that I'd like to tell you all is maintain composure. I have always been told this, that more than a fearful argument, more than the presentation, you can be in the calm frame of mind, but let your intonations, I repeat, let your intonations convey what you're actually planning to convey. The best example for this would be Julius Caesar, the strategic pause. It did play an important role when it, when people of the city of Rome had to decide on whom to vote for and whom to not. So it's very important that more than fearful arguments, it's your intonation and it's your crispness on delivering your arguments is all that matters. Last but not the least, whenever you're discussing anything, may it be rebuttal as well, never try to dismiss anyone's opinion, because debating forums are so that you cannot make an argument, that you cannot pass a comment which can dismiss others' opinion, because everybody has an inner conscience, and everybody knows to differentiate between the right and the wrong. It's just that the individual's perspective varies. So throughout your argument, always maintain that composure, and do not let anybody guess or anybody have that develop that feeling that you're being dismissive to their points or to their arguments. So these are the key base golden rules: the LSRW, the intonation, and the pause, and the last is not being dismissive. These three are very important golden rules for a debater, and that's what will actually keep you going forward in the debating career. The second thing that I wanted to discuss with all of you is I'm a person who believes in forming an effective dialogue rather than a monologue. Otherwise, when it's a didactic lecture or when it's a speech, what happens is more or less you end up being at the receiving end, and it's monotonous at some point. Form dialogues. Try and discuss with people. Always discuss with people to get in their perspectives, to get in their ideologies. It will fill you with a plethora of things, and then you can go back, you can evaluate, and then choose to take whatever you feel is comfortable or whatever is within the ambit of your reach. But always discuss. Keep the spirit of debating on, because that's what is going to build in the character. That's what's going to build in you as a person. And most importantly of all of this is also the fact that it's going to get you networking skills. It's very important in today's fast moving world that you have that networking connection. So debating is one such platform which can help you with a lot of networking skills. You'll get to learn from a lot of people, so you use this opportunity. Always try and balance what people get to learn from you and what you get to learn from people. And last but not the least, if you have to venture out and try and understand the polemics of life, it's very important that you know that you are a learner throughout your life. So if you stay a learner throughout your life, you're going to understand life better in a holistic perspective, and that's what is going to make you reach there. That apart, this was just my personal suggestion. I had the opportunity to judge 2 preliminary rounds, and I got the opportunity to judge the finale as well. I must say that whatever comments, whatever feedback that I had suggested while judging the preliminary round, and whatever I'm getting to see in the finale is very different. It shows the fact that we had the best and the best, the creams of the creams, who have actually reached to this finale, and I'm getting to interact with them. So it was my absolute pleasure to have been here, and special thanks to Manish for considering me in, and for having extended this invite so that I get to learn, I get to listen to all of you people. It was really fab. So looking forward to crossing roads with all of you again, if possible in life. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir. Listen, speak, read, write, if I got you right. That was the mission by sir. And the dialogue than a monologue. Thank you so much. And it was really a pleasure to have you again. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Honorable Judge, Mr. Satyam Samrat. So I request you to please address the gathering.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सभी को एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद। और एक बार फिर वही जो दोपहर में कहा था कि हमारे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि इतनी अच्छी अच्छी प्रतिभाओं को मंच पर देखने का, मंच तो खैर है नहीं, ऑनलाइन मंच है ये, और कैमरे के इस पार हम हैं, कैमरे के उस पार आप सब लोग हैं, और कई सारी चीजें ऑनलाइन डिबेट ने चेंज की है। आपकी बॉडी एक्सप्रेशन बहुत ज्यादा मायने रखते हैं वाद विवाद में, वक्तृत्व स्पर्धाओं में, खास तौर से जब आप लाइव होते हैं स्टेज के सामने। और तो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हमारे एक ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी में होती भी है कि स्टेज को लेकर हमारे अंदर एक फोबिया होता है, स्टेज फोबिया, एक डर होता है, एक प्रकार का हेजिटेशन सामने आता है। कई सारे विद्यार्थियों के साथ वो आता है, तो कई बार ये हेजिटेशन जो है ना, ये आपके प्रस्तुतिकरण पर, आपके प्रेजेंटेशन पर बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव डालता है। जब मेरे भी डिबेटिंग करियर की शुरुआत हुई थी, और सौभाग्य से मैंने भी कई सारे राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर अपना अपना प्रस्तुतिकरण दिया है। यूथ फेस्टिवल जैसे जो मंच AIU के द्वारा जो ऑर्गेनाइज किए जाते हैं, बाकी अलग अलग प्रकार के नेशनल इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर भी कई सारे कॉलेजेस होते हैं, वो अपने अपने स्तरों पर कई बड़ी बड़ी वक्तृत्व स्पर्धाएं उनके द्वारा आयोजित की जाती है। ये अलग अलग जो प्लेटफॉर्म है, आप अगर इन प्लेटफॉर्म पर जाएंगे तो ओवरऑल ये सारे के सारे मंच जो हैं ये आपकी प्रतीक्षा में है, लेकिन ये आपकी उस प्रतिभा की प्रतीक्षा में भी है जो प्रतीक्षा आप अपने हेजिटेशन को दूर करके ही अपने प्रस्तुतिकरण को सामने लेकर आ सकते हैं। सही मायने में देखा जाए तो एक बार फिर से दोपहर में मैंने बात कही थी कि आपका प्रेजेंटेशन किस टाइप का हो। कई सारे विद्यार्थियों के साथ, कई सारे प्रतिभागियों के साथ ये प्रॉब्लम आती है सामने कि हम कैसे अच्छे से बोल सकते हैं। हमारे बैठने का तरीका अगर ऑनलाइन डिबेट में हो या फिर ऑफलाइन में हो तो हमारे हमारे प्रेजेंटेशन के तरीके में हमारी बॉडी लैंग्वेज कैसी हो, हमारा पहनावा क्या हो। अब आप वेस्टर्नाइजेशन के विरोध में डिबेट बोलने के लिए गए हैं और आप वेस्टर्न आउटलुक में गए हैं तो एक बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव जजेस के ऊपर होता है। कुल मिलाकर कथनी और करनी में जो एक प्रकार का अंतर है ना, वो पूरा का पूरा अंतर उस 5 मिनट में आपको बतलाना होता है। तो कथनी तो आपकी सुनाई दे रही है, लेकिन करनी इस आधार पर सुनाई देगी कि आपके हाव भाव, आपकी भाव भंगिमाएं क्या है। और दोपहर के समय मैंने एक और बात लास्ट में कही थी कि आपको संवाददाता नहीं बनना है, बल्कि आपको संवाद प्रस्तोता बनना है, आपको एंकर बनना है। और प्रस्तोता वही अच्छा होता है जो उस संवाद को, जो अलग अलग प्रकार के लॉजिक के ऊपर, अलग अलग प्रकार के फैक्ट्स के ऊपर, तर्कों और अलग अलग प्रकार की डाटा के ऊपर बेस्ड होता है ना, उसको प्रेजेंट करने का तरीका उसके अंदर होना चाहिए। तर्क हमें भी पता है, तर्क आपको भी मालूम है, गूगल और विकिपीडिया भरे पड़े हैं। आप जितने भी खोजते जाएंगे आपको उससे दुगने तर्क मिलते जाएंगे। खास चीज क्या है? खास चीज तर्क नहीं है। अगर तर्क खास चीज होती तो पार्लियामेंट सबसे अच्छी डिबेट का मंच होता, लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं पार्लियामेंट की डिबेट में लोग कुछ उबासियां ले रहे होते हैं, कुछ लोग सो रहे होते हैं। लेकिन डिबेट कंपटीशन में आप सभी अपने अपनी भाव भंगिमा से, अपने प्रेजेंटेशन से, अपने पहनावे से, ओवरऑल पता है शब्द की 3 शक्तियां जो हिंदी व्याकरण के अनुसार इंग्लिश में भी होगी, ऑफ कोर्स लैंग्वेज में ज्यादा अंतर, लैंग्वेज के व्याकरण में ज्यादा अंतर नहीं होता है अल्फाबेट्स को छोड़ दिया जाए तो। अभिधा, लक्षणा और व्यंजना, ये 3 प्रकार की शब्द शक्तियां होती हैं। अगर आपने आपने अपने व्यवहार में, अपनी भाषण में इन तीनों प्रकार की शब्द शक्तियों को साध लिया है, आपकी अभिधा, आपकी लक्षणा, आपकी व्यंजना, आपके प्रोनाउंसिएशन का तरीका जो है वो कहलाएगा अभिधा। मतलब आपके अंदर किस प्रकार के शब्द है, आपकी वोकैबुलरी किस प्रकार से स्ट्रांग है। अब जितना आप साहित्य के संपर्क में आएंगे, जितना ज्यादा आप साहित्य के लिटरेचर से टच में आएंगे, उतनी ज्यादा आपकी वर्ड वोकैबुलरी स्ट्रांग होगी। तो ये कहलाती है आपकी अभिधा। लक्षणा क्या है? मेरे पास कई सारे शब्द हैं, लेकिन उन शब्दों को सामने वाले व्यक्ति तक पहुंचाने का तरीका क्या है? वो तरीका ऐसा जो सामने वाले व्यक्ति को आपकी तरफ आकर्षित करता है। वर्ड अट्रैक्शन जिसको हम बोलते हैं, ये है अभिधा के बाद लक्षणा। और व्यंजना क्या है? व्यंजना यही है कि अगर आपके द्वारा कहा गया शब्द सामने वाले इंसान को समझ में आ जाता है सही मायने में, तभी आपका शब्द सार्थक हो सकता है। कहते हैं ना, एक अच्छा लेखक वो है जो वो बात कह दे जो पाठक कहना चाह रहा था, और एक अच्छा वक्ता वो है जो वो बात कह दे जो पाठक समझना चाह रहा था। तो ये कई प्रकार के अलग अलग प्रकार के अंतर होते हैं। आज के इस डिबेट में एक बार फिर से बेबाक डिबेटिंग सोसाइटी को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। आपके कॉलेज को भी ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं कि उन्होंने इस प्रकार के साहित्य के आधार पर लिटरेचर बेस्ड जो कंपटीशन होते हैं वो ऑर्गेनाइज किए। और एक बार पुनः आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your lightning words. It was a pleasure receiving you as our honorable guest for today, for our grand finale. Moving ahead, I'll once again call upon President Bebak, Manish, sir. And this is the moment that all the participants, every one of us, have been waiting for very eagerly past 2 months. And all upon you, sir.
Right. So thank you so much, anchors, for calling me again. And it's the time for the results. And before moving on to the results, ये मेरा दायित्व बनता है कि मैं इस पूरी टीम का शुक्रिया अदा करूं। और शुरुआत करते हैं आर्यन गुप्ता, जिन्होंने पूरी इवेंट को संभालने में एक बड़ी अहम भूमिका निभाई है। यदि शायद वो नहीं होते तो इस इवेंट का इतने अच्छे से हो पाना मुश्किल होता। तो मैं आर्यन जो मेरे कलीग हैं बेबाक में, उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। अमाया और सौरभ जो आज के एंकर्स हैं, निशी गुप्ता जिन्होंने जितने भी वर्क एथिक्स वाले काम थे, जितने भी पेपर वर्क थे, प्रेजेंटेशन बनाना था, जो आप प्रेजेंटेशन अभी देख रहे थे, जो आप आगे सर्टिफिकेट्स और चेक्स का डिज़ाइन देखेंगे, वो सब उन्होंने किया है। तो निशी गुप्ता का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, वो भी हमारी टीम की सदस्य हैं। साथ ही मैं थैंक करता हूँ सुकांत का, जिन्होंने पूरे ही सेशन में बेल बजाने का काम जो था अपने ऊपर ले लिया और कोई दूसरा मतलब वो काम उनसे छीन नहीं पाया। तो बेल बजाने का काम एकदम बखूबी तरीके से पूरी कमिटमेंट के साथ सुकांत ने किया है। सुकांत का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हमारी पूरी टीम, मैं नाम लेने में सबका सफल नहीं हो पाऊंगा, परंतु हमारी पूरी टीम, जितने भी लोग हैं, निशांत, पारुल, इशिका, सब लोग, सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। श्री कृष्णा, प्राची, अंशिका, जिन लोगों ने भी यहाँ पे कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और ये इवेंट आप सबके बिना a single man could not have pulled off such a grand event. So it's all a teamwork, and that teamwork has come down to this valedictory ceremony today and the result declaration. Also, I'm very thankful to the honorable judges जिनका फैसला अभी मैं पढ़ने जाऊंगा, और although शब्द मेरे रहेंगे but फैसले उनके हैं। तो let me take this opportunity to thank honorable judge Mr. Satyam Samrat Acharya. Mr. Satyam Samrat Acharya does not need any kind of introduction in himself. He has been a huge prospect to the debating fraternity of India, not only during his debating days, but even now. मतलब जहाँ भी हम जाते हैं, सर ने मुझे भी एक इवेंट में जज किया है, and then we see that Satyam sir has been a huge prospect. He has been a huge bonus for whole debating fraternity. We get to learn a lot. Also, Dr. Gaurang Narayan sir, जिन्होंने बैक टू बैक हमारे साथ पहले 2 दिन प्रिलिमिनरी में 2 सेशंस किए, and then the team was so convinced that they were pitching to me, no, we want this judge for the finale, we want this judge for the finale. So nonetheless, I could not do anything, but I just had to bow down to those advices and then request Honorable Dr. Gaurang Narayan, and I'm very thankful that he agreed to judge this. Or we could not have found any better person than them, any better experts than them, Honorable Satyam sir and Gaurang sir, to judge this very event. और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों का। मैं एक बार बता दूं कि 506 पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे। There were 506 participants in total who had registered. We did not expect such a huge number of registrations when we started contemplating for this very event. We initially thought that we might go up to 300, and honestly our target was कि we'll get 300 registrations and then we'll pull off a good event, because we wanted to extend it for around 2 weeks. So we needed at least 300 registrations, but then when we started getting registrations, so it was so overwhelming. और अगर हमने खुला हाथ छोड़ दिया होता, मतलब लास्ट की 2-3 दिन में ऐसी स्थिति आ गई थी कि हमको लिमिट करना पड़ा था, हमको अपने टीम को बोलना पड़ा था कि डोंट शेयर मच नाउ बिकॉज registrations are going beyond our control. तो अगर हम छोड़ देते तो हो सकता था 600-700 पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी पहुंच जाते। एंड from that lot of 506 participants to come in these in this top 31 is a big achievement in itself. So I don't think these participants, the ones, all 31 of you, you need anything more than this. I mean, अगर आप यहाँ पे हैं, that is itself a big boost. Or also, this team has taken a lot of pain, and I personally have felt that, and this team has taken a lot of pain. So let me admit कि हमारे पास भी ये एक ऑप्शन खुला हुआ था कि all right, we have 506 participants, so we'll 5 दिन में निपटा देंगे, 100 का preliminary round करवा देंगे, and then we'll take top 6 सब में से, and then we'll directly conduct final. That could have been an option, but no, we thought कि 20 के round में ही कराना है, because we have been to debates. I have been a debater, and I see that when judges come, they listen to 20 speakers, and then they matlab, we all are human beings, so we don't have that level of, I mean, tenacity to to keep ourselves involved for a longer period of time. So we thought we took everything into consideration, and then we thought that we'll organize sessions in groups of 20. It took a lot of toll on this very bunch of us, but then we eventually pulled this off. And I couldn't be more thankful to all the judges of the preliminary round, all the judges of the semi-finals round, who took their time and who made this event a great success. Had we not found those many judges, तो हमारा वो 20-20 के बैच में कराने का प्लान कभी सफल नहीं हो पाता. So I thank all the judges. Sorry, मैं उनका नाम नहीं ले पाऊंगा शायद यहाँ, but I thank all the judges who have contributed to this hugely, giving individual feedback. I have been to many debates. जितनी pinpointed तरीके से डॉक्टर गौरंग सर ने, चाहे वो प्रीलिमिनरी के 2 सेशंस हो, चाहे आज इतनी तकलीफ लेकर के फीडबैक दिया है उन 2 सेशंस में, पर्टिकुलरली आज इंडिविजुअल फीडबैक का टाइम नहीं था, क्योंकि आई कैन नॉट बी मोर थैंकफुल टू हिम. आई डोंट हैव वर्ड्स एक्चुअली टू थैंक हिम, बट सर वेरी वेरी थैंकफुल. तो थोड़ा सा लंबा हो गया, बट देन कमिंग बैक टू द रिजल्ट्स नाउ. Also, I would like to thank the IMS Noida administration, Honorable Dean Academics, Dr. Manju Gupta, and before her, Honorable President of IMS Noida, Shri Rajiv Kumar Gupta sir, MD ma'am, and then Senior Director ma'am, and all those, obviously our HOD, Dr. Bhavna Arora ma'am, Professor Govind Prasad Goyal sir, and each and everyone for making this event a great success and contributing to it directly or indirectly. So ab main time waste nahi karunga, coming to the results directly. Right, so Nishi, can you give me a check if we are ready? So right, so we'll move on with the consolation prize. हमें 5 consolation prizes देने हैं. So moving on with the consolation prizes. So 5th consolation prize goes to GX9 Nisa Chakraborty from Sri Siksha Yatan College. So GX9 Nisa Chakraborty from Sri Siksha Yatan College. She wins a prize money of ₹700. You can see the check. As I already stated, these are the creative minds of Miss Nishi Gupta, who is an active member of our team. Right. So let's move on to the 4th. I hope Nisa is not here. Otherwise, we would give approximately 10 to 20 seconds to every winner to state something. All right. So just moving on to the 4th consolation prize. And the consolation prizes are being given on your performance, based on your performance in the preliminary and semi-final round. So the finale is not being counted for consolation prizes. Right. So 4th consolation prize goes to FX9 Sana Mahajan from Government Medical College, Jammu. Right. So Sana Mahajan as well wins a prize money of ₹700, and Sana Mahajan is from Government Medical College, Jammu. Sana, if you are here, just switch your camera on, audio on, and just say something for 10 to 20 seconds.
Hello, everyone. I'm pretty glad to have received this award. Thank you so much. Thank you to the team. Thank you to the host, and thank you to the judges.
Thank you, Sana. Congratulations. The 3rd consolation prize goes to CX13 Asim Chadda from Chitkara College of Pharmacy. CX13 receives the 3rd consolation prize. He's from Chitkara College of Pharmacy. He also receives a prize money of ₹700. Asim, if you're here, just switch your camera and audio on and say something for 10 to 20 seconds, if you could please. All right. So we'll move ahead. The 2nd consolation prize goes to GX16 Shreya Kumari from Patna Women's College. GX16 Shreya Kumari from Patna Women's College. She wins 2nd consolation prize. Shreya, if you are here, just switch your camera and audio on and say something, please.
Yeah, am I perfectly audible and visible as well?
Perfectly, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I was pretty disappointed not reaching to the finals, just missing it by 1 mark, but just a sweet gesture of giving consolation prize and listening to the speakers out there, such a well-curated, constructive arguments, rebuttals. I got to learn so much from the judges as well. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Shreya. It was a pleasure having you. The first consolation prize goes to LY16 Mansi Mahesh Parab from Shanti Niketan Women's College. Mansi, if you are here, you are requested to switch your camera on and say something, please. Mansi. All right. So Mansi is not present. Right. Moving on. Now we have this second category of prizes, which is for Best Speaker Hindi. Best Speaker Hindi. And moving on, the third Best Speaker Hindi is FY6 Shelly Singh Rajput from ARSD College, University of Delhi. Yes, right. Shelly, if you're here, could you please say something?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for the team to organizing such a wonderful debate. ये सर बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा, जिससे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। 3 अलग अलग विषय, उन पर 3 अलग अलग जानकारी, और मतलब जितना शायद हम पढ़ते उतना सीखने को नहीं मिलता, जितना मुझे ये सिर्फ 3 विषय पर इतनी जानकारी मिल गई इस डिबेट की वजह से, कि वो आगे किसी भी परीक्षा में यदि उन विषयों पर बात होती है तो मैं बहुत अच्छे से उन पर बोल पाऊंगी। और जितना मुझे यहाँ से सीखने को मिला, तो मैं सिर्फ उन 3 विषयों के बारे में नहीं, और भी कई अन्य चीजों की जानकारी भी यहाँ से लेकर जा रही हूँ। तो ये मेरा बहुत ही अच्छा अनुभव रहा है आप सभी के साथ, तो इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका शैली, आप यहाँ आई, ये हम सब के लिए गौरव की बात थी। अब मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ। बेस्ट स्पीकर हिंदी की कैटेगरी में सेकंड बेस्ट स्पीकर हैं KY2 आस्था अरोड़ा, मोतीलाल नेहरू कॉलेज से। आस्था, यदि आप यहाँ हैं तो आप अपना
मैं यहाँ हूँ।
जी
Thank you
आप
so
दो
much,
शब्द
team. Thank you so much for considering and giving me a platform to keep my arguments. And I'm really, really impressed with the team that you conducted the event so smoothly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As I said, it was all a teamwork, and all those names. It was very nice to have them in the team. So moving on, जो सर्वश्रेष्ठ वक्ता हैं बेस्ट स्पीकर हिंदी की कैटेगरी में, सर्वश्रेष्ठ वक्ता FY9 कृतिका त्यागी फ्रॉम गौतम बुद्धा यूनिवर्सिटी, गौतम बुद्धा विश्वविद्यालय से कृतिका त्यागी जी, and she has been crowned best speaker Hindi. Kritika, if you're here, could you please say something?
Thank you so much. Literally, thank you so much. It was really unexpected, and I really want to thanks to everyone, like you, sir. You helped me a lot. Like if I'm having any doubt, then you really helped me, and the organizers are the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That means a lot. Okay. अब अगली कैटेगरी के प्राइज की तरफ बढ़ते हैं. So the next category is best speaker English, and the third best speaker English is Diksha Sharma from Shivaji College. She was JX12. Diksha Sharma from Shivaji College. She is the third best speaker English, JX12. Diksha, could you please say something?
Hi, like first off, I have not many words, but I would like to thank IMS Bebak for such a well-organized competition, and everyone would agree with this. I would also like to thank the judges for judging so well, giving us really encouraging feedbacks that have helped us and that will help us further in future in our entire debating career ahead. So thank you so much, guys.
Right. So moving on, the second best speaker in the English category. So second best speaker English is CX2 Rachel Raju Ellis from Jitendra Chauhan College of Law. Second best speaker English is Rachel Raju Ellis. Rachel, if you are here, could you please say something? Okay. Right. Moving on, the best speaker English is CY7 D Vaishnavi Sudha from Delhi University. Vaishnavi, could you please say something? Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the OC and the judges for being unbiased, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. It was pleasure listening you again. Now it's the time to move to the topmost category of prizes, and सब लोग इसका wait कर रहे होंगे. So without taking much of your time, let's jump on to the topmost category of prize, that is for the international winners. So just before that, I would like to mention that in this category, there were there are 3 people and who have scored marks 117, 116, and 115. So this is such a narrow margin by which someone is coming first, someone is coming second, and someone is crowned as international second runner-up. Right. So moving on, the international second runner-up for Asim Beyond the Boundaries is IY20 Divya Swarupa Mohanty.
Congrats. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure like being a part of such a wonderful debating series, starting from the topics to the conduct of the sessions. It was also smooth and amazing. The judges have always been like unbiased, and their opinions have helped us like grow a lot. And the OC members have been sweet and helpful throughout, so they have always responded to queries very calmly and very sweetly. So it was a wonderful experience. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. It was pleasure having you here. Right. So moving on, the international runner-up of Asim Beyond the Boundaries first IMS International Online Debate Competition is a person from school. Like, he was a school student, and we had this provision that the top 3 school students will also get a chance to feature in the international grand finale. And this person, being a school student, has defeated all these, has come through the ranks, and he has been crowned as the international runner-up. And he's none other than GY12, a Hindi speaker, Vineet Kumar from Sainik School, Tilaya. Vineet, आप यहाँ हैं तो आप कुछ कह सकते हैं.
Yeah, sure, sir. I'm present here. Thank you very much to IMS Vivak Society for organizing such a great event, and it was really a great experience. We have been competing through, as mentioned by you, sir, 11 nationalities. Competitors were from 11 nationalities, and yeah, it is one of the greatest forum we have found for young lads who are just who have just found a way to express their views and keep their give arguments on such a really impressing. And thank you so much. I express my heartiest gratitude to IMS Debating Society. Thank you. Thank you.
Vineet, आप किस क्लास में हैं? Which standard are you in?
I'm in 11th standard.
All right. So, एक 11th standard का बच्चा, and he has been crowned as international runner-up for Asim Beyond the Boundaries first time as international debate competition. Many congratulations, GY12 Vineet. Many congratulations. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you. And now is the time for so let me take some breathe, और आप लोग भी थोड़ा सा सांस ले लीजिए. So this is the time for announcing the international winner of the first IMS International Online Debate Competition, Asim Beyond the Boundaries. And the person who has won this, who has been crowned the international winner, is none other than LY13 Ankita Sharma from Himachal Pradesh National Law University. Ankita, could you please say something?
Am I audible to you, first of all?
Yes, you are.
I'm literally, to be, for a poet, essentially to fall short of words at times is a thing that I'm so awe-inspired by the level of participation this competition had, the visionary judges who were judging and the amazing feedbacks. It is evident from their very feedbacks. I rather, gained a lot of things. And having said that, because I'm literally too emotional at this point of time, because I'd like to share something. When Manish, you called me and said that you have to give your speech, essentially, I was just perplexed. And since then, I was just, like thinking that what is it? Because I am, asked to render my speech. So I just had things in my mind going on. And, having crowned as the international winner, I'd rather say two lines. First of all, to all my fellow participants, because I got to know that this platform had an awe-inspiring participation. To all the participants, 506 participants, here's for you. गिरते हैं शहसवार ही मैदाने जंग में, गिरते हैं शह सवार ही मैदाने जंग में, वो तिफल क्या गिरे जो घुटनों के बल चले. Every participant, all the 506 participants, you are winners of this debate, and here's to you. Secondly, because I essentially have been crowned here, so I'd rather reaffirm saying, मिटा दे अपनी हस्ती को, मिटा दे अपनी हस्ती को, गर रुतबा कुछ बुलंद चाहता है, कि दाना खाक में मिलकर गुले गुलजार होता है. This achievement has truly humbled me. Thank you so much, Manish. Thank you so much, Bebak. Thank you so much to every participants and all the honorary judges. It was a pleasure rendering myself at your judgment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ankita. And thank you so much to each and everyone who participated in this debate. So without taking much of your time, over to you, Amaya and Saurav.
While thanking each of the members of Vibhag, I think Manish, sir, you left one of the participants, and that is the man himself, that is you yourself, sir. And I think we all were scattered, and it is you who collected all of us, and you made Vibhag, and that's how we are all together here. So thank you so much, and it would have never been possible without you. And the day and night of hard work that you did is now being proved today. So thank you so much. And to all the dear participants, Ankita, Vineet, Divya, a very, very hearty congratulations to all of you.
Well, that was the results, the most anticipated part of the debate. But according to me, it should not be looked upon as the most important part of the debate. The most important part of the debate is the debate itself. Well, although we did not have a winning side, like there was not a winning for or against, but since it's a debate, we had cash prizes, we have to give them out. But to those who lost, I think it is a learning curve, keep debating. And for those who won, there's a saying that it is hard to reach the top, but it is harder to stay at the top. So you have to keep up the hard work, and congratulations to all the winners.
Definitely, I think being in the 31 list out of 506 participants is itself a win, and a very hearty congratulations to all the rest of the 31 participants as well. You did a great job, and as Sir said, that was the cream. And literally listening you today, I have listened to you before also, to all these participants, and today I could literally feel that yes, this is the finale, this is the grand final of A Scene Beyond the Boundaries, the first international session by Vibhag. And the way you spoke today, your confidence, your speeches, your words, everything was just up to mark, and that was the standard of the debate that you did today. So it was a really, really great opportunity for all of us to listen to all of you.
And I'll be repeating Amaya's words, but I think I have to. I'm compelled that the only person missing in the vote of thanks was Mr. Manish Jha himself. I guess Bebak team, if seen as an engine, then Manish Jha would be the petrol, because without petrol, it doesn't matter how good your engine is, it wouldn't work. And that is the role of Mr. Manish Jha in conducting this debate. He's the petrol, he's the soul of this team, and hats off to him.
Truly. And with this, may I now request Professor Govind Prasad Goyal to please address the gathering for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Amaya. Thank you, Saurabh. And it is really, I am overwhelmed to see such a grand finale of this event, international debate competition on such an issue, which is very topical one. शब्द भी कम है आपको धन्यवाद देने के लिए, क्योंकि नाम ही आपने बहुत सुंदर रखा है, असीम बियॉन्ड द बाउंड्रीज. एवरीथिंग इज असीम, बियॉन्ड द बाउंड्रीज, बियॉन्ड द लिमिट, बियॉन्ड द इमेजिनेशन, एंड बियॉन्ड ऑल द सेट इमेजिनेशन, व्हाटएवर यू कैन जस्ट स्ट्रेच अपॉन. तो कल्पना से अतीत, कल्पना से बाहर की चीज, और मेरे को बहुत बहुत अपना सम्मान महसूस करता हूँ. आई एम रियली प्रिविलेज्ड एंड ऑनर्ड to propose a vote of thanks on this very occasion of first maiden event of IMS Law College and Institute of Management Studies, Noida, on this very topical issue of vaccine, patenting vaccine, whether it's a necessary evil or not. So topic was really much
that was generating a lot of public interest. So as the task assigned to me to propose a vote of thanks, I would like to start with thanks to the Almighty. The Almighty granted His favor on us, His grace on us, that we could be able to organize this event on such a platform where more than 506, I think, participants registered themselves. And Manish also shared with us that it was a call taken by him that we have to stop now accepting the responses and participations, otherwise it will go beyond our control. So at times it does happen. So we have to control the things in a very managerial way. So that's something, a huge participation, and huge thanks to the Almighty for showering His grace on us for organizing this event. And then moving on to the President, sir, the pillar of IMS, who is heading the affairs of IMS. Thanks to him for his support, directly, indirectly. And my thanks to also our Dean Academics, ma'am, Dr. Manju Gupta. She is a sound pillar of the strength for us in organizing all such events. And I would like to extend my grateful thanks to the honorable guest of the day, chief guest of the day, Ms. Lakshika Joshi. She has always contributed her services to the growth and development of IMS. Ma'am, I don't have words for you to say thanks. You deserve more than thanks, and you deserve more than gratitude. What I feel. My thanks also to the honorable guests, Dr. Gaurang Narayan and Mr. Satyam Samrat Acharya. I can just encapsulate his deliberations and such advice that whenever you are debating, because according to Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, debating is just like a safety valve of democracy. If we do not let the people dissent and debate, then the safety valve means the cooker of this democracy will burst out. So dissenting and debating is essential part. And Dr. Gaurang Narayan has maintained that there were certain points that whenever we are debating, we must maintain the composure. We should have the calm frame of mind. We should be crisp and compact, apart from the intonation variations which are required. So thanks to Dr. Gaurang Narayan for taking out his time, for accepting request of ours. And yes, and thanks to Satyam Samrat Acharya, lecturer, who has very beautifully said that fear kills the thrill. If you have the fear in your mind, you cannot bring about the thrill in your performance. चाहे कोई भी मंच मिले, वहां पर अगर भय रहित होके बोलोगे, तो कुछ ना कुछ वहां उजाला ही उजाला होगा. तो ये सर ने बहुत सुंदर कहा कि संवाददाता नहीं बनना है, बल्कि हमें एक एज ए डिबेटर संवाद प्रस्तुता बनना है. और सर ने बहुत तीन जो है अपने जिनके ऊपर बल दिया, तीन बिंदुओं के ऊपर, वो था एक अभिध्या, लक्षणा और व्यंजना. सो ये इन तीनों को अगर बिंदुओं को फॉलो करेंगे, अनुसरण करेंगे, डेफिनेटली हम लोग एक अच्छे डिबेटर बन सकते हैं. जीत और हार, ये तो हर चीज का एक पैमाना है जो कि एक एसेंशियल पार्ट है, लेकिन हार कुछ और भी दे जाती है, और वो एक उपहार है उसका, और वो उपहार है अनुभव का. तो हर हार के पीछे एक उपहार मिलता है, वो उपहार है आपका अनुभव, और वो अनुभव आपको आगे बढ़ाता है. So that's a kind of big gift to the person who is a loser or who has failed in his attempt. But I must say कि जीत और हार नहीं, बल्कि आपने पार्टिसिपेट किया, आपने भागीदारी की इस डिबेट कंपटीशन के अंदर, अंतरराष्ट्रीय डिबेट कंपटीशन के अंदर, उससे आपका जो बहुत सारे स्पीकर्स को सुनने का, बहुत सारे डिबेटर को सुनने का जो मौका मिला, उससे आपका ज्ञान लाभान्वित हुए. साथ नहीं, आपको the way things were articulated, they were presented, you get to know the art of presenting as well. So लास्ट में बस मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी के हेड हैं मिस्टर मनीष कुमार, ये हार्ट एंड सोल है, एज राइटली सेड बाय अमाया एंड सौरभ, जिन्होंने इतना ब्यूटीफुली और एक सक्सेसफुली बल्कि सक्सेस ही नहीं, सिग्निफिकेंटली, आई मस्ट से, नॉट सक्सेसफुली, सिग्निफिकेंटली, क्योंकि सक्सेस से आगे क्या चीज जाती है, सिग्निफिकेंस। और वो सिग्निफिकेंटली ही हैज मेड ए मार्क, और बेंच मार्क बनाया उन्होंने इस मुकाम तक हासिल करके। इट इज ए बिग एंड एस्टाउंडिंग सक्सेस स्क्रिप्ट वी हैज नाउ written down on this very event. And through this very event, I think we, IMS Law College, can proudly say, yes, our students are the best in organizing, and not only the best orator and debater, they are also the best organizer of a debate competition. Because I have seen the feedback, I have heard the feedback from many of the participants. They were awe-inspired. They were rather awestruck. They were highly motivated. They were all positive about their participation and about the organization. You people have given your best. And my thanks to all the team members. Sorry, I cannot name all, but Shreya, Sinha, Nishan, Sukar, Amaya, Saurabh, Nishi, Aryan Gupta, Ishika Tyagi, Parul, and others. They have devoted their day and night for successfully organizing this event. So my big thanks to them, and my special thanks to the team. And apart from the team, there has been certain logistic support by few of the faculty members like Shruti and others. I think they have supported. So my thanks to all the faculty colleagues who have backed this event. And also my grateful thanks to our program coordinator, Bhavna Aruna ma'am, that she has been a faculty convener of this particular society, particular club, Vibhag Debating Society, and she has supported them wholeheartedly. So that was a kind of motivation which propelled the team together. And as Amaya rightly said that ये सब scattered पड़े थे, बिखरे हुए पड़े थे, लेकिन मनीष ने इनको साथ में जोड़ दिया और एक ऐसी नींव रखी है कि उसके ढांचे में अब खूबसूरती ही नजर आती है। तो ये विभाग का जो ढांचा खड़ा हुआ है IMS लॉ कॉलेज के अंदर डिबेटिंग सोसाइटी का, आई थिंक आई डोंट हैव वर्ड्स हाउ टू अप्रिशिएट, हाउ टू कमेंट द एफर्ट्स दे हैव पुट इन, द एनर्जी। एक्चुअली ये पूरी की पूरी जब हम लोग देखते हैं, whenever we witness them doing something or other, it is a kind of motivation which is also giving to our faculty colleagues that yes, they deserve all applause. So my all applause and my standing ovation to Miss Lakshika Joshi once again, that she has consented to grace this event and to bless our students as well as the participants. Last but not the least, no program can be successful without participants. And 506 participants, when they registered themselves, they deserve all thanks and gratitude. We owe to them. Reason being, if you organize the event without participation, if there is a low participation, then event looks a kind of having a lukewarm response, and we do not feel too much pleasant. But when the awe-inspiring response is there, then we have all the pleasure and happiness, which we think that it is just casting its spell on us, and we feel all blessed. Yes, and I would like to extend all congratulations to winners. And I got to know that there was one school student of class 11th standard who turned out to be a runner-up of international debate competition. So that's a thing, because age does not matter. It is your vocab, it is your vocal power, it is your argumentative power that matters a lot. So with this, and I must say thanks to everyone, and I really would like to put on record of appreciation everyone, and if I have forgotten anybody, please forgive me. So thanks for having me, for proposing this vote of thanks. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So with this, I am not feeling like saying this, but I have to. And with this, I declare ASEAN Beyond the Boundaries 2021, the first international debate, as closed. And thank you so much once again, everyone, for joining us, for being a part for 2 months. And as Dr. Gurang said, that may we crossroads again. And thank you so much again to the technical host for the last time. I request you to end the meeting for all. Thank you once again, everyone.
Before the meeting is ended, I would like to give it over to Manish Savans.
So I would like people who are working behind the scenes, Nishi and Aryan, to say something. Just 2 lines, because these are the 2 pillars who have been working really, really hard behind making this event a grand success. And just if you could come in the spotlight for first and last time, you never have come. कुछ ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो काम बहुत करते हैं बट देन उनका क्रेडिट शिफ्ट हो जाता है कहीं. ये 2 ऐसे लोग हैं हमारी टीम में, and I have very, very high regards for both Aryan and Nishi. So starting with Nishi, could you please say something?
Thank you so much, Manish Bhaiya, for the recognition. I am so blessed to be a part of this society. The name itself, Bebak, has made every member Bebak. बड़ी बेबाकी से बोलते हैं मनीष झा हमारे. मैं बस सभी को शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूंगी आज हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और इस इवेंट में सिर्फ मेरा या हमारी टीम का नहीं, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट, सब फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का भी हाथ है इस इवेंट को एक सक्सेसफुल इवेंट बनाने के लिए. सो आई थैंक एवरीवन फॉर प्रेजेंट हियर to be here, and congratulations to all the participants. Thank you so much.
Aryan, over to you.
Hi. So 14 days of debating, more than 2 months of preparation, a lot of rounds, a lot of participants, and a whole lot of team and people working behind the scenes. So it would be really unfair for me to drag this on for too much long, because a lot of words have already been said in these last 14 days. So thank you to everyone who helped us throughout this, and a huge round of applause for our Manish sir, for the guy sitting there right next to me right now. So congratulations to him, and congratulations to everyone, and thank you to everyone, not only the team but the management and the faculty who have immensely supported us. So thank you.
Right, to burst a secret, Nishi is sitting there and Aryan is sitting here, so they are just beside me. So all right, so moving ahead, if anyone else wants to say something, I would request Sukant, अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहें तो आप कह सकते हैं, and then we'll move on to the participants who would want to say something. They can, and then we'll end the meet. Sukant.
Hello.
जी.
थैंक यू सो मच भैया, आप बोलने का भी मौका दिए, और इतने दिन से बस सब कुछ सुन रहे थे, और आज जो फाइनल वाले टॉपिक पे इतने लोगों को सुना. एक्चुअली मेरा काम रहता था टाइम कीपिंग करना, तो जैसे लगता था कि किसी कॉल सेंटर में बैठे हुए इस तरह से ईयरफोन के पास फोन लगा के टिन टिन बजाने का. और उसमें भी कभी कभी जूम का जब ग्लिच आ जाता था कि आवाज नहीं आ रहा है, तो उस टाइम ज्यादा परेशानी. उस टाइम हमारे ये दोनों टेक्निकल होस्ट रहते थे, तुरंत इनको मैसेज करते थे तो ये बेल बजाते थे. लेकिन बहुत अच्छा लगा. 506 पार्टिसिपेंट, मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा था कम से कम 700-800 लोग हो जाएंगे, लेकिन लास्ट टाइम में जब स्पीड थोड़ा स्लो हो गया हमारा तो उसके बाद 506. लेकिन जब ये ऑर्गेनाइज होने लगा तब समझ में आया कि जिस हिसाब से एक्सपेक्टेशन था, मेहनत भी उतना ही लगता है. वैसे हम टीम बहुत अच्छा काम की, और जितने लोग बेबाक के साथ रहे पूरे टाइम में, उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सुकांत आपका. And besides Sukant, besides Nishi, besides Aryan, there was a person who left, जो कि अपने घर नहीं गया for this very event, and he sacrificed those 1 month जहाँ पे वो trips वाली and all those things. He sacrificed certain things for this very event, and he was one of our teammates जिसने बहुत सारे सेशंस भी होस्ट किए, प्रिलिमिनरी, सेमीफाइनल एंड स्कूल लेवल फाइनल. सो निशांत, इफ यू वांट टू से समथिंग क्विकली.
जी भैया, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर अलाउइंग मी टू से. आई होप आई एम ऑडिबल इनफ.
यस.
And first of all, congratulations to all the winners if they're still present in the meeting, and to all the participants. It was wonderful listening to you all. And I'd like to say that I'm very much proud of the family that we have, the Beba group that we have. And each and everyone has done so much to the society and given so much to this competition. I'd like to say I'm proud of you all, and thank you so much for letting me be a part of the society as well.
Thank you, Nishant. We are very, very proud to have you as a member of the society. And I don't have words to thank you for your sacrifices and the way you have fared in these 14 days, the way you have committed yourself. Thank you so much. तो आगे बढ़ते हैं. If any of the participants wants to say something, they would say. You're requested to unmute yourself and say, or else we'll end the meet. कुछ ही लोग बचे हैं. तो amongst the participants, if you want to say something, you can just say. Otherwise, it's very difficult for us to bid goodbye. But then that's the last choice.
Once again, I would like to say something, sir.
Yes, Vinny.
Sorry to disclose, but I know Manishi from very long last time, and he has been an inspiration for all of us. And really, the effort he has put in for making this event a success, a great success, not success. Sir, thank you very much, sir. And I am very much indebted to him. Really, thank you very much, sir. Expressing my heartiest gratitude to you.
Right, Vineet. So he's the guy, he's the 11th class guy who rattled the stage today. Anybody else other than Vineet from amongst the participants? None? All right. So thank you so much to each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Last not the least, to the anchors, to the wonderful anchors. आज की anchoring सबसे अच्छी थी, सबसे माशाल्लाह थी. And we really loved it. So it was a befitting end to this tournament. Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you, Amaya. We could not have expected for anything more. I personally could not have expected for anything more as anchors. So it was amazing. It was amazing having both of you.
All right, with the permission of the OC, may we end this meet now?
Yes, sure.
To the technical host, as I already said for the last time, I request you to please end this meeting for all. Once again, thank you very much, everyone.
Right. Thank you, everyone. And the meeting is now being ended.